Part 22. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 211. Ji Chang's body was still very weak after all. Even if the child wanted to talk to his father more, Lin Qing still looked at the time and hugged him down. Okay, it's getting dark, and it's time for Yuan to go to bed. Ji Yuan's delicate little face was obviously unhappy, but he hugged his mother's neck obediently with his hands, staring straight at Ji Chang's with a pair of beautiful black eyes, and asked in a sweet voice, "What about tomorrow, when Yuan wakes up, can he come and play with daddy?" Ji Chang's nodded, "Okay." Ji Yuan was taken away. The old lady who had heated the soup came again, still smiling and asking kindly, "Nagaze, do you want me to feed you?" "Need not." Even though Lin Qing had told him before, Ji Chang's attitude towards the old lady was still cold. He stretched out his hand, "Give it to me." The old lady puppet immediately gave him the soup bowl in her hand. Ji Chang's just sat on the bed, holding a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, finishing the bowl of soup one spoonful at a time with his eyes lowered. While he was drinking, the old lady who didn't get the instruction looked on with a smile. If an uninformed person looked at it, they would definitely think that this is a talkative mother-in-law. She was easy to talk to, but her son-in-law did not reciprocate the same good talk. After drinking the soup, the person on the bed naturally pushed the soup bowl towards the old lady, "Take it and wash it." After receiving the instruction, the old lady kept the same smile as before, picked up the soup bowl and walked out. Etc. Ji Chang suddenly stopped her. When she turned around, he said, "Your hair looks a little short." Lin Qing sent her son to the hut to sleep. When he came back, he heard this and said with a calm smile, "My mother is old and her hair has been falling out recently. I took her to see a doctor because of this a while ago. The doctor said it's nothing serious, it's just old age." Ji Chang's face was still calm, but his eyebrows were slightly raised. He looked at Lin Qing and said calmly, "My lady is right. Husband, please go to bed early. You are sick and can't stand the fatigue." Lin Qing stepped forward with a smile, helped him lie down, adjusted the pillow for him, and tucked in the quilt. Watching Ji Chang's obediently lie down and close his eyes, he said warmly, "I still have some embroidery work to do, you go to bed first." Ji Chang's responded lightly, not feeling sorry for his wife who had to do her embroidery work late at night. Lin Qing didn't know why, but her husband was like this before. At that time, she didn't feel anything at all. She just felt that he didn't care about her, which made it easier for her to hide and practice her skills. But today, maybe she saw that her husband was also gentle towards Yuan, but now when she saw her husband's indifference to her, she actually felt a little disappointed in her heart. Lin Qing quickly packed up and hid the loss, and smiled at Ji Chang's, "My husband, rest early." On the way out, he blew out the candles. After she and the old lady went out, Ji Chang slowly sat up in the dark room. Because of his physical weakness, he struggled for a long time before assuming a standard practice posture. Outside, Lin Qing walked out of the door quietly. She first went to her son's room to see if he was still asleep, then closed the door and went out to another small room. This room was always locked. What she told Ji Chang's was that it was used to store miscellaneous items. It was filled with things that were hard to get and heavy and not used on daily basis. Normally, she would occasionally pretend to go inside to get something, but Ji Chang's never followed her. Lin Qing knew that he liked to be clean and didn't like to work, so she wasn't surprised. After she and the old lady entered, Lin Qing moved a dirty-looking wooden board blocking the middle of the room, revealing a small bed and table inside. There were some strange things scattered on the table, almost all of which were the tools of the exorcist. "You sit here." Lin Qing waved the old lady over and asked her to sit on a chair. He took out a wooden box from under the bed, took out the hair inside, and put it on the old lady's head one by one. After all, he was just a puppet. Even if she used a secret method to give her a body, things like hair that needed to grow naturally could not grow by themselves. Lin Qing could only find a way to make a wig out of hair like grass and put it on her head. The grass will soften and fall off after a while, so it needs to be replaced with new ones from time to time. She was so busy these days that she forgot about it. After patiently getting rid of anything on the old lady's head, Lin Qing put away the remaining wig. "You go find some work in the yard, and if anyone comes this way, speak loudly to alert me." The old lady agreed with a smile, turned around and went out. Before she left, Lin Qingke sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and started practicing seriously. As an exorcist, even if she made up her mind to live in this small mountain village for the rest of her life and be a gentle wife and loving mother, she would never stop practicing. These abilities are what makes her most at ease. Even though she knew that people in the sect would definitely think she was dead if they saw her fall off the cliff, Lin Qing still felt uneasy in her heart. She must ensure that she is strong enough to protect her family. So every time, she would use the excuse of doing embroidery work to hide in this hut to practice the exercises. Fortunately, her husband didn't seem to think that she had to do embroidery work at night to hurt her eyes. Every time she made an excuse, he responded, "Let her go." In the past, Lin Qing thought that this state was quite good. She could practice without any worries, and she could just find an excuse. But today, maybe it was because I witnessed that my husband was also close to Yuan'er and showed fatherly love. Lin Qing couldn't help but think. If Yuan'er didn't rest up so late, he would definitely be worried. However, she only settled here to give birth to a child. Her husband was ill at the time and didn't like to work, so he probably came to her to find someone to take care of him. She didn't care about this. To put it bluntly, she and her husband just used each other from the beginning. She wanted her husband to give her the status of a wife of the Ji family and give her a son who could get that thing out. Her husband wanted someone to take care of her. So, isn't it normal for him to be nice to Yuan'er but indifferent to her? A wry smile appeared on Lin Qing's lips. It seems that 4 years of married life has made her feel comfortable, and she is becoming more and more like an ordinary woman. She is practicing, and she still has the mind to think about this. Lin Qing stopped thinking about it and closed her eyes to practice. Every night since her marriage, she would practice embroidery in the hut under the pretext of doing embroidery. During the day, she was a normal good wife and mother, and at night, she was a diligent evil exterminator. Fortunately, the state of the demon slayer during cultivation is similar to that of sleep. Even if you are an ordinary person during the day and practice in hiding at night, it will not have any impact on your body. Lin Qing is the strongest of the younger generation in the sect, not just because of her talent. She sits down and practices for several hours. He waited until daybreak and estimated that my husband would wake up in another hour, then he stood up, blocked the wooden board there, opened the door and went out. Inside the house, Ji Chang's felt that it was starting to dawn outside. He opened his eyes and got into the bed. He closed his eyes and looked like he was sleeping soundly. After a while, someone came in quietly. He gently opened the quilt with his hands, and got into the bed even more gently. He also helped Ji Chang's cover the quilt. Half an hour later, Ji Chang's figured it was time to get up, opened his eyes, and sat up. Lin Qing, who had not slept next to him, immediately opened his eyes, got up, stretched, and said to him with a smile, "I slept very soundly last night and had a sweet dream. How about you?" Ji Chang's glanced at her, "Same as you. Did you also have a sweet dream?" "I dreamed that our family was eating roast chicken. It tasted so delicious that Yuan ate without even raising his head." Looking at Lin Qing's serious nonsense, Ji Chang still maintained a calm expression on his face. When she asked what sweet dream he had, he replied, "Same as you." Lin Qing was stunned. Looking at Ji Chang's face, he didn't look like he was talking nonsense, and he felt deep down that this was too much of a coincidence. What she made up casually turned out to be the dream of her husband. He smiled and said, "It seems that we haven't eaten meat for too long. Why don't I go to the town to buy roast chicken today and come back? We will have a good meal and give you 2 taels of wine. No need to drink." Ji Chang stood up and said, "Drinking will ruin things. I will never drink again in the future." Knowing that he was talking about the murder of the child after drinking, Lin Qing felt warm in her heart. "It's okay, you are weak and you always get sick every time you drink. If you really can't help but want to drink someday, just drink hot wine." Ji Chang stood up and said, "Yuan is getting older, it's time to learn something." Lin Qing also stood up. After hearing this, he stopped cleaning the bed. She was also thinking of finding an opportunity to mention it so that Ji Yuan could learn some self-defense skills in an honest and fair manner. The disadvantages of becoming a demon slayer outweigh the advantages, but some self-defense skills can make Ji Yuan's life easier in the future. Her kung fu is the strongest in the section. Even the leader can't beat her with just fists and kicks without using kung fu. Ordinary people are also good at fists and kicks. Teaching Ji Yuan is not impressive. It's just that because her husband looks like a weak scholar, she knows that most scholars among ordinary people look down on people who can box and kick, thinking that they are vulgar martial arts. I never mentioned it because I was worried that Ji Chang's would object. He is Ji Yuan's father after all, and Lin Qing doesn't want Ji Yuan to reject martial arts training because of this incident. Ji Chang's actually brought it up today, so Lin Qing would not let this opportunity pass by. She smiled and said, "If you have free time, let Yuan start enlightenment with you. In the afternoon, let him do some horse walking. Maybe his body will be stronger." Afraid that Ji Chang's would disagree, she didn't say she wanted Ji Yuan to practice martial arts. Ji Chang's did not object to letting his son do horse walking. He nodded and said while dressing, "It's time for him to exercise." Seeing that he not only didn't object but also agreed very much, Lin Qing smiled at the corner of her lips. She thought, as expected, her husband still loved his son, and was afraid that the child would be as weak as him. Lin Qing's eyes became gentler. She stepped forward to help Ji Chang's fasten his belt and said, "Then you take Yuan to learn calligraphy in the morning. I will go to town to buy roast chicken and sell the embroidery work." "Good." Ji Chang's responded and walked directly outside. Ji Yuan also got up. The little guy was sitting on the bed, clumsily pursing his lips and carefully dressing himself. When he saw his father pushing the door open and coming in, his eyes lit up. He didn't even put on his clothes yet, so he hurriedly got out of bed, put on his shoes and took a small step. He ran to Ji Chang's. He raised his head and called him, "Daddy." "Dad, are you feeling better today?" Ji Chang's reached out and hugged his soft son, "Much better. Your mother is not here this morning, so you follow Dad." Ji Yuan suddenly became even happier. He naturally liked to follow his mother, but his father, who had never taken care of him, still had a huge temptation. But after thinking about it, he still asked, "Where are you going, mother?" "Go to town and buy roast chicken." "Roast chicken?" The child's eyes, which were just a little confused at first, suddenly lit up. Children are always greedy. "You go and put your clothes on. After dinner, you can learn to read with Dad." "Good." With the temptation of daddy and roast chicken, Ji Yuan was like a little butterfly when he got down. After getting dressed, he would fly here and there to clean up the house. After finishing cleaning up, he ran to Ji Chang's to claim credit. "Dad, I'm fine." "Okay, let's go and see what your mother has cooked." Ji Chang stretched out his hand. Ji Yuan looked at him flattered for 2 or 3 seconds before carefully placing his little hand into his father's. Father's hands were different from his. It is also different from the uncles in the village. The hands of the uncles in the village were hard and calloused, and when they held his hand, he would feel pain from the scraping. My father's hands were not as hard as this, but they were not soft either. My father's fingers were very long, and the gaps between his nails were clean. When he held his hand, he felt weak. Walking beside his father, he could smell the fragrance of soap locust. The uncles in the village might only wear one piece of clothing for 10 days, and they would not change out of it if it smelled so bad. But my father was different. He loved to be clean and changed his clothes almost every day. His body didn't smell of sweat at all, and he still smelled delicious. Very comfortable to wear. Although his uncles were very kind to him, he had a good nose and always smelled bad. Therefore, Gun still liked the feeling of standing next to his father even more. It would be great if the uncles took a bath and changed new clothes every day like my father. If those uncles knew what Gun was thinking, they would definitely be full of complaints. Who doesn't want to be clean, but cleanliness doesn't just happen. How much firewood would be used to take a shower every day? They also wanted to change clothes every day. But the problem was that the clothes couldn't be dried in one day. They only had a few clothes in total. How could they be like Ji Chang's? Same thing, a wardrobe of clothes. This shows how dissatisfied the original owner is. A woman who didn't let him support his family, but bought him new clothes, made him eat and drink the best in the village, and wasted firewood to boil water for him to take a bath every day. If it were any bachelor in the village, I would probably be grateful. Not to mention that this lady also comes with a quick worker who can keep the house in order by herself. She goes to the mountains to collect firewood every day and has to cook and light the fire and clean up the toilet without even saying a word about tiredness. The puppet can't feel tired, as if she is very tired. My mother-in-law spent 2 hours at this house. The puppet does not need to sleep, and is still in good health and does not need to take medicine or see a doctor. Although in the village, apart from marrying into the family, sons-in-law are rarely willing to live under the same roof as their mother-in-law. But this doesn't mean that they don't want a mother-in-law like the old lady. Therefore, all the young people who are about the same age as the original owner are very envious of the original owner's good luck. The wife is beautiful, can make money, is considerate and gentle, and has such a capable mother-in-law. Even her son is well behaved, cute, and lovable. He must have done something good in his previous life, otherwise how could he have such a good and happy family with his character? But when it comes to the original owner, even this and that are not enough. Now it's Ji Chang's, it's naturally different. He took his son's hand and went to the yard. The old lady and Lin Qing were busy cooking. When he saw them coming, Lin Qing raised his head and said, "Hello, we won't be eating for a while, so you should wash up first." So, everyone, one big and one small, went to the steps outside the yard, rinsed their mouths with willow branches and then washed their faces. People in the village are running out of food, so naturally they don't have such fastidious habits. This was what Lin Qing taught him after he married Ji Chang's. She made it clear that he hoped he could brush his teeth like this every day, morning and night. The original owner had just gotten married at that time and was not as confident as he is now in eating soft food. He still felt inferior to others when eating soft food, so he listened honestly. After the child is born and the teeth come in, they are naturally taught to do this. Lin Qing inadvertently looked up and saw the father and son standing there straight and straight. They were brushing their teeth in exactly the same way. They brushed on the left side and on the right side, on top and bottom, and finally put their teeth in their mouths. Spit out the salt water in your mouth. The uniform movements and similar faces make people want to laugh. When washing his face, since there was only one basin, Ji Chang's watched his son wash his face first. The little boy first tried hard to roll up his sleeves to expose his chubby white arms to avoid getting his sleeves wet. Then he squatted down and poured water on his face. Shoot. After washing every part of your face carefully, pat it with water again, then pick up a towel and wipe your face carefully. Daddy, I'm fine. He gave way. Ji Chang's also made the same move, and the father and son splashed the water together and walked into the yard. The original owner had never taken his son to wash up like this, so Gun was quite excited today, and the smile on his face never dropped. He ran to pull the old lady's clothes. "Grandma, what are we going to eat today?" "It's still the same food as usual." The puppet answered with a smile and kept moving his hands. Lin Qing said, "Mom is going to town this morning and will buy some roast chicken. You can follow your father's lead and learn Chinese characters. In the evening, we will eat roast chicken." The happy family soon sat at the dinner table. The old lady did not sit down, but entered her room alone with a small bowl. After all, puppets are not humans and cannot eat human food. So Lin Qing asked her to use the excuse that her teeth were bad and she couldn't eat what they ate. No matter what they ate, she would go into the house alone with an empty bowl. After living together for 4 years, her husband never noticed that it was an empty bowl. Thinking about it now, Lin Qing also found it a bit strange. Thinking about it, Lin Qing glanced at her husband who was eating his meal in silence. "However, my husband has always seemed indifferent to everything, so this is normal." Gun had long been accustomed to his grandma eating alone, and he would only take his little spoon and eat the rice from his own small bowl seriously. One was eating seriously and didn't care about anything else, and the other was taciturn. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became confusing and awkward. Lin Qing simply cleared her throat and said, "I went up to the town, and the person who collected the embroidery work said that the money has increased. After calculation, I can have an extra tael of silver. Eating roast duck can be considered a celebration." Knowing that she actually did not make money by selling embroidery, but used the money she had hidden before, after all, she was once one of the best demon slayers in the sect, and she carried tens of thousands of taels of silver notes with her, Ji Chang's reacted calmly. Lin Qing strives to portray although our family is poor, we still have some small surprises occasionally. Her reaction was so bland, and she didn't even say thank you for your hard work or you earned all this through your hard work politely. It seemed that she really had no feelings for her. Fortunately, Lin Qing didn't expect her husband to fall in love with her from the beginning. She pretended not to notice Ji Chang's cold reaction and continued, "Making it up, I plan to buy some clothes this time. Do you have any colors you want?" "I want the black one." When Gun heard this, he raised his hand happily. As a child, his favorite color was black, because he thought it would make him look like an adult and look cool when he wore it. Lin Qing looked at her son with tender eyes. "Okay, just buy black clothes for our Yuaner." Let her son follow her. She also likes black clothes best. To be precise, most demon slayers like to wear black. Not only is it cool, but it is also particularly suitable for tracking demons at night. You can hide wherever you want, and the demons at night will not be able to find them. It's a pity that few women from ordinary families wear black, and most of them wear fresh colors. Lin Qing doesn't want to attract attention, so she can only follow the crowd. God knows how uncomfortable she feels every time she wears those pink and tender clothes as a demon slayer who can kill demons at the age of 8. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Ji Chang say, "Cyan." After he said this, he raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Qing and said, "It's time for you to buy some new clothes, but have you decided on what colors you want?" "Black. Black. Black." Lin Qing screamed crazily in her heart, but unfortunately when her words came to her lips, she still changed to, "Of course it's pink." It's really hard to be an ordinary good wife and mother. Black is so beautiful, why can't ordinary women appreciate it? Seeing her like this, Ji Chang's lowered his eyes and continued eating. After eating, the old lady cleared away the dishes and Lin Qing went to town. Only Ji Chang's and the child were left in the house. "Dad, what words are we learning today?" The child raised his head and looked at his father with admiration. Ji Chang's touched his head and said calmly, "As the child of your mother and me, you have a lot to learn and will be very tired. Are you afraid of Yuan? Ji Yuan shook his head. Yuan is not afraid. Good. Ji Chang's took him to the study. Yes, as a poor villager, Lin Qing even prepared a study for the original owner. There were pens, inks, paper and inkstones. Ji Chang's directly laid out the paper, ground the ink, dipped the brush in ink, and placed it on top of the paper. Does Yuan know what to learn when you first learn to read? Ji Yuan shook his head in confusion, recalling what he and his mother had heard when they went to town and passed by the school. He stumbled and said, "In the beginning of human beings, nature is good. That's what other children have to learn." Ji Chang simply sat on his seat and held the little child in his arms. "Come, Daddy will teach you how to hold a pen." After teaching Ji Yuan to hold the pen in the correct posture, he took Ji Yuan's hand and his hand to write one word together, "kill." "Yuan, come on, remember how to write this word. Every stroke must be done according to what Dad taught you." Ji Yuan listened in a daze and followed his father's instructions obediently, writing "kill" one after another. "Do you remember it?" After writing a full page, Ji Chang's lowered his head slightly and asked his son. Ji Yuan nodded obediently. "Remember. Okay, try using your hand as a pen, like this." Ji Chang's opened the window, put his index and middle fingers together, and using his hand as a pen, he quickly wrote "kill" in the air, and then struck it out with the palm. Boom! The stone outside the window in the distance facing the direction Ji Chang's hit suddenly exploded, and the stones fell into pieces and scattered on the ground. Ji Yuan's mouth formed a shape when he saw it. Seeing that the effect was so good, Ji Chang's was quite satisfied. It's not in vain that he practiced all night last night. "Yuan, come on, try what Dad did just now." Ji Yuan is a child after all, and does not understand that this kind of power cannot be achieved by a normal person. When his father said this, his face turned red with excitement. "Dad, can I be as powerful as Dad?" "It will happen if you do it right." Obviously, Ji Chang's words gave the child full confidence. He stretched out his chubby little hand and recalled what he had just learned. He imitated his father and used his hand as a pen to write a small word "kill" in mid-air, and then photographed it in a decent way. Naturally, no reaction. The little guy's confident expression immediately turned into confusion. He looked up at Ji Chang's, his eyes filled with "Why didn't you have the same effect as Daddy you just hit?" Ji Chang's was not surprised that Ji Yuan didn't have any lethality. Seeing the disappointed look on Ji Yuan's face, he comforted him. "It will indeed be like this in the beginning. If you practice diligently, you will be able to be like me as time goes by." After hearing this, Ji Yuan became happy again and asked excitedly, "Dad, what is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Only Dad can do this." "You are Dad's child, so you should know it, but don't tell anyone until you learn it." Ji Yuan asked, "Don't tell Mother either?" After saying that, he saw his father's expression as if he was paused. After a few seconds, he said softly, "Of course there is no need to hide it from her, but you haven't learned it yet, why not tell her until you can do the same as Dad?" In the ears of young children, this sounds like, "What you are doing now is not good enough, let's hold it in and practice quietly, and when you are good enough, then go and show it off in front of your mother." He immediately nodded happily and agreed, "Yes, Yuan will definitely practice well." The child ran off to practice diligently, unaware that the father who taught him had just mastered this trick last night. Seeing him running there to make gestures, Ji Chang's crumpled the paper with the word "kill" into a ball, still using his hand as a pen, wrote the word "fire" in the void, and slapped it on the paper. The balled paper burned silently in an instant, and in an instant, it was completely burned, leaving no ashes. After destroying the corpse and removing all traces, Ji Chang's laid out another piece of paper, dabbed some ink, and wrote the words for normal enlightenment on it. One morning passed, and the child, who had learned a few common words from his father, went to practice his killing word again. He is also patient. At such a young age, even though he can't achieve anything no matter how hard he practices, he can still keep repeating the same action. He is not upset when he fails. He just purses his lips to encourage himself. After the encouragement is over, he regains confidence. Keep practicing with full enthusiasm. Ji Chang's leaned aside and watched his movements gradually change from unfamiliar to skillful. It seems that Ji Yuan followed Lin Qing's talent. In such a short time, it has already taken shape. Although he can't really use this move now because he doesn't have the best skills, it can be imagined that when he cultivates the energy of a demon slayer in his body, this move will definitely be powerful enough. When Lin Qing came back, she saw her husband leaning against the door as if he was in a good mood, and his son over there didn't know what to do alone, waving his little hands around, quite enjoying himself. This warm scene made her eyes soften, and she opened the courtyard door and came in. "I'm back, Yuan. Let's see what mom brought you." Ji Yuan heard her voice and quickly hid his hands behind his back. He hasn't forgotten his and his father's plan, but he has to develop his skills before showing them to his mother. When the time comes, my mother will be very happy to see how powerful he is. Lin Qing didn't pay attention to this little move. He just put down the wooden frame he was carrying on his back, took out the candy inside, and waved to his son, "Look, I bought you candy." "Ah!" The little guy was so surprised that he forgot everything and happily ran forward to take it. "Thank you, mother." After thanking him, he couldn't wait to hold the candy and ran into the house. "Grandma, Grandma, look, mother bought me candy." Ji Chang's glanced at Ji Yuan's cheerful back and said to Lin Qing, "He is very smart and his enlightenment went smoothly." Lin Qing knew how to get along with husband and wife, and praised him, "Thanks to my husband's guidance." "Did you buy the clothes?" "I bought it back. I bought 2 sets of the cyan clothes you asked for, and another set of light blue clothes. I'll try them on to see if they fit." Ji Chang's asked her, "What about you?" "Of course I bought it too." Lin Qing pulled out a set of pink clothes placed in a wooden frame and showed them to her husband. However, Ji Chang's reaction was very mediocre. He only glanced at it and then seemed to be no longer interested. He said, "There are still not enough clothes, and the ink is about to run out. I will go to the town to buy some, and buy a few more by the way." Seeing his expression of "I'm not interested in your clothes at all," Lin Qing felt inexplicably anxious. She shouldn't be. Why should she be anxious? Doesn't her husband always care about her? Then take the money. She put away the inexplicable emotion that shouldn't exist and handed the money bag to Ji Chang's. It was just right for her that her husband was going out now. After all, she wanted to test her son's talent as a demon slayer in these few days, and teach him some fist, kick, and mind skills. If possible, it would be best if he could practice his qi. With seeing the other person's face pale and walking slowly away, she called the puppet and asked the puppet to pack the clothes she bought and make a fire to cook. He found his son who was happily eating sweets in his hut, smiled and touched his head, and said, "Yuan, can you teach me some fun things?" Ji Yuan looked at his mother confused and nodded obediently. Lin Qing was in his son's cabin and began to teach him how to introduce qi into his body. "Yes, sit cross-legged and feel the breath slowly swirling under your belly, and then try to control this breath. You can feel it so quickly. Our Yuan is really amazing." As a result, without knowing the situation clearly, the child successfully introduced qi into his body at a faster speed than Lin Qing had ever done. Lin Qing was overjoyed. The lifespan of an exorcist is longer than that of most ordinary people, and his body is much healthier than most people. All this depends on introducing qi into the body. Ji Yuan has learned how to draw qi into his body. Even if he doesn't learn the skills of a demon exterminator in the future, his lifespan will be extended and his health will be much better than that of his peers. She happily practiced with her son many times. When the old lady came to ask her if she wanted to eat, she realized that it was already mealtime and Nagasawa hadn't come back yet. This had never happened before. Original owner, I can't catch up on anything, not even eating. After all, Lin Qing had walked through the edge of a knife, and she suddenly felt uneasy. She did not leave her child at home, but took her with her and said warmly, "Yuan, Daddy hasn't come back yet, shall we go pick him up?" "Okay," Yuan responded obediently. "Yuan wants to show Dad my new way of entraining Qi." Lin Qing's expression froze, and then she remembered that she was so happy that she forgot to tell Yuan that she couldn't tell anyone about it. However, you can't tell others that Yuan must understand, but you can't tell your father. What excuse are you looking for? She thought about it and really came up with one. Squatting down, holding his son's hand, he coaxed softly, "Yuan, you just learned the beginning, but you haven't actually mastered it yet. How about this, when you master it, you can make Daddy feel great. Let's go and show Dad how you've learned it, okay?" I thought that the child would ask why he could show it to his father after he learned it. Unexpectedly, Yuan tilted his head and nodded without asking a word. "Yuan understands," she said in a sweet voice. He understood. After all, his father had told him this once before. It's just that he doesn't understand why his parents require him to learn it well before he can tell the other person. Why don't they just teach him together? Good. Lin Qing held her son's hand and headed towards the village. When she first rented a house, she deliberately chose a house far away from the village, just so that no one would suddenly push the door open and visit her while she was doing something that was not easy for ordinary people to see. After walking for a while, I happened to see Ji Chang's in the distance, who seemed to be holding a dark object, slowly walking towards the side with his signature slow steps. She couldn't see clearly from a distance, so she could only keep walking forward. Ji Chang's did indeed walk towards home with a black dress. Some peers saw it and sneered, "Who are you showing off by pretending to be weak? There are no elders here. Are you holding black clothes in your hand? Tisk, you don't earn a penny all day long, but you still have the nerve to buy yourself new clothes?" Ji Chang stopped and looked at the person who said this. When the person saw him looking over, he glared at him with dissatisfaction written on his face. "Looks familiar. Isn't this the passerby who almost got his chicken into the belly of the original owner?" "Oh, no, young man?" His expression was still indifferent and he only said, "This is not bought for me, but for my wife." Laugh. The young man's expression became even more disdainful. "You buy black clothes for a woman to wear? Tisk, do you really think you are a young master who doesn't want to live in the world? Madame Lin is also unlucky to be with a loser like you who can't even support her family. She has worked so hard to take care of the housework for you, it's strange that she likes it if you give her this outfit." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Qing coming. He stared at the black clothes, as if stunned. Tisk, sure enough, look, everyone is so angry. As he was thinking this, he saw Ji Chang's raise the clothes in his hands and said calmly, "I bought black clothes for you. And take credit. Don't make Madame Lin cry anymore." But Lin Qing was surprised and quickly stepped forward, taking over the black clothes with love, as if she couldn't put it down. "Thank you, husband. I thought you didn't know that I like black clothes." "Young man. What the hell? Mrs. Lin, why do you have to be so strong for your husband's face?" Contrary to what he thought, Lin Qing said this sincerely. In fact, the gaze he looked at this husband, who was always respectful to her, was even more tender and grateful than before. She never thought that Ji Chang's, who had an indifferent attitude towards everything, as if nothing mattered, would know her preferences. Does that mean that he treats her just like he treats you and her? Do you have a heart but don't know how to express it? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 212. Chapter 149. The more Lin Qing thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why could her husband know something that even Yuan'er didn't know? Especially when Ji Chang saw that she liked her but didn't ask for credit, he still had that indifferent look, as if he didn't care about anything. As long as you like it, go back. The young man named Lu Sheng was happy. My wife is so happy, but he still looks so gloomy and dead. Even if Mrs. Lin was really happy because of the black clothes just now that she saw his perfunctory look, she was very happy, and she will get rid of it now. 9 points. Deserve it? That you always look down on people so much. Obviously they all grew up together in the village, and this guy was even raised by their elders. It's okay not to be grateful, but he always acted like you should support me. Damn it, as it should be. Eat their food, drink their food, but not a word of thanks. It doesn't matter if I meet someone with a dead face on a daily basis, I always look like you mortals, I don't even bother to talk to you when facing them. How can you be so arrogant for a guy who is completely destitute and relies on the help of his fellow villagers for production? Now it's better, outsiders like them sometimes find it hard to say anything even if they feel unhappy, but Ji Chang's actually does the same to Mrs. Lin. Lu Sheng also married a daughter-in-law, and most women are sensitive, susceptible to overthinking. One thing is clear, that he does not have this idea, but his wife insists on thinking that he does. He obviously speaks in a nice and angry voice, but she thinks that he is being mean. If he speaks louder, it will be even worse. The wife can cry as if he wants to kill her. At first, he felt confused, thinking that his wife had a weird temper. However, he didn't realize it until all his friends who grew up together got married. It's not just my own daughter-in-law who has this temper, it's everyone's daughter-in-law. Just take one to go shopping in town and carry something with you when you come back. They can refuse after their husbands say they want to carry the things alone and walk all the way back carrying the things they bought, but if their husbands see them struggling to carry things and don't offer to help them carry them, then it's over and they will definitely get angry. Young men in ancient times did not have modern information circulation, so they naturally could not understand why women were so sensitive. They could only change it every time their wife got angry. I don't think there is anything wrong with this. After all, if they violated their wife's taboos and were told not to do it next time, their wives would be very surprised and satisfied. People who are originally gentle can't wait to be gentle to the core. As for men, having a wife and children on the hotbed is what they want. In addition, the family tradition in this village is very good, so everyone changed from "I'm so confused at the beginning, I feel like I didn't do anything wrong at the beginning." It became "Don't be angry, madam. I can do it. I will never make any mistake next time." Now, Lu Sheng, who was evolving smoothly, actually saw an unevolved species like Ji Chang's. When he thought about how his wife would get angry and lose her temper, Lu Sheng couldn't stop laughing with gloating. But then I thought about it, Mrs. Lin is quite pitiful. She is good looking and can make money from embroidery, yet she is so gentle and is a good hand at home and outside. But he happened to meet Ji Chang's, a bastard who didn't work and relied on women to support him. What's more, Ji Chang's is indifferent, but Mrs. Lin is easy to talk to. Ji Chang's may not have any reaction when she is angry. According to Lu Sheng's experience, if the wife is angry with her husband but does not take it seriously, then the 5 points of anger can rise to 8 points. Go. Although he wanted to see Ji Chang's jokes, Mrs. Lin had done nothing wrong, so why should she be angry with this guy? So, he coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "Ji Chang's, look at how happy Mrs. Lin is. I didn't expect you to go to town to buy clothes for your wife. The hint is obvious enough. Now Ji Chang's only needs to obey his words and agree to a word or two. While Lu Sheng lamented how he could be so kind and actually help Ji Chang's improve his family relationship, he was also dissatisfied with how someone like Ji Chang's could find such a good wife as Mrs. Lin. He even needs the help of an outsider to coax his wife, but it's useless. Then he heard Ji Chang say in the same standard indifferent tone, not specifically, just by the way. Just by the way. By the way. Just. Lu Sheng. He was simply stunned. There is still someone like Ji Chang's in the world. People put stumbling words in his mouth, but he refuses to answer and throws away all the stumbling blocks that were previously beneficial to him. Mrs. Lin is going to be so angry. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Qing sympathetically, and then he was shocked to find that not only was Lin Qing not angry, but there was even a little more tenderness on his face. With Ji Yuan's incident in front of her, she had already concluded that her husband was actually a bit straight. He loves Yuaner very much, but he has never shown it in the past 4 years. If Yuaner hadn't been so drunk this time and held the child close to her with guilt for a while, I'm afraid she wouldn't have discovered the truth about Nagasawa in another 4 years. It also hurts the children. Lin Qing thought that everyone has their own temperament. Some people are keen to express themselves, while others do not talk but only do. There are still some who do not talk and do not know what to do. I'm afraid this is the case with Nagasawa. Just like when he bought her clothes this time, he knew that she liked black clothes, but she didn't know where she exposed this. She had never mentioned it, nor had she bought a single piece of black clothing. Lin Qing thought, it must be the eyes. Maybe it was the way she looked at Yuaner's black clothes that gave it away. As for the husband, he didn't ask why she didn't buy it even though she liked it. Instead, he just silently left home and bought one for her. Lin Qing has already determined that her husband has a temperament that does not talk but only does. He just said it in passing and she didn't believe it. Why didn't he go to town when she didn't want black clothes before, but why did he go today? Lin Qing was stunned. She thought that maybe her husband knew that she only had responsibilities as a wife to him. She adopts an attitude that she doesn't care about anything other than her husband's responsibilities. Even if her husband cares about her and knows her attitude, he probably won't show it. After consciously thinking clearly, Lin Qing hugged the clothes and felt warm in her heart. Even the eyes he looked at Ji Chang's were full of tenderness. Thank you so much, husband. I know your thoughts and thank you for your hard work. Lu Sheng. Wait, this is different from what was promised. Angry. What about anger? What about the question you don't take me to heart at all? What about the hit you in the chest with the hammer comment? Mrs. Lin, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Glancing at the confused Lu Sheng, Ji Chang's took a step towards him, squinted his eyes and sniffed, and said in a calm and even disgusting tone, you smell so bad, you smell disgusting. Lu Sheng. You are the only one who stinks, I just took a shower yesterday. Seeing his denial, Ji Chang's moved his eyebrows slightly, but did not argue with him. He just turned to Lin Qing and said, go back. Because of his previous words, Lin Qing's eyes subconsciously fell on Lu Sheng. Speaking of the smell, she first thought of monsters, but after looking Lu Sheng up and down, she didn't find anything wrong. She would hide her ability as a demon slayer when she was outside, so as not to be noticed when she accidentally used it. Although this was a small village in a ravine, she was not afraid of anything less than 10,000. Lin Qing's ability is too strong. Even if he only leaks a little bit, as long as a demon slayer passes by, he will definitely find clues. So when she looked over, she saw that Lu Sheng had a rosy complexion and was in good spirits. He didn't look like he was provoking anything at all, so she didn't use her ability to investigate. My husband always liked to be clean, and Lu Sheng raised pigs at home. Maybe he just smelled the pig stench on Lu Sheng's body. Ji Yuan, who had been held by his mother's hand and listened obediently to what the adults said, also raised his face and followed his father's example and sniffed. After sniffing, he immediately wrinkled his face and covered his nose with the smell. "Uncle Lu Sheng, you smell really strong." If Ji Chang's was the only one who said this, Lu Sheng would have thought that this person must have disliked him and retaliated against him. But if it were Ji Yuan who was well behaved and sensible, he lowered his head slightly and sniffed his own scent suspiciously. "No, it's clean, just a little smelly of sweat." "Isn't it normal for men to smell like sweat?" "Lu Langjun, let's go back first. We are still cooking at home." Lin Qing greeted Lu Sheng, turned around and walked home with her husband and son. Lu Sheng was sniffing here and there, and while he was smelling, he heard Ji Chang say to Lin Qing in front of him, "You don't look good in your clothes today." Lin Qing looked down at her peach-pink clothes and agreed, "Husband, you have really good taste. Then I will listen to you and won't wear this dress in the future." Ji Chang's nodded, "Well, don't wear it in the future." Lin Qing, who had not wanted to wear clothes for a long time, but could not show off her uniqueness, thought in a good mood, now her husband has personally said that she does not look good. As a wife, it is normal for her not to want to wear clothes that her husband thinks are not good looking. "I can finally get rid of the peach pink color, so happy." Looking at her husband happily, Lin Qing suddenly found that her husband was quietly looking at her, who was secretly happy. His eyes were as calm as before, as if he knew everything and understood everything. Lin Qing was suddenly stunned. She suddenly realized that Ji Chang's didn't really dislike the clothes. He just saw that she didn't like it. Just like the black clothes. He saw that she liked black clothes, but it was difficult to buy them, so he bought them for her by chance. The same goes for the clothes she is wearing now. Since her husband can tell that she likes black clothes, he can also tell that she doesn't like them. He didn't know why she wore it even though she didn't like it. But he respected her, didn't ask, and didn't act like he didn't see it. Instead, as a husband, he helped her get rid of her peach fan in an honest way. Yes, respect. Only now did Lin Qing truly feel that Ji Chang's didn't actually have no feelings for her. His observation skills were so subtle that he might have already seen many things. He just didn't say anything or expose it, he just watched silently. After thinking about this, Lin Qing was shocked. She had always felt that Nagasawa was cold-tempered and didn't care what she did. She thought they were a plastic couple. But now, an idea suddenly came to Lin Qing's heart. Is it possible that her husband didn't care about what she did, but knew that she didn't want him to know what she did? So, were those thoughts and beliefs she had once misunderstood her husband? Lin Qing was really uneasy, she never expected it. She thought they were each getting what they needed, a plastic couple, but in fact, it was Nagasawa who tolerated her from the beginning. What about her? What did she do for Nagasawa? 4 years later, she didn't even know her husband or what he was doing silently. Lin Qing was silent for a while, calmed down, and then said, "Husband, thank you." Ji Chang's watched helplessly as Ji Chang said that Mrs. Lin's clothes were not good looking and that she was not allowed to wear them in the future. As a result, Mrs. Lin was not only not angry, but she happily agreed and even thanked Ji Chang's for Lu Sheng. His brain, which had been trained by his wife, was a bit out of control at the moment. Lu Sheng didn't think in any weird direction, he just thought that what Ji Chang said was good for women. Although he simply couldn't understand why saying that the clothes were not good looking could be turned into a good word. But we have encountered this kind of thing quite a lot in the past. For example, last time, Mrs. Lu Sheng said she wanted to eat celery. He said there was a lot of celery in the field, so he went to pick it for her to eat the next day. However, he forgot it the next day. He was afraid that the lady would be unhappy, so he said it would be available at dawn. Go pick it? Then the lady said, "No, just forget it if you don't want to pick it, I don't want to eat it either. When Lu Sheng heard that the lady didn't want to eat it, he immediately gave up the idea of picking celery at dawn and slept comfortably all night. When he woke up, he found that the lady had not slept all night and had two big dark circles under her eyes. The eyes looking at him were also full of anger. Lu Sheng asked her what was wrong, and she said it was okay. Asked her if she was angry, she said no. So Lu Sheng went to work in the fields with peace of mind. When he came back, chatting and laughing with his peers, he happened to meet his wife and went back together. As soon as she came back, she cried. He said that he didn't take her seriously at all, he just treated her like a woman who did laundry and cooking. If she wanted to eat a piece of celery, he wouldn't pick it. Lu Sheng, didn't you say that you don't want to eat anymore? When he asked this question, the lady became even more angry. She said those were angry words. Can't you even hear the angry words? Lu Sheng still didn't understand. As time passed, he gradually discovered it. Women are more sensitive and sometimes say things they don't mean. You talk to her in a nice and angry way, and she says you are mean to her. You asked her if she was angry, and she said no, but she was actually angry. You said you were going to pick vegetables tomorrow, and she said you didn't want it, but she still wanted it. She thinks that as she treats you with heart, you must also treat her with heart. But the problem is that although Lu Sheng understood this truth, he couldn't find where his wife treated her attentively several times. If the lady hadn't scolded him for wasting all her efforts last time, he wouldn't have known that the lady had spent more than a month making a dress for him. The stitches were done carefully and every thread was found and cut. In order to avoid hurting him, I specially washed it with hot water and then dried it in the sun. I let him wear it after it was soft and comfortable to wear. Then he said, "You have been working on these clothes for a long time. You need to learn needlework from my mother." The popular and always gentle woman pointed at him and scolded him for a long time. Even before, she was considerate of his hard work every morning. She gave him all the eggs to eat. She hadn't eaten an egg in 2 months, but she was so heartless that her words came out. After that quarrel, Lu Sheng realized that his wife had done so much for him. From then on, even if he couldn't understand the woman's thinking mode, he would still try his best to do things according to her thinking. So now, seeing that after Ji Chang said those words, Lin Qing not only praised him, but also looked extremely moved, Lu Sheng silently remembered it in his heart. He didn't think about it at all. Ms. Lin is so weird. She can be so happy like this. I'm afraid she's not used to being abused. Instead, it turns out that women also like to hear this kind of talk. They women are really weird. After reciting what Ji Chang's had just said several times in his heart, Lu Sheng returned home with confidence. At home, the lady was cooking. From time to time, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. When she fanned the fire, she was very careful not to let the ash get on her skirt. I don't know since when, she started to love cleanliness more and more. No matter how tired she was every day, she would wash herself fresh and refreshing. She even bought incense in the town and rubbed it carefully every day. Lu Sheng fully agreed with her doing this. After all, the lady has become fragrant and soft, isn't it him who enjoys the blessing? Husband, are you back? Ms. Liu's face showed joy when she saw her husband coming back. She put the fan aside, ran over with her skirt in hand, took out another handkerchief, and carefully wiped the sweat on his face. Yes, she disliked the strong smell of her husband's sweat. It was not like her own handkerchief, which wiped away the fragrant sweat, so she specially prepared another handkerchief, one for wiping her husband and one for wiping herself. Perfect. Naturally, Lu Sheng, who is 5 big and 3 thick, cannot discover this. He enjoyed his wife's gentle wiping of sweat and thoughtful words. Husband, thank you for your hard work. Come and sit down quickly. Come on, warm water with salt in it. I learned this from Mrs. Lin. She said that if you sweat a lot, drinking some salt water is good for your health and will make your body heal faster, have some strength. Pulling Lu Sheng to sit down, the Lu family's wife handed him a bowl of salt water, then picked up the cattail leaf fan for fanning, and fanned him gently. Is there a lot of work today? Look at how sweaty you are, and you still have food. No, why don't you take a sip of soup first? After being tricked by his wife, Lu Sheng's hard work all morning was wiped away, and he even felt a little light. He felt that his whole body was full of strength and he could still work for several more hours. Otherwise, it would be better to have a wife. Before marrying a wife, he had to work alone and lie paralyzed. How could he be like this now, with someone handing him water and fanning him? Before my parents lived with my eldest brother, they wouldn't have taken such meticulous care of him. Just because of his wife's kindness to him, even if she always had inexplicable flaws and always got strangely angry suddenly, Lu Sheng felt that it was worth it. Women are always sensitive, fragile, and thoughtful. Isn't it the same with other young wives in the village? Very normal. Thinking like this, Lu Sheng wanted to repay his wife well. He immediately thought of the perfect example of Ji Chang's. Thinking of Mrs. Lin's surprised, happy and grateful look, he felt confident. He coughed dryly, followed Ji Chang's example, looked at his wife and said, "The clothes you are wearing don't look good." The gentle smile on Mrs. Liu's face froze, and she forced a dry smile and asked, "Really? I bought these clothes newly." When Ji Chang said this, Mrs. Lin didn't reply like this. Lu Sheng already felt that something was wrong at this moment, but he continued to imitate Ji Chang's, coughed dryly, and said, "Don't wear it again in the future." The dry smile on Mrs. Liu's face could no longer be maintained, but she managed to ask, "What's wrong with you today?" "Lu Sheng, it's okay. I just want you to stop wearing these ugly clothes." After saying that, he waited for his wife to give him a gentle and grateful smile like Mrs. Lin did to Ji Chang's. As a result, he didn't expect a smile. When he raised his eyes, he saw his wife's eyes full of anger. Lu Sheng. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt as if he was flattering him in the butt this time. Sure enough, Mrs. Liu's eyes turned red, she pointed at his nose and cursed angrily, "I have never seen you so picky in the past. I have been choosing this dress for a long time. People say it looks good when I wear it. How come you are here? Isn't it nice here? Don't you want me to wear it? I think it's not that the clothes are not good looking in your eyes, it's that I'm not good looking. I said before that I would save money and make my own clothes, but you insist that you don't want me to work hard and ask me to go to the town and buy ready-made clothes. Okay. At that time, I just thought you were understanding of my hard work, but now that I have bought it, you are so picky. What, am I not worthy of this clothes? Do I deserve to wear coarse linen clothes for the rest of my life and be looked down upon by you?" She finished cursing in one breath, threw the handkerchief on Lu Sheng and turned away, looking extremely angry. Lu Sheng. According to his experience, if a lady is so angry, no one can comfort her for 3 to 5 days. Can. He obviously did what Ji Chang said. What he said and the tone when he said it were exactly the same. Why did Ji Chang's wife accept it happily? If it were his wife, she wouldn't be happy, but she would still be angry like this. Strange. Lu Sheng really couldn't figure it out and touched the back of his head with difficulty. After thinking for a while, he finally clapped his hands. Figured out? Look how stupid he is. Before Ji Chang said this, he had just bought a black dress for Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin also looked very happy at that time. Therefore, the poor effect just now must be because of the missing black clothes. Thinking about this, Lu Sheng hurriedly opened the door and went out, planning to go to town to buy his wife some black clothes before it was too late to coax her. Inside the house, when she saw him going out, Still in such a hurry, the anger on Madame Liu's face subsided a little. Judging from the direction the husband was walking, he must have gone to town to buy something for her to apologize. Humph, Mrs. Liu pulled her handkerchief and thought, since her husband is like this, it must not have been intentional before. She just doesn't blame him. She just didn't know what he was going to buy her to make amends. With the Liu family's wife looking forward to it, Lu Sheng came back. She was a little awkward but still looked forward to welcoming him. Then she saw her husband handing over a black dress that was so black that not even men might like to wear it. Gave it to her. Not only did he hand it over, he also smiled proudly. "Madam, look at the clothes I bought specially for you. Look how dark they are." Lu Sheng was very proud of the clothes he chose. He spent a long time choosing them. They were extremely dark. Look, they were as dark as his wife's face. Madam, why are you so dark-faced? You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 213. Lin Qing only heard on the second day that Lu Sheng had done something to annoy his wife, which made her cry angrily. When she woke up this morning, her eyes were full of black circles. Lu Sheng himself slept soundly and comfortably, but his wife became even more angry when she saw him the next day. She spent the whole morning doing embroidery work while crying to her daughter-in-law from the same village. Because Lin Qing had to take care of the housework, make money to support the family, and take care of the children, the young wives in the same village knew that she was busy, so they rarely came to her when they complained about such things, so she only found out about it in the afternoon. The person who told her this was a round-faced little daughter-in-law who was also born and raised in the village. When she got older, she married the husband she had grown up with. Although this mountain village is located in a remote place and every household is very poor, the good thing is that the village customs are very upright, and the family customs of each family are also very good. There is no such thing as a wife, except that the eldest son has to live with his parents. At the same time, the other sons will separate and live alone when they get married. I don't live with my parents-in-law. Although my husband can't read typing, he has very upright views and treats his wife very well. Everyone lives smoothly and the family is peaceful. Therefore, the women in the village here have become mothers-in-law. Both of them were newly married, and they all looked very young. Take this round-faced little daughter-in-law who gossips with Lin Qing. Although she has been married for a year, her words and deeds still have the coquettishness of an unmarried little girl. Xiao said loudly, "Brother Lu Sheng doesn't know what's wrong with him." When he got back from work, he actually disliked the Lu family's sister-in-law's clothes for not being pretty. That was the most beautiful thing in the ready-made clothes shop in town. The Lu family's sister-in-law was happy for several days after buying it back. She was already a little unhappy when brother Lu Sheng didn't compliment her on how beautiful the clothes were the day she bought it back, but he still said that. The Lu family's sister-in-law was so angry that she cried. She also said that she was going to town to find the sister of the incense shop this afternoon. Lin Qing didn't hear at all that the reason why Lu Sheng was crying about his wife was because he had learned from Ji Chang's. He nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, how can brother Lu Sheng say that Liu's sister-in-law's clothes are not good looking?" Although she sometimes didn't care much about the things that girls of the same age in the village cared about, she could understand the Lu family's sister-in-law being angry. It is not easy for people in the village to buy new clothes. Unlike Lin Qing, who is not short of money, it is not just the men in the village who have upright views. If these young wives or young girls want to buy new clothes, that all implies that they bought it with the money they earned from selling embroidery work. Of course, most men don't know. There are few men in the village who are as observant as Nagasawa. They are generally rough-tempered. Sometimes they don't even know that their wives have bought new clothes, let alone when they find out that their wives use them for embroidery work. Money to buy. This is something Lin Qing admires. The people in this village are very poor, but they are able to stick to their hearts. After men and women in the village get married, they usually give all the money at home to their wives. However, even though they have all the money in their hands, the women still insist on using the money they earn to buy some non-essential supplies for themselves. They often have to save money for a long time, make great determination, and then go to the town every day, carefully choosing for 5 or 6 days, and then ask the little sisters one by one for handkerchiefs, and only after making sure that everyone likes them, they get excited take your hard-earned embroidery money to buy it home. If it were a modern day, it would be like a girl who worked hard, scrimped and ate instant noodles and boiled cabbage for 3 months, and finally saved money to buy herself a useful tablet. Then my boyfriend said, "Look at what you bought. It's expensive and hard to use. It has so little memory, the picture is so bad, the pixels are not good, and the resolution is terrible. You are just spending money to find trouble. See if that girl is angry. Is it okay to hit someone if you're angry? If you have any objections, say it before you buy it. You have already bought it, and you can't return it. What's wrong with me? The Lu family's wife is in such a state. Before she bought it, she asked Lu Sheng specifically. He asked about everything, but after buying it, his opinions came out. What did you do early? She was so angry that the propeller exploded and rose into the sky. After finishing her business for the day, she ran to the incense shop in town to find advice from the proprietress. Lady boss. Hearing the round-faced daughter-in-law mention the proprietress for the second time, Lin Qing, who had never gone to an incense shop to buy incense, asked in confusion, "Is there an incense shop in town? Why have I never seen one before? It's open over there in the bamboo forest. You always go to Xiaozhuang when you go out, or you go back after buying something. Of course you don't know about it?" Seeing that she didn't know, the round-faced daughter-in-law immediately became energetic, took Lin Qing's hand, and suggested very seriously, "Sister Lin, why don't you also go to the incense shop?" Lin Qing, "I don't really like wearing incense, so forget it." "Oh no." The round-faced little daughter-in-law quietly looked around and saw that there were no men around, so she leaned into Lin Qing's ear and whispered, "Although that incense shop sells incense, we usually go there because of the proprietress. This proprietress is a pretty person. Well, not only is she beautiful, but she also knows how to enjoy the boudoir. She will teach us how to get along with our husbands." After we followed her instructions, our husbands are not as angry with us as usual, and their tempers are better than before. Very considerate. Lin Qing nodded, but still wasn't very interested. "Forget it, my husband and I are pretty good." Hearing what she said, the expression on the round-faced little daughter-in-law's face suddenly became subtle. She held Lin Qing's hand with some sympathy and said solemnly, "Sister Lin, it's okay. I know you think the relationship between husband and wife is okay. It's hard to talk about not getting along so well, but it doesn't matter. Tell me, I won't tell anyone else. Just believe me and listen to the boss lady. She is very powerful. Many of our little sisters have gone there. As long as it is a problem between husband and wife, just follow her instructions and she can solve it." Seeing that she seemed to have decided that she and Nagasawa were not on good terms, Lin Qing was dumbfounded. "It's really not necessary." Okay, her incense is also very good. Even if you don't need the boss lady's guidance, let's go and take a look at the incense. We just have nothing to do in the afternoon, right?" The round-faced little daughter-in-law didn't believe that Lin Qing didn't need it. She firmly believed that this must be because Ms. Lin felt that it was difficult to talk about the conflicts between husband and wife. She understands. At first glance, Ms. Lin is different from the women who grew up in the village. Her speech is gentle, her body is always fresh and refreshing, and she always looks calm no matter what happens. Such a good person must be very important. Facely. Anyway, take the person over first, and Mrs. Lin will definitely not be able to help asking when the time comes. Being led directly to the town by the hand, Lin Qing had no choice but to follow along. If she wanted to shake off the hand of the person in front of her, she could naturally do so. But thinking about it carefully, she really had nothing to do in the afternoon. She was free anyway. I was also idle and just thought I was going for a walk in the town. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way to the incense shop. From a distance, they saw a young woman walking out holding each other's hands, with a relaxed and happy face. What Sister Xiang said is that if I go back and cry to my husband according to her instructions, I will definitely cry with tears on my face. Hey, look at you, you even remembered the words wrong. It's the pear blossoms that bring the rain. Anyway, you just want to cry softly, and feel wronged, so that your husband feels sorry for you and feels guilty for being so cruel to you yesterday. Go, 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 it's raining and cold today, why are there still flies hitting me? I'm so annoyed. The two of them complained that there were more and more mosquitoes and flies recently, and left together. When they walked past Lin Qing, a scent of fragrance floated under her nose. Smell good. She subconsciously said something, and the round-faced little daughter-in-law next to her immediately said, "This is the incense made by the landlady herself. It's very easy to use. A little bit will make you smell good for a long time." As she said that, she blushed slightly, leaned close to Lin Qing's ear, and whispered, "Sister Lin, let me tell you quietly, if this incense is used for sexual intercourse, it will also have a very good effect." Lin Qing. She laughed dryly, "Really? That's really miraculous." The two of them stepped into the incense shop. Inside, there was an extremely gorgeous woman wearing a pink skirt and generously exposing her fragrant shoulders. She stood on the platform of the incense shop and said loudly to the women sitting below, "Author. Men. What you can't get is the best. You guys. In addition to dressing yourselves fresh and clean, and smelling good, you must also remember not to accept your husband's request every time he says he wants to be intimate with you. Remember, yes, every now and then, he says he wants it, and you say no. Don't be afraid that he won't be angry. Just find an excuse. For example, you're not feeling well and you have to get up early tomorrow, or you're angry or acting coquettishly. Just hit him in the chest with your fist. Don't worry. As long as you don't hit hard, speak a little coquettishly, and if you hit him, not only will he not be angry, he will also feel satisfied and happy. Come on. Remember, the words for acting coquettishly include, "It's annoying. Why are you like this? People won't like you if you keep acting like this." With that said, she jumped off the bench, crossed her legs, and said to the women below, "Sisters. Remember 3 maxims. With these 3 sentences, you are guaranteed to be invincible. Listen, brother, listen for a long time. Don't forget it when you go home." Lin Qing. As an experienced demon slayer, she looked at the woman above who was already trying to scratch her back with her legs, then put it down again when she remembered something, and silently turned on her ability. What a strong smell of male vixen. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 214. To be honest, Lin Qing was a little confused. As a demon exterminator, the demons I see most often are vixens. This is not because there are so many vixens, but simply because vixens cause the most trouble among the demons and are the most likely to be invited by the victim to call in an exorcist. After all, ordinary people don't know about the bird demon and turtle spirit. Everyone knows the fragrant and erotic stories that accompany the legend of the vixen. If you were to mention someone whose man was abnormal and seemed to be possessed by a goblin, 99% of the onlookers would be sure that it was the vixen who did it. Lynching has seen foxes at least 7 or 8 times. Although vixens can suck people's energy, most of them are not stupid. Who would catch a man sucking him? Sucking out his life would not only cast a haze on his spiritual path, but might also attract an exorcist to kill the fox. A human woman only needs one man. Naturally, they want all the vixens. Each of them sucks a little bit, without telling the other person that he or she will die. They also eat a lot of it, which is perfect. Among the 7 or 8 times lynching met, at least 5 of them were at the Kinglu. 3 times there were male foxes inside. Compared to the female foxes who could just find a prostitute to stay with, the male foxes were in a worse situation. The prostitute was not willing to take them in. If they wanted to have sex, they had to going around looking for prey by yourself is hard work, and you may be discovered at any time. And because he is a male fox, he cannot be pitied by others like a female fox when she suffers a misfortune, so her life is even harder. She could tell the difference between male and female. In the past, most female foxes were able to seduce men, so in addition to the smell of fox, there was also a fragrance that made men couldn't help but feel excited after smelling it. Male foxes don't have this skill, so when you smell it, you will smell body odor in addition to body odor. This is also the reason why lynching is confused. She has seen male foxes and female foxes, but she has never seen a male fox dressing up as a woman. A sneeze. Before she could figure out why such a male fox actually dressed up as a woman, she saw the male fox above stepped on the table with great interest. Regardless of whether she was still wearing a skirt, she stood on it with the hem of the skirt in hand. Didn't I say yesterday that I was going to teach you a dance that can only be danced by your husband? Come on, sisters, I'm going to show you a dance first. Remember, this dance can only be performed by your husband. If sisters who are not yet married watch it, they must wait until they get married before jumping to their husbands. He thought for a while, smiled softly, and reminded softly, but remember, before dancing, tell your husband that you learned this dance from your sisters specifically to show him, otherwise if you just dance like this, oh, he thought we were neither good nor bad. Lin Qing, who heard him speaking coquettishly, said. She closed her eyes and tried to hypnotize herself, male fox, this is a male fox. Then, the male fox wearing women's clothes clapped his hands above him, and 2 little girls who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old came out from behind. They all held musical instruments in their hands, and the one who looked like Coco Iai looked like a young girl, but Lin Qing only took one look and saw that they were 2 male rabbits. Lin Qing. Do fairies nowadays like to dress up as women? Fortunately, she had seen a lot of weird monsters anyway, so she wouldn't make a fuss over something like this. Seeing that the other women had found a place to sit down, the round-faced young daughter-in-law also pulled her to sit down. She said with excitement on her face, Sister Lin, it's a coincidence that you are here today. The boss lady dances beautifully. As she said that, she picked up the teapot on the table and poured a glass of water for Lin Qing and herself. Come, drink water. The lady boss is not only nice, but also very generous. This water is honey water, very sweet. Lin Qing sniffed it cautiously to make sure there was no weird stuff inside, then lowered his head and sipped at it, intending to wait and see what the male fox wanted to do by dressing up as a woman. As soon as she took a sip of water, she saw the male fox above him slowly twisting his body to the music, letting the clothes on both sides of his shoulders slide down. Lin Qing. All his white and tender shoulders were exposed. He straightened his waist forward to the sound of music, looked forward with seductive eyes, turned slightly, and turned sideways to face the women below. As the shaking, another layer of clothes fell off, revealing his waist was hidden inside. That waist is full and slender, let alone compared to men, it is much slender than most women. His small waist twisted like this. On his upper body, he stretched out his fair and beautiful fingers and slowly landed on his waist. Then step by step, he moved up suggestively, and finally landed on his red lips. Lynching. She was holding the water in her mouth blankly, watching with horror on her face as the male fox above actually opened his mouth, stretched out his pink tongue, and licked his fingers gently. Puff. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and all the water in her mouth squirted onto the ground. The young women who were watching the people above dancing were not happy. I know Sister Xiang is beautiful when she dances, but you don't have to react so much. Yes, the water squirted up to the edge of my skirt. Lynching quickly wiped her mouth and apologized. I'm sorry, everyone, please forgive me. She really couldn't forget that the woman dancing above was actually a male. She simply closed her eyes and opened them again. This time, what she saw was not the charming and gorgeous woman's costume, but the fox's true body. Lynching thought that this should make her feel better. As a result, I looked up. The male fox above was full of concentration and was not affected by the episode below at all. He still twisted his waist and danced coquettishly on top. Lynching covered her eyes, feeling her eyes hurt. To be honest, this dance is really beautiful. If, as the male fox said, the young ladies here learn to dance back home and show it to their husbands will definitely like it very much. But the problem is that what Lynching saw was the prototype of the male fox above. In Lynching's eyes, this was a red fox with a huge fluffy tail, its eyes were posing seductively on it, and from time to time it would stroke its own tail fur. In the eyes of young ladies, he was slowly twisting his butt and buttocks in a charming way. But in Lynching's eyes, they saw a male fox's butt facing them, his tail twisting around, his short legs standing up straight with great effort, and he would kick from time to time. The male fox on the stage finished dancing, opened his lips lightly, and lay down on the table very enchantingly. His front paws supported the fox's head, his eyes were slightly squinted, and his back paws were lifted up and then slowly lowered. The fox opened and closed its mouth and said, "Sisters and sisters, can you see clearly? Look, you can take off just like me, leaving only your belly band. Remember, don't take off all your clothes, leaving only half exposed. Only then can the husband at home like him the most." Lynching raised his head and took a look. The fox was really wearing a belly band with a mandarin duck playing in the water embroidered on it. "I can't bear to look at it, I can't bear to look at it." She lowered her head and stopped looking. She tried hard to stabilize her complicated and confused mind and raised her cup to drink water. As a result, her eyes were blind, but she couldn't stop the voice from above from reaching her ears. "In addition to teaching you this dance today, I also want to teach you a good method. You must have never imagined that today, I will teach you how to enlarge your breasts." Puff. Lynching sprayed honey water all over the ground again. She raised her eyes in disbelief and looked at the male fox above who was wearing a red belly band and spoke seriously, "Although the breasts are too big and it is difficult to move, most men like big breasts. I am really experienced in this." Lynching. Is it based on men's experience? The tone of the male fox above became passionate and even a little passionate. "So although I have flat chest, I can teach you how to enlarge your breasts. Let's encourage each other and work together to make your breasts bigger." Lynching. You're a male fox, why do you want big breasts? The stimulation she received today was so great that even she, who always thought she was well informed and had seen all kinds of weird things, couldn't bear it. The male fox above is already sitting on the table, raising his orchid fingers and starting to talk about his breast enlargement experience. Lynching's mind was filled with blankness after hearing this. With trembling hands, he picked up the cup on the table and drank it tremblingly. The round-faced young daughter-in-law next to her didn't know what was going on, so she held her hand and said, "Sister Lin, look at the boss's wife, her breasts are really flat." Lynching, Yes, very flat. Injustice is the real hell. She had been forcing the male fox to finish his lecture, and then the fiery red fox jumped down from the table with satisfaction, took out rows of fragrant pills in wooden bottles, and put them in front with a smile. This is my newly made fragrant pill. After you use it, just rub it on your body and the fragrance will always be retained. It is light and elegant enough. I guarantee that your husband will like it. Come on, sisters, if you want to buy it, buy 2 bottles and get 1 free. Upon hearing this, the young ladies below immediately stepped forward with joy on their faces. I want to buy, I want to buy. Sister Xiang, my husband really likes the fragrance you prepared last time. Can you prepare another bottle and sell it to me? They walked past Lin Qing, and Lin Qing sniffed. Sure enough, it all smelled like fox. The strongest smell is naturally the so-called fragrant pills placed above. Finally we have reached the critical point. Lin Qing hurriedly rubbed his eyes that had suffered too much today, sneezed, and followed the troops forward, buying a bottle and holding it in his hand. The round-faced little daughter-in-law also bought a bottle and held her arm with satisfaction. Sister Lin, we have also bought the fragrant pills. Let's go back. Look, I said it was right to come here. The boss lady is not only a nice person but also teaches us the way to get along with your husband. The incense is easy to use and cheap. Such a big bottle only costs 3 cents. Isn't it a good deal? Seeing her put the bottle under her nose and take a deep, intoxicating sniff, Lin Qing's expression froze slightly, and she almost vomited out due to the smell of body odor. You should go back first. I also want to go to the school in the town to find out how old my child can be before he enters school. My Yuaner is also old. His father and I want to send him to school. The round-faced little daughter-in-law had not given birth yet and was really not interested in this matter. She nodded happily and said, okay, I'll go back first. Sister Lin, just go back if you ask, but don't stay out too late. Lin Qing nodded to her, watched her leave, looked back at the still very busy incense shop, turned around and walked onto the street, shopping until dusk. She guessed that it was almost time, and then she went to a shop to buy something. He picked up a bamboo hat, put it over his head, and walked back quietly. Unmarried girls would always wear a bamboo hat when going out, so it was not strange for her to blend in among them. Lin Qing walked straight into the incense shop. Inside, the proprietress was lying comfortably on the table to rest, and 2 little girls were sitting next to her. Count coins 1 coin at a time. Seeing someone else come in, one of the girls closed her mouth and said nothing, but tugged on the sleeve of the proprietress. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you not to disturb my sleep? The male fox shouted impatiently and reluctantly opened his eyes. When he saw a guest coming, he immediately held his throat and said in a very soft tone, this girl, our incense shop is here. It's time to close, please come back tomorrow. Lin Qing pretended not to hear, walked in, and silently closed the door. Before the foxes and rabbits could show doubts on their faces, she got straight to the point. Since you have been able to cultivate into a human form, you should know that it is not easy to cultivate, so why do you put the bad smell on your body into incense pills and sell them to ordinary people? The charming smile on the male fox's face immediately disappeared, and he suddenly stood up and sat up. Exorcist. Lin Qing just went out for a casual stroll this time, so naturally she didn't wear any commonly used magic weapon. However, the hairpin on her head could be regarded as a magic weapon. Seeing the male fox's face as if he was facing an enemy, she slowly took off the hairpin. In front of him. Exactly. You spread the bad luck to ordinary people. It's okay if the time is short. If the time is longer, the people who use these fragrant pills will be unlucky. They are just ordinary people. If they are unlucky enough, they will lose their lives. If you stop now, I won't take action. The male fox smiled tenderly, "It's just you who's joking? You're so young, but you still want to meddle in my business? Today, I'll let my sister teach you how to be a good person. Lin Qing, I know you are a male, there is no need to pretend." Male fox. His voice immediately became rough, "Oh, even though you are young, you still have some ability. You can actually see my true identity. But do you think you can control me if you can see my true identity? Gillian Allen, come on. Let this demon slayer take a good look at the abilities of our brothers." The two little girls shook their heads. One of them took out a long branch from his ear, sneered at Lin Qing, and spoke in a thick and fierce voice like a male fox. "Ha! The demon slayer. My sister, cough, what the two brothers hate the most in their lives is the demon slayer. Today, since you have installed yourself, come and see what our rabbit demon is capable of." "Aha!" The two shouted loudly, jumped up, put their legs together, and kicked towards Lin Qing with full elasticity. Lin Qing frowned, dodging while using his abilities and martial arts to deal with the two of them. As soon as she got started, she was shocked to find that these two rabbit demons were actually very advanced, far exceeding the total cultivation level of the monsters she had captured before. This is at least 1,000-year-old monster. If there was a real fight, even her former sect leader would have to weigh it. Even if she added a magic weapon, she could barely cope with it, let alone without a magic weapon now. Moreover, these two rabbits obviously respect the fox. They have been practicing for thousands of years. What about the fox dressed as a woman? Lin Qing gritted her teeth, thinking non-stop in her heart, and her men were not slacking off either. The male fox was a little surprised. "Oh, you are so young, you can actually fight with my Gillian Allen for so long? Those elders and leaders of the Demon Slayer sect may not be able to fight with them." He became interested, crossed his long legs and scratched his ears. "Why have I never heard of a character like you in the Demon Slayer? Tisk, it's a good thing you're young, otherwise I'd really ask you to practice again. In 10 or 20 years, my Gillian Allen may not be your rival. Brother, why are you praising him?" Gillian's voice was loud and gruff. "These demon slayers are the most annoying. They are so annoying, and you still praise them." Alan also yelled angrily, and his fist suddenly turned into rabbit paws, and he grabbed at Lin Qing fiercely. "You demon slayers just like to meddle in other people's business. Today I, Alan, will let you know, nosy business, it's not something anyone can control." Lin Qing was forced to take a few steps back, but still refused to back down. He gritted his teeth and faced the two men directly. They fought back and forth for a while. The male fox felt bored and yawned. "Okay, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Little exorcist, please remember. Don't do it next time with such a short-sightedness. He dares to mess with any kind of monster." After saying that, he waved his hand gently, and Lin Qing felt like he was being swept up by a force and thrown out of the incense shop. Cough, cough, cough. She covered her chest and coughed a few times. She was not injured, but she was a little exhausted and had difficulty getting up. She struggled to stand up, pursed her lips, glanced at the incense shop, and limped away. When a demon is about to undergo a catastrophe, bad luck will always be born and accompany it. To put it simply, bad luck can bring misfortune to demons, such as stepping on the sky and being hit by a bird when going out. In serious cases, thunder will strike wherever you go. The more serious the disaster, the worse the bad luck. If the demon wants to dispel the bad luck, it can only find people who are willing to take away the bad luck and let them share their bad luck. It's just that the demon who spreads the bad luck feels relaxed, but the person who takes it has to see if there is much bad luck in his hand. If it's less, it's just unlucky. You'll attract mosquitoes and flies when you go out, and you'll always encounter leeches when weeding. These little things love to haunt people who are suffering from bad luck. If you were a little higher, you would be sitting on a chair. The chair happened to be broken. You were cooking a meal. It rained as soon as the fire was lit. You had to put on new clothes. They hadn't even been put on for a whole day and they would tear big holes. These are not bad, although property is damaged, no injuries are caused. No more will do. While walking on the road, I would fall on the ground, eat vegetables, and suddenly bite a stone and break my teeth. Even when sleeping, I might roll out of bed and be covered in bruises. Further up, there is a real bloody disaster. There is a high chance that people will die. What Lin Qing is worried about is that this male fox has been giving local women fragrance pills continuously, allowing them to spend money to buy bad luck without knowing it, and finally die inexplicably. And when she asked, the fox didn't deny it, and even thought she was nosy. Therefore, he really planned to spread the bad luck on the women here regardless of it, and let them be the scapegoats. Lin Qing clenched her fists. The people here are simple and honest, and people in the town and in the villages are all warm and friendly, kind, and not mean-spirited. Since she came here, she has been more or less taken care of by them, even if she doesn't really need this care. Let her watch these innocent women die tragically because of the fox? Impossible. She stood firmly on her feet, gritted her teeth and walked home. Maybe, with the formation and magic weapon, she could stop them. When he got home, Ji Chang's was watching Ji Yuan riding in the yard. When he saw her coming back, the cold man raised his eyes. When he was about to lower his head, he paused and frowned slightly. Are you injured? Yes, I didn't see the road clearly when I just came back and accidentally fell. It doesn't matter. Lin Qing had put down the hand covering her chest when she first entered the village, but her legs still couldn't use any strength, so she could only limp this way. She also thought about the reason. The roads in the village were always very rocky, and it was normal for people to fall if they didn't see clearly. Yet, she didn't know if it was Lin Qing's misunderstanding, but she always felt that after discovering that she was injured, her husband's tone of voice was a little cooler than before. Where did you go today? Why did you come back so late? Lin Qing did not say that she went to the incense shop, but said with a smile, I went shopping in the town with Mrs. Zhou, and it turns out that I was unlucky today. I didn't see anything I wanted to buy after shopping for a long time. When I came back, I also fell down, so it seems it's not a good time to go out today. Sit down and let me take a look. Ji Chang's couldn't help but pull Lin Qing to sit on a stool in the yard. He squatted on one knee and touched her knee. After touching it, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he looked up at Lin Qing, who smiled and said he didn't feel any pain. Madam, where have you been? Not only did you fall, but you also smell bad. Did Nagasawa smell that fox? As soon as Lin Qing came up with this idea, she dismissed it herself. How could it be possible? Nagasawa was an ordinary person. The smell of rabbit urine from when the two rabbits hit her with branches must have stuck to her body. The smell on the instrument will not be masked. After thinking about it, she smiled and said, I met a wild rabbit on the way back and stepped on its urine, which may have caught the smell. Ji Chang's responded with a calm voice, it's a rabbit. Yes, rabbits, one day I will go to the mountains to set traps and see if I can catch a few and bring them back to eat. Lin Qing spoke in a normal way. Good. After she finished speaking, she heard her husband respond lightly. Then he said, I'll find some time to catch rabbits. Lin Qing found it funny. Husband, you have never learned how to set a trap or how to catch rabbits, so let me go. I go there often and I am familiar with the road over there. What Lin Qing said is true. Although she worked diligently to maintain the illusion that our family is just an ordinary family, it was naturally impossible for her to really see her husband and son being greedy for meat but unable to eat it. So she often used the excuse to go to the mountains to collect wild vegetables, and then make traps on the way. Actually she did it with her bare hands due to her strong martial arts skills, and from time to time she would bring some rabbits and pheasants back to improve the food for her family. Therefore it is most appropriate for her to go to the mountains. Besides, Ji Chang's is not in good health. Lin Qing is not worried about her weak and ordinary husband going to the mountains where wild beasts are infested. Even if the big wild beasts do not appear, there are many small wild beasts there. What if the husband is frightened? When Ji Chang's heard this, he didn't know what he thought of. He raised the corners of his mouth in a rare way and showed a faint smile. He looked up at Lin Qing and said, "Okay, then I'll let you hunt the rabbit." Well, my husband is indeed greedy for meat. Lin Qing was definitely done with this idea, so she decided to take some time to go up the mountain, catch some rabbits and pheasants, and bring them down to give her husband a teething ceremony. "I'm going to take a bath. I'll let my mother boil some water and give you a bath too. Do you want to take a bath?" The faint smile on Ji Chang's lips faded. After hearing this, he just said, "It doesn't stink now. I'll wash it off at night." Lin Qing was confused for a second. "My husband doesn't work, so it won't stink at night." She didn't think much, agreed and entered the house. After she entered the house, Ji Chang's went to the kitchen and said to the old puppet lady who was busy working, "I'll go out and you take care of Yuan." The old lady responded with a smile, "Hey, okay, come back early. It looks like it's going to rain. Remember to bring an umbrella." Ji Chang's nodded, took a paper umbrella, and walked slowly along the road to the path. He saw the round-faced young daughter-in-law in front of him sitting under the tree collecting the soles of her shoes. He walked up and asked, "Mrs. Joe, today? Have you gone shopping with my wife?" Seeing him asking this question, Mrs. Joe nodded in confusion, "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. I'm just happy to see my wife back. She said she wanted to go there next time, but she was afraid of spending money and changed her words and said she didn't want to go. So I wanted to ask you, where did you go shopping today and where did you find your wife? If you like something, I'll take her there next time, maybe she'll be happy." Madame Joe clapped her hands, "Brother Ji, you have such good intentions. If Sister Lin knows that you are so considerate, she will definitely be happy even if she doesn't go shopping." Ji Chang stood there quietly, listening to her. "Today I took Sister Lin to the incense shop in Zulin in the town. After that, Sister Lin said she wanted to go shopping by herself, so she asked me to go back first. So I don't know where she went afterwards, but I guess she must have liked that incense shop. She even bought a bottle of incense pills. But those fragrant pills are very cheap, only 3 renminbi per bottle. Are you reluctant to give it up to Sister Lin? If it's really because of those fragrant pills, Brother Ji, you have to persuade Sister Lin. If you buy such a cheap and useful thing, you can't bear it, it'll take a long time." After hearing what she said, Ji Chang's nodded, "I understand." Lin Qing didn't bring any fragrant pills when she came back. He said, "You said the fragrant pills are so good, have you bought them yourself?" "Of course, I also bought a bottle. It's very useful. Sister Lin must like it." If you persuade her and still don't buy it, you can also go directly to the incense shop and buy it as a gift for her. Although she is afraid of waste, but if it's from you, I'll definitely like it. "Thank you." Ji Chang's thanked him. He took another look at the young woman in the village in front of him who was smelling of body odor and a hint of bad luck, and he already guessed 80% of it. After thanking him, he wandered out of the village. After wandering to the town, following the bamboo forest, I found the incense shop. He stepped forward steadily, raised his hand, and knocked gently. After a while, the door opened. The male fox, who looked coquettishly and dressed charmingly, opened the door impatiently. When he saw that the person standing outside was actually a man, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Young master, are you here to buy incense?" "Good man. Men are more resistant to mold and can disperse more mold. I don't buy incense. Ji Chang stood outside the door holding an umbrella. His fair face and calm eyes looked at the charming woman opposite. Did you hurt my wife? The male fox was confused at first, but when he realized what he was doing, the expression on his face suddenly changed from the coquettish one to the rude one. Hey, you guys are here in a group. What? Your wife is overestimating her abilities. You are a weakling scholar. Do you want to be beaten too? Beat. Ji Chang smiled. He slowly put away his umbrella, used it to support the ground, and tilted his head towards the male fox. That's not necessary. My wife has always had a strong will to win, but she said she would beat you personally. I asked you demon slayers, can you stop pretending like you are so powerful every day? You are just a human being in your 10s or 20s. Do you really think that your talent and hard work can make you capable of defeating me, a spiritual person? The male fox really didn't have the patience to beep with the demon slayer. After he finished complaining, he hit Ji Chang's in the face with his palm, intending to repeat the same trick, just like he did with Lin Qing before, knocking the person out. As a result, when his palm came out, it was as if there was no use at all, and there was not even a breath of wind. This frail-looking human was still standing there without batting an eyelash. Male fox. He subconsciously used his demon power to detect what state Ji Chang's had reached now. But after the demon power passed, they all disappeared into the sea, as if they were swallowed by something. You? How could that happen? His face showed the horror that was not part of the plan. He couldn't help but take a step back and looked at Ji Chang's with shock in his eyes. Aren't you a demon slayer? Ji Chang's held the umbrella and walked directly into the incense shop. The male fox, who was still proud and arrogant before, quickly took a step back. He watched helplessly as this weak-looking human stepped in step by step. After entering, he turned around and closed the door. Male fox, you, don't think that this little trick can scare me. Grandpa, I have traveled all over the world and seen a lot of people. What kind of people have I never seen? You want to scare me with this little trick? Not yet we're able. Ji Chang's, who was addicted to Zhuang Bi, didn't waste any time talking to him and just slapped the umbrella head to the ground. Boom. All the floor tiles were shattered, and all the surrounding tables and chairs collapsed. These were just the things that were affected, not to mention the male fox who faced the power of the umbrella. He couldn't dodge, so he could only use his big tail to block it in front, but he still couldn't resist it and was hit hard. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out from his fox mouth. With a look of horror on his face, the male fox turned into his prototype and lay on the ground, staring at the man opposite him who didn't even change his posture. How is this possible? How could he not be able to block even one move? When did such a powerful person appear among human beings? Why has he never heard of it from other demons? The two rabbits rushed out when they heard the noise, glanced at the eldest brother who was vomiting blood, looked at each other, and used their special move to sprint to Ji Chang's feet. The rabbit kicks off the eagle. Accompanied by their rough roars, Ji Chang's didn't even look down. He only opened his umbrella and pointed it at the two rabbit demons on the ground. Boom. Another sound. There were no more two rabbits on the ground, leaving only two rabbit-shaped pits on the ground. The ears are still drooping. Seeing Ji Chang's not even looking at the ground, he closed his umbrella and went underground again. The male fox became anxious and hurriedly got up and glided to his side. Suddenly stretched out the fox paw. He hugged Ji Chang's legs. Brother. Big brother. Uncle. Grandpa. You are my grandfather. Please keep the rabbit under my grandfather. Although my three brothers speak a little arrogantly and look like bad guys, they are not polite to your wife. A little bit, but we are really good monsters who have never harmed anyone. Without waiting for Ji Chang's to ask, he came out completely bald. We did use fragrant pills to disperse the bad luck, but the three of my brothers are pure in nature and do things in a measured way. We will never let these bad luck cause anything to happen to those women. If you don't believe me, go ask among the monsters. We always change places after we work. We never stay in the same place for too long. We'll stop doing this before those bad things turn into a bloody disaster. Oh, yes, and also, when your wife came here before, we didn't deny it, but we didn't admit it either. It's just that, as you know, monsters never like slayers, of course. Although I don't like other exorcists, I like your wife. Ji Chang's frowned and looked down at him unkindly. Do you like my wife? No, 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 no. The male fox was shocked and quickly denied. I mean, respect. Respect. Really, believe me, I have never harmed anyone, Grandpa. If you are so generous, just let us three brothers go. Please, really. If you don't believe me, look at me. If I really have that harmful intention, why would I dress up like this just to get good grades among women, right? Right, look at my two brothers, they are both 8 tall and strong men. If we didn't want to harm others, why would we do this? Ji Changs, if you want me to let you go, you can. Come here. The next day, Lin Qing, who had recovered, adjusted his condition and made sure that all the magic weapons he brought were sufficient and everything was safe before he gritted his teeth and set off. No matter what, she had to stop that male fox from harming ordinary people. Before leaving, Lin Qing glanced at her son who was still sleeping and her husband who was sleeping in the house. With a heavy heart, Lin Qing opened the courtyard door. Also, to protect her family. Arriving at the incense shop, Lin Qing took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. Come out, today, Grandma, you are here, Grandma. A big red fox glided quickly to Lin Qing's feet and prostrated. Grandma. Hit me, Grandma. 2 muscular rabbits also rolled over. Grandma. Hit us. We will never cry out for pain. Come on. After saying that, they stuck out their plump rabbit butts and looked like they were ready to be beaten and scolded. Lin Qing. She looked at the fox and rabbit, and then at the incense shop plaque. Did you go to the wrong door? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 215. Lin Qing was really confused. She took a few steps back warily and looked at the demons in front of her who were crying and begging her to beat them. What are you doing? Trap? It must be a trap. Demons like to play with people's hearts. Maybe this is a new way they came up with to deceive her. The male fox has turned into a prototype. At this moment, his tail is wagging wildly, and he flatters, Grandma, the 3 demons, thought carefully after you left yesterday. This is really not the right thing to do. Grandma, you also want to prevent us from harming people's lives? If we take someone's life, wouldn't it mean that we will have evil forces on us, and we won't be able to survive the tribulation when the time comes? So you are obviously doing it for our own good. Yesterday, we not only failed to appreciate Grandma's kindness, but also treated Grandma with such disrespect. It is really not a good thing to do. So today, after thinking about it, we thought that we should let Grandma give us a beating to vent our anger, so as to calm down Grandma for being so kind to her. I feel guilty for repaying kindness with revenge. Lin Qing. Is she kind to these 3 monsters? She simply didn't want those young ladies to get bad luck for no apparent reason and then become scapegoats for no apparent reason. Does this fox really think so? No way. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, it's not like he's still a fool. Even though she was silly and sweet, Lin Qing always felt that their faces changed a little too quickly. She cautiously walked to the door in small steps, holding the magic weapon tightly in her hand, intending to say something according to the fox's words, but she couldn't do it anyway. Just let the fox know that she noticed. Practice is not easy. As soon as she raised her head, the male fox over there took over the conversation. That's right, practice is not easy. How can we destroy the great realm we have worked so hard to achieve just for temporary happiness? Lynching. She changed her sentence, those who are demons. That's right, those who are demons have to practice for more than 100 years before they can become demons. They should act openly and openly. We can practice well even if we practice hard, so why do we have to harm others? Don't worry, Grandma, I understand, we don't harmful, we are good monsters. Lynching. Why does this male fox say these official words more skillfully than she, a demon slayer? He had finished speaking, and she could only rack her brains to come up with another sentence in her mind. It's fine that you know this, as long as you. The male fox immediately raised his paw. Understood. I will definitely be a good demon in the future, practice hard, do more good deeds, accumulate merit, and become an out-and-out good demon. Lynching's eyes were subtle. How do you know so much? Hey, I've been living for a long time. I've never met any demon slayers. They keep saying the same thing over and over again. I can recite it by heart and they don't change their words. You slayers are just like that. Those who don't know how to adapt are not like us monsters. That's called a person who adapts to the situation and makes every choice. Listening to a series of idioms coming out of the male fox's mouth, Lynching said. These seem to be derogatory terms, right? As the male fox was talking, he suddenly realized that he had also told Lynching, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. Of course, you are different. Look at you, like the bright moon and the stars in the sky. Just one look at your beautiful face, I almost suspect that you are the Chang'e from the sky who has come down to earth. You are so beautiful that you can't even stand. The ears of the two rabbits that were still sticking out their buttocks also stood up, and they responded with their rough, strong, manly voices. That's right, I'm afraid you are the Chang'e fairy in the sky. If you are willing, my two brothers are willing to be your jade rabbits and protect your beautiful face at all times. Lynching, how do you see what I look like when I'm wearing a bamboo hat? The three demons who were crazily advocating and trying their best to flatter her choked. It was the male fox who was the most experienced, and he immediately spoke up again. Of course it's because of your beautiful face and temperament, Grandma. The bamboo hat can't cover up your beauty and taste. We believe that your appearance under the bamboo hat will captivate the country, alluring and stunning. He truly believed this. After all, if she wasn't a great beauty, why would that guy with terrifying strength treasure her so much? Lynching naturally didn't know the inside story. She realized that these monsters seemed to have no conspiracy, and asked hesitantly, then you won't spread bad luck to the women here in the future, right? No. Of course not. The male fox was serious and forced a righteous expression on the fox's face. Grandma, don't worry, we are also well-trained demons, not those bad demons who are not practicing seriously and just want to take shortcuts. Yesterday we just followed. Grandma was just kidding, we actually plan to move out after a while and find a new place to spread the bad luck, and then move to another place when the time is up. Grandma, don't worry, we all do things in a measured way and we won't stay in one place for long. Even though I originally wanted to stop selling the musty scented pills and play here for a while because I liked the folk customs here, I no longer want to. There was such a terrifying evil god living here, and they didn't dare to stay long. On the surface, the evil god looked cold and indifferent, but when he took action, his aura seemed to treat them like ants. They had offended his wife. There was no guarantee that if the evil god didn't pursue the case now, he would think about it one day in the future. We'll rush to the door to deal with them. The male fox's thousands of years are not in vain. In those days, most of the demon exterminators were not as good for nothing as they are now. They were able to exterminate demons that were thousands of years old, and they didn't even need to send out older disciples. In such an unfavorable environment for the demon clan, how could he and his two rabbit brothers survive safely until now? Isn't that just relying on being able to bend and stretch? When they met the demon slayer who followed the demon's aura, the three of them immediately knelt down and cried for mercy. Even if the opponent's cultivation level is actually not as good as theirs, it doesn't stop them from hugging their thighs and crying, begging for innocence. After all, they had been working diligently and witnessed many monsters acting arrogantly when they saw that the other party's cultivation level was low. As a result, the young disciple was beaten and turned back to call his master. It can be said that after beating the young one, the old one comes. If the old one cannot be beaten, then there can be an older one. During that time, when the three demons saw whoever they were kneeling down on, they hugged each other's legs with ease. Later, as time went by, those demon slayers with different abilities failed to survive their lifespans and died one after another. The younger generation is not as powerful as the older generation. It's a coincidence that the less powerful they are, the more they want to scheming. They are obviously demon slayers, killing harm for the people and acting chivalrously and righteously. However, in recent years, most of the demon slayers with high status are obsessed with fighting for power and profit, framed up and framed. As a result, the already declining demon slayer fell even further. Young disciples with better talents and higher cultivation will definitely be framed and destroyed unless their biological father and mother are respected demon slayers. The older ones, who were innocent and kind-hearted, couldn't play with their peers, so they left the sect in anger and wandered around. Naturally, most of the rest were those who loved power. Watching the decline of the demon slayers, even the most powerful and senior demon slayers could not defeat them. Only then did the three hiding demons begin to roam among humans openly. After they came out, they discovered that not only was the demon slayer side in decline, but the demon side was also in decline. When they were still little goblins, the great demons of thousands of years were everywhere. But now, those great demons were eliminated and ascended. Now they can only call everyone daddy when they see them. The little goblin who was born has actually made it to the top of the demon world. Of course, no matter how awesome their current status is, the cowardice they had back then will always remain in their hearts. Otherwise, if it were a big demon with a high status from the beginning, even if Ji Chang's beat him a dozen times, he would still be stubborn and refuse to bow his head. A coward like a male fox, who almost shouted for his father all the way, could kneel down so quickly. Grandma, don't worry, we will leave tomorrow without delaying for a second. And if we move to other places in the future, we will never spread the bad luck wantonly, don't worry. The demon cooperated so well that Lin Qing, who was already prepared to be seriously injured and sacrificed, did not react until now. She was stunned for several seconds before saying, I hope you keep your word. Of course, don't worry. We will definitely not lie to you. If we lie to you, we will not be able to survive the catastrophe and become dead foxes and dead rabbits. The demon's oath is very powerful. Once the oath is taken, heaven will sense it, and a thunder flashes, which means I make the decision and I will give you a witness. Lin Qing really didn't expect the male fox to be able to do this. When she looked up again, she saw the fox's face was frank, with a look of I have a clear conscience. Is it really just her overthinking? Or are the monsters in recent years so weird? Although he was full of doubts in his heart, the fox had finally sworn the oath of heaven. Lin Qing was relieved and saluted the three monsters with fists in his hands. Well, it's me who's bothering you. Thank you all. After saying that, she turned to leave. Just as I turned around to open the door, I heard the male fox behind me, wait. Lin Qing's body tensed up instantly, and she quietly tightened her grip on the magic weapon in her hand. She slowly turned around and secretly said on guard, what else can I do? The male fox lay on the ground flatteringly, his butt pointed at her, and turned his head with difficulty. "Grandma, you haven't beaten us yet." "Yes, yes, Grandma, please hit us, you're welcome." The two rabbits responded and twisted their plump rabbit buttocks. Seeing a fox and two rabbits opposite her with their buttocks raised towards her, as if they were ready to be beaten and scolded by her, Lin Qing's eyes twitched. "No need. Since you didn't intend to harm anyone, why should I hit you? You want what you want." Seeing that she was unwilling to fight, the male fox suddenly became anxious. How could they not beat them? The ancestor had said that he would let his wife beat them to vent their anger. Yesterday my brother Sanyeo was rude to Grandma and beat her out. Today we have said it all. We naturally have to apologize. Grandma, come on. If you hit us, treat it as our apology. Looking at those three plump buttocks, Lin Qing really couldn't do it. Forget it, I was the one who came to the door yesterday recklessly. My skills are not as good as those of a demon, so I have nothing to apologize for. I'll leave first. After saying that, she really didn't want to see those three fat buttocks again, so she quickly opened the door and walked out. Seeing her like this, the three demons immediately became anxious and hurriedly chased after her. "Grandma, don't leave. Let's discuss it again. If you don't like spanking, you can spank our tails and paws. If that doesn't work, you can also spank our heads." Although the three demons were anxious, they did not lose their sense of proportion. When they went out, they transformed into human forms and followed Lin Qing around to persuade her. "Really, Grandma, our butts are easy to beat. When we were children, those big butts were the demon boss likes to take us back and beat us when we are unhappy. After the beating, we will feel happy." At that time, there were also pheasants, turtles, and harpies who were captured with us. They felt uncomfortable beating them, and they were all eaten by the big monsters. In the end, only 3 of us were not eaten. As he spoke, he proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Later, when we started our own business, the big demon sometimes flew to the top of the mountain where we lived for 3 days and 3 nights to beat us when he was in a bad mood." Lin Qing. Why can you treat being beaten as something very honorable? Seeing that he had brought out such excellent experience in resisting beatings, Lin Qing remained indifferent, and even looked at him with a hint of sympathy. The male fox became anxious. The woman in gorgeous clothes and 2 little girls followed Lin Qing anxiously, and kept trying to persuade her. "If Grandma, you don't like beating monsters, how about I apologize in other ways? I teach you how to dance? Or, how about I give you gold and clothes? Grandma, look at you, you are all in black. Yes, I know that the clothing store in town has a new set of peach pink clothes. They are beautiful. Although they are expensive, I am not short of money, so I will buy them for you." It was hard to get rid of the peach pink Lin Qing. "I don't need to apologize. You can go back. That's okay. You don't want the clothes. For the jewelry, go to the jewelry store." The male fox was trying hard to persuade, but he heard a familiar devil's voice coming from the front, "Lady." His body was shaken, and he changed from a chattering fox to a stiff fox, standing still and not daring to move. The same goes for the 2 rabbits behind him. If they hadn't remembered that this ancestor said that he didn't want them to reveal his identity, I'm afraid they would have knelt down immediately. "Husband." Lin Qing looked at the frail man holding an umbrella in front of him in surprise, and hurriedly jogged forward. "Why are you here? I saw it was raining at home, and I noticed that you didn't bring an umbrella, so I told you to come to the town to look for it. I didn't expect such a coincidence that you were indeed in the town." While Ji Chang spoke calmly, he held an umbrella and looked at the 3 demons in front of him who were standing stiffly, trying to run away from their emotions but telling them not to run away. "Who are these?" Lin Qing's attention had just fallen on her husband. She was reminded that these 3 monsters had seen her husband. She was already wary of them, but now that they saw her husband's true appearance, how could she not be worried in her heart? Almost immediately, Lin Qing stood in front of Ji Chang's. It seemed ordinary, but in fact he looked at the three demons opposite him with vigilance. It's just the people from the incense shop. I went to the incense shop just now to see it. They came to see me off. Yeah. Ji Chang's tone was always calm, even when he was asking questions, there was no tone fluctuation. I just saw that they seemed to be pestering you. No. The male fox sensitively caught the dangerous meaning in the sentence, and quickly straightened his waist. I misunderstood, it was us who offended my mother yesterday. Didn't I apologize to you today? Yes, I just wanted my wife to forgive us and let us compensate. That's it? Ji Chang's nodded and looked at the male fox. A cold light flashed in his eyes that only the three demons opposite him could notice. I misunderstood. The way I stood there looking at you just now didn't look like an apology, but like a rape. Buying and selling is normal. Seeing that he spoke so rudely, Lin Qing's heart tightened, for fear that he would offend the three demons. If he really made a move, she could still survive on her own, but if her husband was an ordinary person, she might not be able to protect her. Leave him. You three, I'm sorry, my husband always talks like this, and he doesn't mean it to you. Ji Chang stood behind her, looking at the three demons threateningly. Three demons, yes, we understand. Thank you all for your understanding. My husband has always been weak and cannot stay outside for too long on rainy days, so we and I will go back first. The body is weak. The three demons who were beaten violently yesterday took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Yes, then, that master, no, then does this husband need any tonic? We do have many treasures here. If you can show your respect, I can give it to you and make a friend. No need. Ji Chang's glanced at the three demons, rejected them coldly, and then asked Lin Qing, since they are the owners of the incense shop, will they continue to open a shop here in the future? Lin Qing replied, they plan to move out in the next 2 days. Yeah. Ji Chang said without any fluctuation in his tone, I was still thinking that there are too few incense shops in the town. If they can open here for a long time, it will be convenient to buy incense in the future. The 4 words long and long have an accent that only the three demons can understand. Three demons. They looked at Ji Chang's who was standing behind Lin Qing tremblingly, and saw that terrifying man holding an umbrella, with his white jade-like face, his eyebrows raised at them. Everything is unspoken. Three demons. Lin Qing couldn't see the expression of her husband behind her, so she just said, that's a pity. They plan to move away. Maybe tomorrow. We suddenly changed our minds. The male fox's stammering voice suddenly came out, interrupting Lin Qing's words. Lin Qing frowned suddenly and looked at the three demons in disbelief who had just said that they wanted to move away. Didn't you just say you were moving out? Male fox. They wanted to. If it weren't for this ancestor's threat, they wouldn't dare to stay here for a moment. But who would let me know that my skills are inferior to others? If people ask them not to move, they will naturally have no choice but to stay here. Just, you know, people's ideas always change. It can't change so fast. Lin Qing originally suspected that there was some conspiracy behind their sudden change of attitude, but now that they suddenly changed their words after seeing Ji Chang's, more suspicions immediately arose in her heart. They were talking very well in the incense shop just now. They said they would move out soon and start over in a new place. The amount of mold would definitely be controlled by then. After she came out and met her husband, she changed her tune? Lin Qing frowned, feeling that something had been overlooked by her. She had a thoughtful look on her face, standing there wondering what was going on. Across from him, seeing her face filled with suspicion, the male fox felt his neck tighten. Finished. The grandma was suspicious. It must have been that his bad behavior just now was so obvious that she found something suspicious. How can this be done? If she guessed the identity of the ancestor, he wouldn't kill the three of them to silence them. Why, probably not. Although Ji Chang's looked a little more cruel, a little more merciless in his attacks, a little more indifferent in his speech, and a little more fierce in his eyes towards them, but he probably wouldn't kill the demon just because his wife discovered something was wrong with him. Male fox. Damn it, this is not supposed to kill demons, this is definitely going to kill demons. He trembled and wiped the sweat with a handkerchief, and said tremblingly, this lady, don't think too much, we have no other intentions, we just like the local monsters here, ah no, it's a favor. However, the more he said this, the more suspicious Lin Qing looked at them. Finally, she clapped her hands, as if she had finally figured something out. His eyes became much clearer. Male fox. It's over, my life is over. Lin Qing turned to Ji Chang's and said, I have something to say to the landlady. Husband, please wait for me. Ji Chang's nodded, hurry up. The words were spoken to his wife, but his eyes fell on the three demons, his eyes cold. Translating this look, it probably means, if you dare to be disrespectful to my wife, I will give you a chance to be reincarnated as a human being. Three demons. Lin Qing walked over and discovered that the three monsters were all trembling. Why are you shaking? Male fox, yes, it's a bit cold. Rabbit Jillian, the fur is too short. Rabbit Alan, it's time to hibernate. Do demons still need to hibernate? And it's not winter yet. They were so abnormal. Lin Qing looked back at her husband who was standing there quietly waiting for her, confirming her suspicion. Lin Qing and the three demons walked all the way to the door of the incense shop. After making sure that Ji Chang's couldn't hear them anymore, Lin Qing spoke. Stop pretending, I've seen it all. All three demons were shocked. Who is pretending? We didn't pretend. That's right, do you think we are pretending? Lin Qing looked at the three hairy demons in front of him and nodded honestly, like. I've seen through your tricks. Three demons, no, it can't be. Ji Chang's just yesterday ordered them not to show off their feet in front of this grandma. Today, they caused this grandpa to fall off the stage because of his poor acting skills. He's going to die. He will definitely die. Lin Qing's face was serious. Okay, we are considered acquaintances, I will open the skylight and speak frankly. Male fox, Grandma, please listen to our explanation, things are really not what you imagined. Lin Qing, let's be honest, didn't you just see that my husband is just a frail ordinary person and feel that I have a weakness, so you gave up the idea of moving out? Male fox. Two rabbits. Lin Qing, by the way, what did you just say? The male fox's tail stood up as soon as he rubbed it, and his ears stood up sharply. I said, yes. That's right. It's just like you imagined. Yes, Jillian Allen. The muscular rabbits nodded quickly, yes, Grandma, you are really smart. I have never seen a demon slayer as smart and witty as you. Lin Qing. She looked at the three demons suspiciously. Strange. The words they said were obviously complimenting her, but why did it sound like they were swearing? Putting away these strange thoughts, she said seriously, I don't care what you think, but don't forget that you made an oath to heaven before and swore not to harm others. My husband is also a human being, and he also is included in this, even if you see him, you can't take action against him. Male fox. It's hard to tell whether that grandpa is a human being. But his face still looked like a dogleg. Yes, Grandma is right. Don't worry, you made the oath of heaven while watching me make it. Even if I stay, I will never sell anything mixed with bad luck again, the fragrant pills. Their attitude was so cooperative, but it seemed that she was a little preoccupied. Lin Qing was a little uncomfortable, but thinking of her husband, she still kept a serious look on her face and said to them, "Even so, I still want to make it clear that I am the one who makes enemies with you, the demon exterminator. No matter what you think in your heart, if you feel that I have offended you, or if you feel unhappy, just come to me. My husband is just an ordinary person." Three demons, yes, they are ordinary people. That's right, he was just an ordinary person who could beat up the three of them effortlessly. Understandable. He has no physical strength. He has never been able to even lift a bucket to fetch water. He is not a hands-on person at all. Three demons. Yes, he didn't take action. Even just standing there and knocking the umbrella on the ground, they all stopped. Lin Qing was still saying, "He has nothing to do with the demon slayer or the demon city, and you all know this. The three demons who were abused by Ji Chang's just yesterday wiped away their sweat. Yes, Grandma said that. I said all this just to show that he is not a threat." The three demons took a deep breath and forced a smile on their faces. "Yes, yes, there is no threat. He will not threaten you, nor will he affect you in anything." The three demons who were threatened just now said, "Yes, we also discovered it. If you really feel that you can't betray your bad luck and are unhappy, just come to me. I just hope you don't take your anger out on my husband. Thank you very much." Listening to her words, it was as if someone had stabbed her heart into the heart. The three demons couldn't hold back their smiles. They could only stand unsteadily and tried hard to keep their tone steady. "Grandma, don't worry, we can make an oath of heaven. In this life, I will never take the initiative to provoke your husband." Even without the heavenly Dao oath, they would never dare. Isn't it that the old birthday star is looking for death because he dislikes his longevity? Boom. Tiandao may also feel that this oath is completely unnecessary, and even the thunder given is extremely perfunctory. Lin Qing, who didn't know the inside story, didn't expect these three monsters to be so cooperative and even swear an oath. Did she really think too much? She felt a little relaxed for a moment, and a little ashamed that she had guessed like this about three demons who didn't have bad intentions. He solemnly cupped his fists and thanked you again. "Thank you, all three of you. I am trying to judge a gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain." Seeing her bowing slightly to the three of them, Ji Chang's looked over from a distance. The three monsters who felt that they were being glanced at by the ancestor said, "No, no, no, there is no need to be so generous." They quickly followed suit and bent down even lower than Lin Qing. Seeing them being so polite and cooperative, Lin Qing felt even more embarrassed. "It makes me even more ashamed that you three are like this. Please be sure to accept my respect." As she spoke, she bent down a little lower than the three demons. The three demons were so frightened that they quickly followed suit and continued to bend down. Lin Qing felt even more ashamed and turned down again. The three demons also followed down. Lin Qing went down further. They also went, and couldn't go any further. Plop. Lin Qing was feeling ashamed that a demon slayer could not behave as openly as a demon when she heard a sound in front of her. When she lowered her head, she saw three demons kneeling on the ground neatly and performing a standard worship ceremony. Lin Qing. She knew that these three demons were polite, but this was too polite. Also, why kneel down? Is this the etiquette of the demon clan? Seeing Lin Qing hesitantly looking like he was about to kneel down, the male vixen trembled and was so frightened that he was shaking when he spoke. "Grandma, Grandma, you are so upright and honest. For the sake of the villagers who have nothing to do with you, you can actually do it for the sake of the villagers who have nothing to do with you. Even though we know we can't defeat us, we still come to try to persuade us to stop. Although we are demons, we still have emotions and desires, and we were moved by what Grandma did. This time, we thank Grandma for teaching us the principles of demon birth. Although we won't move, don't worry. My three brothers will definitely treat grandma, grandpa, and your husband as friends. As long as you don't dislike it, you two can say hello if you have anything. As long as my three brothers can whatever you do, you won't even have to worry about it. So, this prayer is what we should do. Lin Qing was greatly moved when she heard this. There are actually such kind-hearted, benevolent and righteous monsters in the world of monsters. She solemnly placed her magic weapon on the ground, took off her hat, and revealed her true appearance. You three really make me admire you. In this case, I don't have to hide it. In the future, we will be friends. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. As long as you do not violate the precepts of the demon slayer, I will definitely stab you in every possible way. Ha, ha ha, right, we also admire ourselves. The three demons saw that they had been confused and were about to get up when they saw Ji Chang's, who was waiting in the distance, walking slowly towards them. They were so frightened that they knelt on the ground again with a thud. Lin Qing was looking at them in confusion when Ji Chang's walked up to her. His tone was light, as if he was just asking casually, "Just now, when I was standing there, I seemed to hear a stabbing sound, what? Did you have trouble talking to them and have a conflict?" The three demons were all startled when they heard this, and quickly stood up and waved their hands. No, no, it's not a knife, it's a knife in both sides, we and the milk. After receiving a cold look from Ji Chang's, they quickly changed their words. My wife and I hit it off as soon as we met, and we have become sisters. Yes. Knowing that the three demons did not have any evil intentions, mainly due to the oath of heaven, she was completely relieved, with a smile on her face, and explained to Ji Chang's, I have a good rapport with the boss's wife and these two little sisters. Woolen cloth. This is the first time she has seen such a polite demon, which is really amazing. When Ji Chang's looked at his wife, his eyes were no longer as sharp as the three monsters, and he said slightly gently, you are busy on weekdays and don't have time to make friends. Since you like them, come to the town more often to chat and laugh with them. As he spoke, he lowered his eyes and looked at the three demons coldly, you should spend more time with my wife in the future. Husband, your tone is too strong. Those who didn't know thought he was giving orders. Lin Qing pulled Ji Chang's sleeve and apologized to the three demons, I'm really sorry. My husband has always been like this. He didn't mean it. After saying that, he said gently to Nagasawa, they are my friends. Husband, please be polite to them. Ji Chang's glanced at the three demons, I just don't know if they like others to be polite. The three demons trembled and hurriedly said, I don't like it, I don't like it. Yes, yes. We just like others to be rude to us. Yes, yes, Mrs. Lin, you don't have to be polite. The more rude you are, the happier we will be. Friends, how can you be so polite? Lin Qing. She was still a little confused at first, but then she thought about the way the three of them raised their butts and wanted her to spank them today, and she suddenly understood. Maybe, these three demons have such strange temperaments. Ji Chang's, Madam, you saw it? They want me to be rude. By the way, if they stay here, will they still sell incense? That's for sure. If you don't sell incense, what do you sell? The vixen's only skill is selling incense. The male fox opened his mouth and was about to speak, of course it's selling incense. Ji Chang's, I don't think it's good to sell fragrances. Some fragrances are a bit smelly. Thinking of the male fox who could smell his own body odor, I suddenly don't want to sell incense anymore. Lin Qing was surprised, you don't sell incense? Then what do you sell? The male fox laughed dryly, there are so many. Anyway, you must not sell something that the boss doesn't want him to sell. Lin Qing didn't think much about it. He just thought that the monster had developed many technologies and had lived for so long after all. Then let's take our leave first. It's time to leave. The three demons all breathed a sigh of relief, with smiles on their faces. They sent the god of plague, no, their friend, all the way to the street entrance. Come back next time. Seeing the two of them walking away, the three demons all turned around and wiped their sweat uniformly. Don't come again next time. It's so scary. Just as he recovered, Lin Qing's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. That's right. Mom. The three monsters were so frightened that they all turned around with their tails between their legs with horror on their faces. Sure enough, they saw Lin Qing coming back with an umbrella. She came over mysteriously. I have something to ask of you. Seeing her like this, the three demons also became curious in their hearts. They approached her mysteriously and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Lin Qing, that's my husband. His body is too weak. He gets sick from time to time. He can't carry it on his shoulders or lift it with his hands. But I can't stay with him all the time. If he comes to town, can you please help me, take care of one or two? The three demons who were beaten up by Ji Chang's yesterday, who can't carry it on his shoulders or lift it with his hands, said, okay, okay. Thank you very much. You have advanced cultivation. With you here, I can rest assured that he can come to town alone. My husband is fine in other aspects, but he is an ordinary person after all, and he is too frail and needs careful care. Every time he goes out alone, I can't help but worry. The three monsters kept their plastic smiles and watched Lin Qing sighing and walking away. After all, we are ordinary people. Too weak. Humans are so terrible. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 216. Lin Qing naturally didn't know how the three demons and three views were shattered, so she only returned to the village with her weak husband. The two of them have always attracted attention in the village, although one is because of his notorious reputation and the other is because of speculation about our young lady. In the past, the original owner was not only indifferent to the villagers, but after discovering that his wife was gentle and easy to talk to him in most situations, his attitude naturally gradually became cold and arrogant. Of course, indifference is on the surface, but arrogance is not so obvious. He treated his wife like this. She lived in the same village, how could other people not see it? Most of the men said in their hearts that Ji Chang's was really blessed, while the women defended Lin Qing. Now Ji Chang's gave Lin Qing clothes, although they were black, and came back from the town with her. This was a rare thing in the past. The original owner was too lazy to move, and Lin Qing had always gone to town to buy things by herself before carrying them return. Now that the guy who was originally indifferent to his wife suddenly changed his mind, some of the young wives with simple ideas were happy for Lin Qing, but the other part started to worry about whether there was something else involved. In the early morning of the next day, Ji Chang's walked to the yin place on the mountain, trying to absorb the yin energy. He had just flown up a towering tree, and was about to take a sip when he found Lin Qing being pulled under the tree by several women in their 30s. Oh, what a coincidence. Ji Chang's is just an ordinary person with no physical strength and no physical strength. Of course, such a person cannot climb trees. So he hid his breathing and figure, sat quietly and listened openly and openly. Women in ancient times generally misestimated their age. They were obviously only in their 30s, but their clothes were already dressing like those in their 50s. Therefore, when looking from top to bottom, the face cannot be seen clearly. The ladies below asking and persuading Lin Qing were like a mother-in-law persuading her daughter-in-law. The mother-in-law was curious. Ms. Lin, what happened? Isn't your husband always the one who owes? After all, she was worried about Lin Qing's face, so she took back the word deserted and changed her words. How come you have such a cold temperament and suddenly change your temperament? I actually go shopping with you and buy you clothes. The second mother-in-law was the one who encountered the truth by mistake. I heard that there used to be a demon who could take on a person's skin and live pretending to be that person. If you think there is something wrong with your husband, I know there is a Taoist priest in the city who tells fortunes. It's okay to catch monsters and get medical treatment. The third mother-in-law was probably just dragged in to make up the numbers. What are you two saying? Isn't this scaring Ms. Lin? Let me tell you, maybe her husband is getting older and is much calmer than before. The prodigal son will not be able to exchange for gold when he returns. If her husband really becomes more gentle and considerate than before, wouldn't that be a good thing? Why are you so arrogant? Even if this is going to change, there should be an opportunity. It can't change all at once. I still think it should be safer. It's not a good thing for a man to suddenly change. Look at the Wang family at the end of West Street in the town. They suddenly became considerate. They bought hairpins for his wife and accompanied his wife to see a doctor. What was the result? He has a child with another woman outside. Of course, I'm not talking about Madam Lin, how your husband is doing outside. I'm just telling you to be careful. Although the women in the village are gossips, they have never been so malicious in speculating others. The reason why they are wary of Ji Chang's every move is naturally because of the foundation laid by the original owner. A person who has been eating and drinking for free for so many years has no sense of gratitude, and even takes it for granted. He still doesn't find a job now that he is so old. He also puts on a face to the people who were kind to him and said, "Don't you continue to support me, I am you shouldn't attitude." Everyone has to question his character. Under such circumstances, when they saw Ji Chang's being kind to Lin Qing, their first reaction was naturally that this cold-hearted guy had some magical tricks up his sleeve. Is a man who is usually very cold and indifferent suddenly becomes attentive to you because he has changed for the better? Come on, those stinky men, if you didn't coax them in the past and are coaxing them now, they are probably doing something wrong. Facing the encirclement and suppression of the three people, Lin Qing was a little bit dumbfounded. Most likely it was because they obviously dragged her to ask her, but as they continued to ask, the three of them started arguing on their own. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing that the three mother-in-laws who were usually close to each other were about to get angry because of this incident, she quickly stretched out her hand to stop the three of them. Clarified, where did you hear this? When did Nagasawa's temperament change drastically? Isn't he still the same? Three people. They looked at each other with confused faces. Didn't you say that your husband bought you clothes? Still going shopping with you? If his temperament doesn't change, he won't look like he's going shopping with you. Yes, he has already bought you clothes. Doesn't that mean your temperament has changed drastically? Lin Qing smiled, no, you misunderstood. Nagasawa did buy me clothes, but not for shopping. I just happened to meet him in the town and came back together. What I mean is that his temperament is still as reserved and inexpressive as before. As for him being good to me, isn't he always good to me? Reserved. Not good at expressing. Always treat you, good. All three of them were shocked by Lin Qing's words. They no longer think about whether Ji Chang's was taken away from him. Because they have now begun to doubt whether Lin Qing has been taken away. Ms. Lin, are you okay? Your husband did that to you before. Do you call that treating you well? Lin Qing didn't expect that all three of them looked shattered. She had been busy during the day and took the opportunity to practice martial arts, so she had little contact with the wife in the village. She knew that everyone in the village seemed to think that her relationship with her husband was akin to treating each other as a respectful guest, without any passion. But looking at them now, why do they look like their husband has abused her? When she asked, the three of them looked even more confused. They had always been angry because Ji Chang's treated Ms. Lin badly, and secretly sympathized with her in their hearts. But now, the person involved actually said that this had never happened before? This TEMUDI is more than confused, almost stupid. Okay. Isn't your husband always cold towards you? He has never even hugged you and are outside? Lin Qing, my husband is not cold to me, he just has such a personality and seems a little cold on the surface. As for Yuen'er, he actually loves Yuen'er very much, but he has been sick in the past and has never been close to Yuen'er. So I don't know how to treat Yuen'er. Although he doesn't hug her outside, at home, he hugs Yuen'er so he can read. She selectively ignored the fact that her husband had just started hugging Yuen'er recently. After all, it was not her husband's fault. Why would she need to tell him and let others speculate? But he has been hiding at home. Everything in the house is managed by you, a woman. You work hard as a woman doing embroidery and sell it to make money to support the family, but your husband can't earn a penny. Money, if he wasn't cold-hearted, why would he watch the female prostitute work hard to make money? Lin Qing smiled. As an exorcist, her thoughts are different from those of ordinary women. Why can only men earn money to support their families? If a woman is capable, she can naturally support the family. In this world, men are outside the home to support their families, while women are trapped inside the home. No one said a word that was wrong, and they all felt that this was perfectly justified. Then why can't it be replaced? Although men are yang and women are yin, they are still human in nature. Obviously they are all the same. Why do we always have to distinguish between what a man can do and what a woman cannot do, what a woman can do and what a man cannot do? Of course, Lin Qing also knew that her ideas were a bit too shocking for this small village, so she just smiled and found a reason to explain. My husband is weak and I don't let him do this. Otherwise, if his health breaks down, it will cost more to seek medical advice. He once wanted to find a job to make money, but I stopped him. This is true, but the original owner, who is sometimes silly and sometimes very scheming, deliberately proposed to make money while coughing when he was sick. He was too sick to get out of bed, so Lin Qing would only agree if he was crazy. So, the original owner naturally didn't go to work. Don't ask, just ask, you didn't let me go. Although he gave himself this excuse because Lin Qing didn't care who worked. He never asked or said it out. Just pass. Lin Qing didn't take this matter to heart at all, and naturally she didn't think it was a ploy by her husband to avoid going to work in order to be fair. Now that he mentioned it, he thought about it and told the three of them directly. 3 people. Ji Chang's, who has always avoided work and would rather beg for food from one family to another than rely on his own hands to earn enough money, actually wants to find a job? Lin Qing continued, actually, you really have a lot of misunderstandings about my husband. He really just doesn't like to talk much. When I first got married to him, I thought he was cold-tempered. As time went by, just these few days, only then did I realize that he was just cold and arrogant on the surface, but he was actually a very good person. 3 people, really? Really? They were said to be stunned for a while. After all, Lin Qing completely turned the page on their long-standing stereotypes and told them, you are actually overthinking, and he is not who you think he is at all. It's hard to accept. Lin Qing was determined, of course it is true, don't you still believe what I say? This, I really don't believe it. After all, Ji Chang's weirdness was watched by the whole village, and how could Lin Qing's mouth change their perceptions? Seeing that the 3 of them still had dubious expressions on their faces, with "you're afraid you've been deceived" written all over their eyes, Lin Qing had no choice but to think about it and bring out the killer weapon. You know the proprietress of the incense shop, right? She is the proprietress who is very good at judging men. As soon as they mentioned this, the 3 of them immediately became energetic. Ms. Lin, did you also go to that incense shop? The proprietress is really a nice person. She taught me how to resolve the last quarrel between me and my husband. Not only have I been there, my husband has also been there, and the proprietress of the incense shop also thinks my husband is a good person. The three people who were still disbelieving what Lin Qing said were suddenly shocked. Real. Sister Xiang really said that. She is very accurate in judging people. The last time my little cousin saw me, my family had already spotted a family in the town and they were about to make a decision. I was worried about her, so I went to ask Sister Xiang. My sister only took a quick look and determined that the man had a shady affair. Later, when I checked, I found out that he was actually with a widow. If I hadn't asked, my little cousin would have married someone like that without knowing anything. Yes, the boss lady is particularly good at judging men. Let me tell you, last time. After the three of them chatted about the man 12,345 that the landlady saw, their eyes towards Lin Qing were different from the sympathy they had shown before. If she really said that your husband is a nice person, then we must have misunderstood before. Lin Qing really didn't expect that the male fox's reputation among women would be so high. She had just explained every point from beginning to end for a long time, and they were almost thirsty and didn't believe it. In the end, they just moved out the male fox. The three of them didn't even ask for the details and just believed it without any doubt. While sighing that she was indeed a vixen, she was an expert at beguiling people's hearts, while smiling at the three of them. It's nothing. My husband is not someone who cares about these things. Since he has never clarified this before, he must think that these things have nothing to do with it. When Lin Qing said this, Ji Chang's figure immediately became taller and more imposing. Although the three of them believed in the landlady, they still couldn't get used to the fact that Ji Chang's, who they thought had low character in the past, was actually a good person. They laughed dryly, excused themselves to do something, and left in a hurry. Judging from the direction he was leaving, he must have really planned to go to town and ask the proprietress. Lin Qing wasn't too worried about this. Although the male fox looked a little arrogant at first, he was actually quite good as a demon. He was obviously stronger than her, but he was still willing to bow his head and admit his mistakes. Male fox, passive, thank you, and demons are also upright, but they have to kneel down to solve things that can be solved with a bow. Although it may be some kind of fairy etiquette, but he, a big boss demon, can abide by this kind of etiquette and he is quite polite. Male fox, %. Since he promised to help her take care of her husband, he would definitely not speak ill of her husband. After all, they are friends. No matter how he thought it was safe, Lin Qing relaxed her body happily and walked briskly towards home. Ji Chang's, who listened to the whole thing above, oh ha ha. This time he didn't even have to wash himself, Lin Qing washed him clean. Ji Chang's is indeed clean, although it is only for women. The three people who got words from Lin Qing couldn't restrain their gossip, so they rushed to the town that day and found the male fox who was watching people take down the sign of the incense shop and sell firewood instead. I was asked, have you ever praised Mrs. Lin's husband before? Is that the one named Ji Chang's? The male fox trembled, and his mind immediately recalled that rainy day. He lay on the ground tremblingly, and the terrifying man held the folded umbrella weakly, looking at the three demons as if he was looking at a dead demon. When he was lying on the ground, with his fox tail between his legs, and carefully asked who the other person was, the person didn't even look at him, and only said three words indifferently. My name is Ji Chang's. My wife is Lin Qing. It's the one you injured yesterday. I will be scared to death just thinking about this, okay. So, after being questioned again in confusion by the other party, the male fox clamped his tail and used an extremely fast voice to apply all the complimentary words he had known in his life to Ji Chang's. The last sentence summarizes. He's the nicest person I've ever met in my life, and he's very, very, very dedicated. The good thing is that the demon can't help but fall to the ground and form a ball on the spot, hoping that he will never see the other person again in his life. The higher the level of devotion, the harder the beating they received that day. The 3 people who learned the answer were shocked and spread the news to the ears of all the women in the village. So during this period of time, everyone's favorite aunt on East Street, Chang West Street, etc. all turned to Ji Chang's. Did you hear that? It turns out that Mrs. Lin and her husband only looked cold on the surface, but in fact he was a pretty good person. Can this be false? The proprietress of the incense shop said it herself. Oh, by the way, the proprietress no longer sells incense. Now she sells firewood. Oh, what a pity. I don't know why a beautiful woman like her has to do such a dirty job of selling firewood. Yes. I was also shocked when I heard it. Oh no, I'm not shocked by Mrs. Lin's husband-in-law, I'm shocked by the proprietress selling firewood. I'm not very surprised that her husband-in-law is a good person. After all, although his reputation in the village has never been very good, if you think about it carefully, he hasn't done anything bad. In that case, isn't it normal that he is actually a good person? Huh. As soon as these words came out, the women who were still having a heated discussion suddenly reacted. Yes. They hated Ji Chang's before simply because of his attitude. Those who grew up eating hundreds of meals still have an expression every day that says, "This is what you deserve." It's not natural for my exquisite Prince Nagasawa to be worshipped by you commoners. Who would be happy if he was looking at him with such cold eyes even though he had given him a favor, as if he was the one who gave him the favor? But if you really want them to tell you what bad things Ji Chang's did, that's really not the case. He doesn't steal anything, you can just ask for it with a thick skin if you want to eat it, why should you lower yourself to steal it? Secondly, he doesn't talk nonsense to young ladies and act like a hooligan. The original owner looks down on civilians who can't support him. Sanbuledin caused trouble every day and acted recklessly. Original owner, low level, not worthy of my high-end status. For the 3 most annoying behaviors in the village, the original owner has never done any of them, but he can still achieve the end of being disgusted and ostracized by everyone with his demeanor and way of speaking. It is also very impressive. Naturally, now that he has never done any of this, in the eyes of the ladies who are discussing, they think, the boss lady is indeed right, he is indeed a pretty good person. If it's not black, then it's naturally white. Especially when it comes to men being stamped good guys by the boss's wife. After discovering that Ji Chang's is a good man is reasonable and logical, and having relatives and friends, Lin Qing, testify, everyone discussed it, and the more they talked about it, the more they felt that it was indeed the case. Maybe it's just like Mrs. Lin said. He doesn't think so in his heart, but he has a face that looks fierce and expressionless, so there's nothing he can do about it. An old man in Xiaowang village once got wind after being drunk. As a result, he couldn't smile. He went to see a doctor. The doctor said he was paralyzed, just like Ji Chang's. No, it's not that the whole body can't, only his face cannot move. Maybe Ji Chang's is also paralyzed. As soon as this was said, everyone thought it was very possible. Yes, it's not impossible. Especially because he has always been frail and sickly. He has always been sick from time to time over the years. I heard that his parents had been married for a long time and had no children. They prayed to gods and Buddhas and asked doctors for medicine before they got such a single seedling. Maybe it was the child who got it by taking medicine, so his body was not as good as we normal people are healthy. My husband is now an apprentice in a medical clinic. I wanted to take fertility medicine before, and that's what he told me. Before I was pregnant with our first child, the doctor in the town also said the same thing. He said that children and grandchildren have their own destiny and cannot be forced. If there is no physical problem, it is best not to take medicine. Otherwise, even if forced, taking medicine will not be enough. The children who come may not be well. More than that, forcibly going against destiny. Not only the child may be weak, but even the parents may lose their years. Look at Ji Chang's parents. It's not just a disaster from heaven, they just left as soon as they said they were going. Several people were talking and sighing. Just as they were talking about the possibility that Ji's parents might have had a child by force, not only was the child frail, but he had been sick every 3 days and 7 days since he was young, and it even cost him his own life. Ji Chang's came. When he saw the women gathered together from a distance, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Lin Qingke washed his hands for him. At this moment, the village's retributors will definitely get together to exchange information and discuss the truth and falsehood. Naturally, he wanted to add fuel to the fire. There are only a few places in the village that are large, flat, and transparent from all sides. No matter what gossip they say, they can see it as soon as people come. If you happen to be gossiping about someone, it's best to stop as soon as you see the other person coming. Now, when Ji Chang's arrived, he saw that his young ladies had already changed the topic of embroidery. As always, Ji Chang's had no intention of saying hello to them, and looked like he was just going to pass by them as if nothing had happened. An older woman couldn't bear her temper and called him out, "Brother Ji, please wait a moment." Ji Chang stopped when he was about to move forward, turned around, looked at her quietly, and asked quietly, "What's the matter?" His attitude was as indifferent as ever. The voice was still as light as before. His face and even his whole body were filled with the aura of "I don't want to talk to you." The young woman who was just discussing the possibility of Ji Chang's facial paralysis would naturally not be frightened by his appearance. Instead, she still smiled and asked, "Where are you going? It's a bit cold today, why are you wearing only this, some clothes? It's been unusually cold these days." "I'm going to have a look around." Ji Chang's voice was still so cold. The young lady was a little confused when she heard this. No, can the two words be connected? Go look around when it gets cold? What to see? Looking at the crops in the fields. Didn't his family's fields sell off? She couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it. Anyway, her original purpose was not to greet Ji Chang's, but just to find an opening. That's it. By the way, Brother Ji, your parents had been married for a long time and had no children. I heard that they sought medical advice for a long time before having you. Have they told you this? Do you know where they are looking for? Doctor. After asking, maybe because she felt that her purpose was too obvious, she smiled awkwardly and added dryly, "One of my sisters has not been pregnant for a long time after getting married. Now she is very anxious. She is looking for people to ask about having children. Fangzi, I also asked for her." Ji Chang's knew that this was the ancient version of "I have a friend." His face was calm and expressionless. "My parents didn't seek medical advice at first. They just prayed to God and Buddha everywhere, and they happened to find it." This is true. When Ji's father and mother had no children, they even worshipped the fox fairy, not to mention praying to gods and Buddhas. Of course, the birth of the original owner has nothing to do with these feudal superstitions, it just happened to be the right time. After all, it turns out that fox fairies only know how to dance, hook up with people, and fight. It is simply whimsical to ask them to give birth to a child. The young lady could not bear the curiosity in her heart and couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, she actually asked something, and she suddenly became energetic. "Were you asked to come back? Who did your parents worship?" Not only her, but the young ladies behind her who seemed like we didn't pay attention to what you said and were just doing sewing seriously were also shocked. Everyone looked at Ji Chang's with bright eyes and expectancy. After all, they are ancient women, and they are very interested in such things as seeking a child. Even if they don't need it, there will always be a sister, relative, or friend who can use it. Under their expectant gaze, Ji Chang's mercilessly broke their fantasy. they are destined to have no children, and they desperately want children, even to the point where they are willing to have children as long as they are children. Their mental power is too strong to realize it, and ordinary people you can't ask for it. As long as a child is willing, doesn't that mean this child is abnormal? As soon as these words came out, the young ladies looked at Ji Chang's, who had been frail since childhood, and calmed down. How much did Ji Chang spend on taking medicine to replenish his body since he was a child? When he was a child, his symptoms were much more serious than they are now. At that time, the Ji family spent at least enough money on him to allow a family of 8 in the village to live comfortably for a lifetime. If his illness hadn't improved now, even Lin Qing, a capable person, might not be able to take care of him. Those couples want a child, not a sick child who spends a lot of money on medicine but can't work at all and may even die at any time. Several people sighed. I've only heard of people praying for a child and getting a lucky seed, but I've never heard of people praying for a child and getting a sick rice seed. It seems that the God prayed to by the Ji family's parents is not that good either. As soon as they finished thinking about it, they hurriedly said in their hearts, "Don't blame me, the villain didn't mean to offend. After all, it was a god, even a weak wild god, not something mortals like them could afford to offend. By the way, he is still a god after all. Even if he is not a god, he can still be regarded as an earthly immortal. If he can give a child, he is no worse than a fox fairy. He should be very generous, so he shouldn't blame these ordinary mortals. Ah, this earthly immortal who doesn't know what kind of god he is, please don't blame me. Xinyu didn't deliberately arrange it for you in her heart." A sneeze. As they were chattering, Ji Chang's, who was standing in front of them, sneezed a few times, rubbed his nose and looked at the people. For some reason, he looked helpless. What are the sisters-in-law thinking so absorbed in? Nothing, nothing, brother Ji, then go and do your work. We will go back after doing some embroidery work for a while. Several young ladies felt a little guilty. They couldn't say in front of Ji Chang's that they were arranging the wild god who gave the Ji parents a child and not give him a healthy one. Ji Chang's is this weak child. To translate this, rounding it off is equivalent to them cursing that they should not be born. Fortunately, Ji Chang's didn't ask in detail, just nodded, and walked away slowly and coughing. Only these young women were left looking at his back and sighing. His body and bones haven't healed in all these years. You have only been married for 10 years, but you have never seen him take medicine as well as food when he was a child. Fortunately, his family still had money at that time, otherwise he would really be sick. Speaking of which, the landlady is right. His temper is good for patience. People who have been ill for a long time often have bad tempers due to the pain. My second uncle was like this. He was so bad before he got sick. He was a cheerful person, but later he was so sick that he couldn't even get up from bed. In just half a year, his whole person changed. In the past, he would not speak loudly to my second aunt. Last time I went to see him, he listened to my second aunt. My mother cried and complained that my second uncle scolded her and the children at home when he was unhappy. He used to be such a good person, but now he is gloomy all day long. No, who is in the mood to joke when I feel uncomfortable every day? Thinking about it this way, Mrs. Lin's husband is indeed quite good. At least he just doesn't like to talk. Several people were talking to each other, and while their hands were embroidering, they were tinkering with the topic again. Finally, by the time they dispersed and went home, the matter had been completely settled by them. Ji Chang's expression just looked a little colder, and his words seemed a little indifferent. In fact, the people are pretty good. He would call them sister-in-law without looking at them. Will he answer their questions well? As for the past? He was sick before. It hurts so much that it's so uncomfortable even to move. If you come up and ask, "Hello, have you eaten, what did you eat today?" It's okay if no one is too lazy to respond. As for eating hundreds of meals, you can't blame him. He was still a child when he first started eating beijiafang. The child's parents were once kind to the villagers, but when his parents passed away and he had no one to take care of him, wouldn't he have to eat a lot of food? You've been eating till you're old and you still haven't offered to earn your own money to buy your own food? This seems understandable. After all, the transition from teenagers to 20s is not a direct jump, it happens day by day. If you eat yesterday, you will eat it tomorrow. If you eat it tomorrow, you will eat it the day after tomorrow. You can't just eat it yesterday. Let's say today, I have grown up and I won't eat your food anymore. Didn't he eat it later? Although he had no food because of a quarrel with Lu Sheng, didn't this also prove that Ji Chang's was not as thick-skinned as the young people in the village said? If there is really such a thick-skinned person, it is not impossible to continue to ask for food from hundreds of families in return for a favor. Original owner, I just want to take advantage and have BIGE. Naturally, they didn't know that the original owner decided to sit back and eat nothing out of frustration. When he finished eating his own food and hesitated to eat the villagers, Zhou Xiaoniang gave him another financial subsidy. When Zhou Xiaoniang's money was spent, he found another Lin Qing has such a long-term meal ticket. It's not that I'm not thick-skinned, it's that I really didn't find the opportunity. Anyway, these gossipy young ladies naturally didn't know. They only counted it once and found that it was indeed the case. Ji Chang's reputation was extremely bad, but he had not done any real bad things, and his indifferent attitude could be overcome by getting sick. Of course, the most important thing is, the boss lady says that he is nice. He also praised him and said he was dedicated. Can he come to Lin Qing's door if he is not dedicated? That's the boss lady. To the ladies in the village, what the boss lady says is like an official stamp. They are all true fans. If the boss lady says he is good, then he must be good. Although I only see that others are not bad at the moment, I don't see what is good about them. But it doesn't matter. Some people's kindness is revealed on the surface, while some people's kindness is hidden deep in their hearts. Maybe Ji Chang's is the one hiding deep in his heart. Aren't we allowed to sneak up on others and act like good people? And speaking of dedication, although I couldn't see why he was so kind to Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Lin herself said that he was just not good at expressing himself. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, there are so many men in the village, but Ji Chang's is the only one who has never had much contact with women other than his wife, and he doesn't even talk about it. Moreover, when they met each other on weekdays, he would stay away from them, looking down on these poor people. From this point of view, how could he dislike them? It means disgust, that is obviously to avoid suspicion. A pair of people. Sure enough, they found that when they met Ji Chang's in the past, he would pay attention to the distance, because he didn't like any of them. He must have read books, so he paid more attention to these things. No, in fact, the men in the village also received this treatment. If they hadn't taken the initiative to chat just now, he wouldn't have ignored them. The shortcomings just now were immediately upgraded into advantages after the contact between men and women. It's like their husband talks to women every day, because he has to go out to farm, and he will take the initiative to say hello to women when he sees them. Isn't this polite? It's okay for the older ones, but for the younger ones, even if they know that they can't have anything, they still can't help but feel jealous. Thinking about it this way, my husband is not as good as Ji Chang's. Why didn't they notice it before? Why do they insist on saying that others dislike them even though they are just trying to avoid suspicion? What did you think before? Isn't this an injustice to a good man? So, after Ji Chang's was stamped as a good person by all the female comrades in the village, he also added the image of a good man who never attracts bees and butterflies. He had long expected this outcome and was wandering in the dark. Sure enough, it was almost unsuppressible here, but for ordinary people, the yin energy that counteracts evil spirits became a great tonic for Ji Chang's, who quietly began to practice according to this world system. He was just like eating a buffet, sucking hard. After a while, the yin energy that could kill countless people if it leaked out was sucked in so pitifully that it was completely empty on the surface. Ji Chang's was still a little unsatisfied, and he stuck his head out eager to seduce some more yin qi. However, as soon as he got closer, the yin qi that had been so arrogant before immediately burrowed into the ground like a cat seeing a mouse, trying to avoid it as deep as possible. If yin qi could talk, it would definitely cry and say, "Stop sucking. I don't have a drop left." Ji Chang's, who couldn't get any more suction after probing his neck for a long time, could only retreat in frustration. Although these yin qi are unconscious, they can still be avoided. Although he is strong enough now, he is still somewhat inadequate for the persona he has established for himself. The yin qi is hidden and cannot be absorbed, and his technique can only absorb those treacherous, evil, and ferocious things. Ji Chang's closed his eyes and smelled the smell of stroke in the air. What a peach blossom fragrance that shouldn't appear in the season. It's so fragrant that it makes you want to eat it in one bite. It hasn't harmed 10 or 8 lives, and it can't produce such tempting sweetness. 2 hours later, Ji Chang's carried a basket of peach blossoms into his yard with a nonchalant expression and asked the puppet to boil water. He wanted to drink the peach blossom water. An hour later, a group of men from the next village with black eyes, shouting and killing, arrived at the entrance of the village. "Hand over Ji Chang's from your village. He actually molested the peach blossom girl in our village. He must come up with an explanation today." The men in the village were still confused about what these people were doing, but when they heard the words Ji Chang's and indecent, their faces immediately darkened. Especially some young men, they immediately began to curse in their hearts. This Ji Chang's actually molested others, so they knew that he was not going to stop. They had already seen that he was not very nice to her wife. This man was really. Before he could finish thinking about it, he was pushed aside by his wife. When he looked up, their wife was standing in front of her, cursing. "What nonsense are you talking about? Although brother Ji from our village can't speak a little, he is very devoted to his wife. How could he molest such and such in your village? That's right. He is famous for being indifferent to anyone except his wife. If you want to have sex, you won't find a good partner. Look at all your black eyes. I'm afraid you didn't get enough sleep and you saw the wrong person." The young men who were angry at Ji Chang's for causing trouble without thinking at all looked at their wives and started shouting. "Madam, why don't you call Ji Chang's and ask him first? What if he really offends this girl? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? What offense? Who doesn't know that Ji Chang's hides 8 feet away from any heroine except his wife? He is the most polite and dedicated good man in the village. I don't believe a word of these black-eyed greens. Young men, observe etiquette. Dedicated. Good man. Ji Chang's. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 217. The men were stunned, but the women all looked convinced and nodded in agreement. Yes, Ms. Lin and her husband are famous for not being close to women except for his wife. We all know this in the village. What's more, his body is weak and even a woman can push him away. How can he do that? Do you have the strength to do that evil thing? Exactly. If you want to say that he offended the people in your village, that's fine with me. But if you want to say that he offended the girl, it's a joke. Seeing the young ladies in the village pushing away from him, crouching like a hen protecting her chicks, and scolding the men from the next village next door, the man stretched out his hand to stop her, and then I was afraid that being stopped would mean that I would not be given face in public, so I could only stand there in embarrassment. At this moment, the women all turned into famous detectives, and asked very unyieldingly, "You said Ji Chang's offended the girl, okay, you said, when, Where and how did he offend? It's you who offended me. Did you see it with your own eyes? This group of black-eyed people looked choked. Although we have never seen it, Miss Peach Blossom said personally that he broke into Miss Peach Blossom's boudoir. Come on, let's return to the boudoir. Ji Chang's always avoids women when he sees them from afar. That's right, the last time I saw him, when he saw me, he stared straight ahead without even looking at me. The last time his family Yuener came to my house to play, I was alone at home. When he came to pick up Yuener, he just stood at the door and pinched me. As long as Yuener came out on his own, he never stepped foot into my door. The men in the village who were listening behind them said. One of them quietly pulled the arm of the excited woman who was talking, and whispered, "Isn't it because Ji Chang's has an arrogant temper and doesn't want to associate with me? What do you know?" His wife threw her arms away and continued to join in the scolding battle emotionally. The black-eyed youths opposite were all in a daze, almost unsteady on their feet, and were trembling when they spoke. How could I defeat them? They were blocked every once in a while and couldn't say anything. In the end, I could only hold on. Killed to death. He was the one who forced his way into Miss Peach Blossom's boudoir. Miss Peach Blossom has a gentle temperament and always speaks softly. Because of this incident, she is still hiding and crying. If you don't hand over the person, we will hand it over to the government. Seeing this, a man who was an apprentice in the town whispered to the women at home, "Why don't we call Ji Chang's out for a confrontation? Don't look at me like that. It's not that I don't trust people from our village. I'm from this village. There are some strange diseases that have killed several people this year. Who knows if they will be transmitted to us? What if they keep blocking and don't leave and get sick of us? Why don't we let Ji Chang's confront them? When everyone comes out, if they don't leave, we can drive them away as a matter of course." This makes sense. Although the women believed that Ji Chang's would not do such a thing because of what the male fox said and their own speculations, they were still afraid of getting sick. "Okay, we'll call people over now. If you make random accusations, our village won't be easy to mess with." A man immediately went to call someone. Ji Chang's, who was sitting comfortably in the yard, holding a large bowl and drinking peach blossom water slowly, looked indifferent when he heard this. Following the man to the entrance of the village, he saw a group of black-eyed green men blocking the road, looking unyielding. "It's him. He came to our village wearing these clothes today. Let's go. Follow us to the government office." This group of black-eyed youths were making a lot of noise, but the expression on Ji Chang's face did not change. He was still holding his big bowl and drinking peach blossom water leisurely. "Brother Ji, this group of people said that you went to their village, forced your way into a girl's boudoir, and violated her, but is that true?" asked a man in the village. Ji Chang's replied quickly and calmly, "False." He raised his eyes and looked at the black-eyed green people, and simply said, "I went to another village, but I never entered the village. I just followed the fragrance of peach blossoms to the mountain, picked peach blossoms and soaked them in water to drink." Others also saw the peach blossoms in his bowl and were stunned. "It's not the season yet, how can we get peach blossoms? Can peach trees bloom at this time? Only Lu Sheng had a tricky angle. Why do you use it to soak it in water? Isn't it delicious to make peach blossom cake?" Ji Chang's held the water to his mouth and paused to drink, then glanced at him. "You are right, next time I will make peach blossom cake." The black-eyed green men were angry. "You still have another chance. The peach tree is only in front of the door where the peach blossom girl lives. How could you not offend a girl by taking the peach blossom?" Ji Chang's raised his eyes and looked at the speaker. His tone remained calm. "Does your girl live in the mountains and forests? Black eyes and green. It seems that no young woman lives alone in the mountains and forests, but what about the peach blossom girl? What do you know? The peach blossom girl is pure and simple. Unlike other women, she doesn't like jealousy and fighting. If it weren't for the envious women in the village who couldn't tolerate her, why would she have to live in such a dangerous place in the mountains? She has been hiding so far, but she bumps into an old pervert like you. No. You must go back with us today to seek justice for Miss Peach Blossom. Ji Chang stood firm. I won't go. Why don't you go? I haven't seen any peach blossom girl, I just saw a peach tree, picked the flowers and soaked them in water. You said you didn't see me, so you didn't see me? Do you have any evidence? Ji Changs, you said I saw you, do you have any evidence? The black-eyed blues choked again. Their muddled brains could not formulate any rebuttal for a while. They were stunned for a while before someone said, Miss Peach Blossom said personally that you offended her. As soon as these words came out, everyone who had been speechless immediately became energetic. Yes, it's you. A weak woman like Miss Peach Blossom is hiding at home and refusing to come out. If it weren't for your offense, how could she cry like that? Peach Blossom girl is a witness, stop making excuses. Seeing their serious words, a man asked, Brother Ji, have you really never seen that Peach Blossom girl? Ji Chang said with a cold face, never. Okay. Then let's go face to face. The man also had an active mind. Seeing that he was so sure, he agreed, and before the black-eyed green men could show their satisfaction, he continued, but what if the people in our village are really wronged? You came to make such a fuss, and you still insist on us going all the way there. If it's just a misunderstanding, we can't let our trip go in vain. The black-eyed green men asked cautiously, what do you want to do? Of course it's impossible for me to wait in vain. How about this? If it's really a misunderstanding, you have to pay us a cart of food. One or two Ji Changs interrupted him. The man was a little stunned. He was about to ask if it was too much to ask these people to pay one tael, but he saw that he was still holding a big ocean bowl in his hand. The man with an indifferent expression added another sentence. 1 or 2 per person. What? Let us each take one tael? Are you crazy? Do you know how many things can be bought with one tael of silver? Even if the black-eyed youths were confused, they still had the concept of money. After hearing Ji Chang's words, they immediately exploded. He looked like he wouldn't agree to anything. Not only did they find it incredible, but other people in the village also felt that Ji Chang's was a little too open-minded. For farmers, giving out a tael of silver for nothing is nothing more than cutting meat. Brother Ji, is it too much? Yes, they will definitely not agree. Of course, the black-eyed green people can't agree. You want so much, do you think we are fools? Ji Chang's is still tall and tall, with a cold look on his face that is familiar to the villagers. I don't even bother to watch you talk, you mortals. It's precisely because I didn't regard you as fools that I asked for 1 or 2. Seeing these black-eyed men stunned by what he said, he continued expressionlessly, aren't you sure that I offended that peach girl? The compensation I want is on the premise that I have not offended anyone. Since you don't have to pay compensation as long as I offend someone, and you are sure that I have offended someone, then even if I ask for 100 taels, it won't be a loss to you, right? The black-eyed green men. It seems like this is correct. Ji Changs, if you are unwilling to make this agreement, doesn't it mean that you know that I have not offended anyone? Since you don't think I have offended anyone, what's the point of going to your village? His tone was cold, as if he was impatient with being entangled by this group of people. Although he didn't explain it clearly, he meant the same thing both inside and outside. If you don't dare to agree, just leave as soon as possible and don't bother me here. The villagers were standing behind Ji Chang's, listening to him and nodding along, with an expression of yes, that's right, until they heard him say something like this. Since you can't prove your firm attitude without making an agreement, wouldn't I be helping you firm your stance by asking you to wait until you make an agreement? Etc. You were obviously forcing them to pay, but why did you end up helping them in the end? The villagers behind Ji Chang's looked confused. But if you think about it carefully, although the last sentence is very strange, if you take the logic seriously, there is really nothing wrong with it. They all thought so when they were sober, not to mention the black-eyed greens who were not very sober. They looked tangled in thought for a while. The peach blossom girl will definitely not lie to them. That being the case, there was nothing wrong with making this agreement. Anyway, when the time came for the confrontation, Ji Chang's wouldn't be able to escape, and they wouldn't have to pay a penny. Okay. Come with us to see Miss Peach Blossom. If you really haven't offended her, one of us will pay you 1 tael of silver. The compensation had been negotiated, so Ji Chang's naturally wanted to follow him. Most of the villagers were afraid that he would suffer a disadvantage due to the overwhelming number of people in other villages. Mostly they wanted to follow him to see the excitement, and they all expressed their intention to follow him. Lu Sheng also wanted to watch the excitement, but he still had work to do in the afternoon, so he could only reluctantly watch everyone follow suit. Ji Chang's, the lively protagonist, turned to him and said, "Brother Lu, my wife went to town today. If I haven't come back after she comes back, please tell her what happened just now." "Okay, go ahead and I will definitely tell Mrs. Lin. If the work is finished by then and Mrs. Lin is worried that her husband will come to see her, it would be better if he comes along to join in the fun." Ji Chang's and his group arrived next door in a mighty manner. After walking for almost half an hour, most of the people in Ji Chang's village were breathing slightly. They looked back at the rugged mountain road and were speechless. The peach blossom girl you mentioned lives in such a remote place. Yu Weianqing said angrily, "We are not jealous women in the village. We are just helping Miss Peach Blossom chop firewood, fetch water, and light the fire." I said a few more words to her. They were making trouble at home, and what did we say? I didn't know clearly when I met Peach Blossom Girl at night. Peach Blossom Girl is such a weak woman, but she is just afraid of asking us to help her look for thieves in the house at night. Those snake and scorpion women actually miss me so much. A woman from Ji Chang's village. Haha, you are someone else's husband. You help other girls chop wood, make fires, and fetch water. You also go to someone else's house at night, and your lady just curses her? If it were me, I would have beaten them with a big stick. The black-eyed woman glanced disdainfully at the young woman who said this. Women love to be jealous. It's just a flower girl who is alone. We are just helping you, but you react like this. It's really embarrassing. You. Seeing that the young woman who was said to be embarrassed was angrily stepping forward to argue, Ji Chang's, who had been walking quietly without making a sound, suddenly said, "What this brother said is just to help." Before the young lady in the village could glare at him, he spoke again. "I am too weak to take care of my family, so why don't I do this? When I get down from the mountain, I will go and talk to your ladies and ask them to help me wash, cook and make clothes. In order to repay them, I would also come to help them keep vigil at night." After all, their husband-in-law went to watch over other people's homes at night, but they had no one at home to watch over them. Naturally, they were afraid. Although I was not in good health, I was still the same. "Men, you can still keep vigil." The black-eyed men's eyes widened, looking at Ji Chang's as if they were looking at a super invincible pervert. "What do you mean? You asked my wife to make these for you. And you want to come to my house at night?" Ji Chang's looked cold, as if he just said something very ordinary. "Why do you all look like this? Just helping out. Help. You are a foreigner, and you ask my wife to do this for you. What if you don't want to seduce a woman? Shameless. If you dare to do this, we will definitely send you to the government. Punish you for a evil crime." Ji Chang's responded calmly. "It turns out that it is shameless and evil for a man to go to your wife's house at night. You don't stay at your own house at night. You go to a girl's house just to help. He didn't make any further judgments, and seemed to just sum it up casually. But this is enough for the young ladies in the village. That's right, you are so shameless. If you go to an unmarried girl's house to stay with her all night long, you are jealous because her wife is not happy. Then if it were another man to accompany your wife, how can you say that she has become shameless? Do you really think you are a wealthy man? Take concubines if you want. Do you have the money to take concubines? If you have the ability, don't let your wife do housework for you, make clothes, shoes and socks, sell embroidery work and get subsidies at home. We are taking advantage again and coveting unmarried girls from other families. When the wife is unhappy, she says that she is jealous. If you give her 10 taels of silver every month so that she doesn't have to worry about the family taking care of you, you see. Is she jealous? What the hell, sisters, do you think this looks like what the boss lady said, a double standard man? The boss lady said, you don't want this kind of man if you can. When they go to other girls to do things that only husbands do for the family, that's called helping. When the men of other families go to their house to do this, it's called just being content. Look at each of them. They are quite poor, I guess. Quite conceivable. Do you really think that our farm girls are easy to bully? Just wait and see, you ladies will break up sooner or later. When the time comes, you go out to help other weak girls. This time, no one in the family will take care of the housework when you are away. The women in this village with the most upright etiquette among the 10 miles and 8 villages are very talkative. After all, it is precisely because the elders in the village do not look down on women that they can successfully develop a comfortable temperament. Coupled with the influence of the male fox, each of them can talk as much as they want. Just a few words from a few people made these men unable to hold their heads up. As men, they didn't even raise their heads when they were being spoken to. However, the husbands of these women did not feel sad at all, and were even very proud. This is naturally because they all learned the way of speaking from the male fox and were demeaning. After finishing off the men from other villages, she did not forget to praise her own husband. Look at you, and then look at my husband. When he goes out, if a strange woman wants to talk to him, he always asks me to deal with it. My husband doesn't like me having contact with other men, but he himself doesn't have contact with other women, so I am willing to only talk to women. What about you? You are eating the food in the bowl and looking at the food in the pot, and you are still complaining about your wife. Jealousy, ha ha ha, it's so funny, you are generous, you are not jealous, but you let an adult man go to your house to spend a night alone with your wife. I don't think you think too much about it. You really want to lose face after doing something disgusting, and you accuse Brother G of our village of committing an evil crime. Which of you didn't do what Brother G said just now? Should we also go to the government to report you're committing an evil crime? Your village, who are these people? My husband is better. If I had married a husband like you, I would have divorced him long ago. Okay, sisters, why bother talking to them? People may think we are jealous. Some people, that's it. They do disgusting things and don't think about it. Instead, they blame them all. Blame it on others, as if they have a clear conscience. God is doing it, people are watching, we will see if they have cheated on their own wives, and whether the peach blossom girl is willing to choose one of them to marry. After he finished speaking, he rolled up his husband's sleeves and said sweetly, my husband is better. Fortunately, I fell in love with my husband at first sight. My husband is the same. Look at how talented my husband is. And his brain is still normal, unlike these fools, who all have brains that are flawed. Husband, let's go and don't talk to these fools, otherwise I will infect you, and then I will be angry to death. They held their husband's hand sweetly and continued to climb the mountain, completely ignoring the confused looks of the black-eyed men. What's so good about a defeated general? The boss lady said that the best part about arguing with someone is that after you win the argument, no matter what the other person says, they will look dismissive and not look at it. The other party must be so frustrated that he explodes. It is even more appropriate to show affection in public and so on. Not only did they show off their affection, but after they praised their husbands and then leaned in so lovingly, their husbands must be extremely proud. As they thought, the married men in the village were indeed very proud. Being so relied on by their own wives directly shows that they are much better than the men in other villages. And then they are bathed in the envious sight of unmarried men. It is strange that they can be unhappy. They supported their wives and even stepped on the men from other villages to praise them. Madam, don't be angry, their behavior is not what men do, and I will definitely not be like them. The black-eyed youths who were being stepped on said. Ji Chang's, who didn't have his wife, fell behind. He looked at them who were said to be wilted and withered, and said coldly, poor, lustful, incompetent, bad-tempered, he clearly did something wrong but put the blame on himself. Lady, how could someone like you have a wife? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, that's a strange thing. He whined and slowly kept up with the pace of his village. The black-eyed green people who were severely stabbed in the heart. Who can rejoice in being reduced to worthlessness? They are unwilling to admit that they are wrong, so they can only try to comfort themselves. They just don't understand. Why do you say that we are waiting for you? If they see Miss Peach Blossom, they will know that we just pity Miss Peach Blossom. That's right, those women are jealous and don't say it. The men in their village speak like this. Isn't it because they have never seen the Peach Blossom girl? If they had seen her and seen her weakness and understood her difficulties, they would definitely also will be like me. The villagers walking in front heard muttering behind them. The young lady sneered, weak? Haha, the boss lady once said that there is a kind of woman who is good at showing weakness in order to attract men's pity. However, serious women generally do not use this method. Only Kinglu women do. To be so loved by my benefactor, I only hope that this Peach Blossom girl is a decent woman. Although they said this, they did not think that Dahua was the daughter of a good family. If she really had a pure mind, she shouldn't have asked so many men to do things for her. If she likes one of them, it's natural to call one of them. If it's just these shameless men who take a fancy to her beauty and come uninvited, what those people just said is that the Peach Blossom girl asked them to go out at night. What good girl would ask someone else's husband to come home at night? Isn't she afraid that one of these people will get mad and do something inappropriate to her? But thinking about it, if she can be so protected by so many men, she must be as beautiful as a flower, and she still needs to be vaccinated for her husband. That Peach Blossom girl must be very beautiful. I just praised you in front of others. Once you meet someone, don't think about something that you shouldn't have when you see someone's good looks. The married men naturally nodded in agreement seriously. Don't worry, madam, I will not be fascinated by beauty. Madam, you are the most beautiful in my heart, and nothing can compare with peach blossoms, apricot blossoms, and pear blossoms. After being trained for a long time, they can even speak these love words. Seeing this, these young ladies were satisfied. After climbing for almost half an hour, we finally arrived. It's right there. The one who lives in that small wooden house is Miss Peach Blossom. Yu Weiyang's expression was visibly excited, and he ran to the front in a few steps, pointing at the closed door of the wooden house and smiling foolishly. Peach Blossom girl only closes the door when she is taking a bath. She should be taking a bath now. Villager. An unmarried girl is taking a bath, and you are smiling like that. What are you doing? The black-eyed man was completely unaware that others were looking at him with an indescribable expression. He suddenly thought of something and immediately opened his arms to block the situation, staring at the men in the village warily. Peach Blossom girl is taking a bath. You must not force your way in just because you covet her beauty. He didn't even think about the men in the past. One of them shook his head sympathetically towards Ji Chang's. Brother Ji, now I completely believe that you are innocent. Look at these people, they look like they are mentally ill. Ji Chang's nodded slightly and looked at the hut in front of him. When I came to pick peach blossoms, I didn't notice that there was a hut here. Really? Come to think of it, why are there peach trees blooming in the season? It's strange. They were talking here, and a black-eyed man over there had already strode to the front of the house. His voice was as gentle as he could, and he said to the people inside, Miss Peach Blossom, we have captured the person who offended you. Thank you, brother. A woman's soft voice came from inside. It was soft and frightened, and she whispered, my family is taking a bath. Please wait outside. My family will come out soon. Hey, don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry. Miss Peach Blossom will wash slowly. We are willing to wait until dark. A silly smile immediately appeared on the black-eyed green face, as if he was willing to wait all night for this peach blossom girl. When he said this, the men in the village were unhappy. We are willing to wait until dark, but we don't want to. There is still a lot of work to do at home. That's right, don't mess around here. I'm telling you, we've given you a lot of face by giving up and living. What are you doing with all this fussing about taking a shower? Why don't you just come out and speak clearly before going back to take a shower? You are willing to wait, but we are not. Listening to the impatient voices of the strange villagers outside, the peach blossom demon who was bathing himself in the house smiled disdainfully. These stinky men are now arrogant. When she goes out, they smell the fragrance of her peach blossoms and see the most beautiful face they have never seen in their lives. If they want to become her subordinates, they all want to kneel on the ground. Lick the soles of her shoes. If you listen carefully, you can still hear a woman's voice mixed in with it. Husband, wait a minute. I think this is wrong. How can the peach trees bloom on such a day? And a girl lives alone in the deep mountains and forests. How does this? How come it seems like a monster is causing trouble? How about that? Let's retreat first and call the town's Taoist priest to take a look, right? After hearing this, the disdain on the peach blossom demon's lips became even heavier. Yes, she is a demon, but when she first practiced, she only focused on practicing her peach blossom fragrance that can confuse people's minds and how to hide her demonic aura. After all, she knew very well that when a demon lived in the world, the most important thing was not whether he could fight it, but how to hide the fact that he was a demon. No matter how good the demon is, as long as it is discovered by the demon exterminator, it will be injured even if it is not dead. But as long as she hides her demonic aura and the demon slayers don't see that she is a demon, she can live happily ever after. No matter how much those demon slayers doubt her, as long as she pretends to be weak and lets them investigate, if you detect demonic energy, you will definitely be able to get away with it. Now after so many years, her demonic aura has long been hidden and no one can see it. Even the elders in charge of the demon slayer couldn't tell the difference at all. Therefore, she can sharry and unscrupulously. Anyway, even if the exorcist suspects a demon, as long as he cannot find the demonic energy in her, there is nothing he can do to her. Therefore, she was not afraid of the young woman's proposal at all. Outside, there was a quarrel because of the lady's words. It's still the same group of black-eyed people who were told they had nothing to say at the foot of the mountain before. Now in front of the weak peach blossom girl, they naturally want to defend her. Who are you talking about? You women can't compare to someone else's appearance or character, so you slander someone else as a monster or a poisonous woman. You are the one who is poisonous. Your whole family is poisonous. Look for yourself, the peach trees are blooming in the season, they are not monsters. What's wrong with the peach trees blooming? It snowed in June, so why can't the peach trees bloom now? The flying snow in June is just a legend. If your peach blossom girl is really not afraid, call a Taoist priest to come and have a look and she won't die. Anyway, I won't allow you to slander Peach Blossom Girl like this, poisonous woman. You are just jealous of Peach Blossom Girl's beauty. You don't even look at what you look like, and you have the nerve to talk about Peach Blossom Girl here. You can slander the beauty of my wife's birth. Shut up, or I will beat you to death. Amid the commotion, only Ji Chang stood still, watching a gust of wind blow by, causing the petals on the peach tree to tremble. A scent invisible to ordinary people followed the wind, divided into two parts, and floated towards the two of them. Dial people. He seemed to have caught a cold from the wind and wrinkled his nose slightly. A sneeze. This sneeze passed by, and the peach blossom fragrance that hit them was immediately driven back. The peach blossom demon in the room didn't know it, so she just looked at herself in the mirror, put on her clothes, and looked like a beauty out of the bath. Her hair was still wet with water. She gently stretched out her hand and opened the door. When he raised his eyebrows wrinkled slightly, as if there was infinite sadness flowing in his eyes. Don't argue so much about Dehua. Dehua knows that I am a single woman living here. Although the situation is helpless, it does make people doubtful. I am just not loved by the sisters in the village, so I have to get here. As she spoke, she sobbed, if you really suspect that I am a demon, please invite the Taoist priest, so that Dehua can prove her innocence. Seeing the beauty weeping, the black-eyed green men were instantly heartbroken and hurriedly gathered around to comfort her like stars holding the moon. Don't cry, Peach Blossom Girl, it's not your fault, it's because they are jealous of your beauty. Yes, Miss Peach Blossom, please stop crying. It makes me feel so sad when you cry. Come on, come on. Here is the handkerchief for you. This is a new one I bought from the town, and it has your favorite embroidered on it. It's a peach blossom pattern. No one will suspect that you are a monster. You see, when you came out, they were shocked when they saw your stunning appearance. When the peach blossom demon raised her eyes, she saw the strange men and women opposite her looking at her in shock. It looked like his chin was almost dropped. She felt proud and touched her face. Yes, even a woman would be stunned by her stunning appearance. The young people in Ji Chang's village were still dumbfounded. You, said she is a stunning beauty. Black-eyed people. Of course it is. Is there any woman more beautiful than Peach Blossom Girl in the world? Don't have any evil thoughts, Miss Peach Blossom is from our village. The Peach Blossom demon wept when he heard this, and his face was full of tenderness. What does Mr. Lang mean by this? Could it be that he dislikes Peach Blossom's ugly appearance? She said this with the intention of retreating. She thought she was about to hear words like how could it be possible? You are so beautiful, how can you be called ugly? But she didn't expect that the man who said that before was really stunned. Nodding. Yeah, you're just appallingly ugly. In their eyes, the woman opposite had a face full of wrinkles, ugly stripes, tree lines, all over her body, and big pimples, all over her body and face. Looking at an old lady in her 70s or 80s, she looked prettier than her. Nice. After all this, those black-eyed girls still thought she was some kind of stunning beauty? The man shuddered. He couldn't stand it any longer, so he covered his eyes and turned his head. Ugh, turn your face quickly, I'm going to be disgusted to death by your face. Peach Blossom Demon. Is there something wrong with this person's eyes? Doesn't her peach blossom fragrance allow these people to see the image of stunning beauty in their minds? After the man finished vomiting, he resisted the urge to vomit and looked at his wife. Madam, where does the Taoist priest you mentioned who can catch monsters live? The peach blossom demon was stunned for a moment and couldn't think of anything else. He held his handkerchief with a face full of disbelief. Mr. Lang still suspects that I am a demon. If you doubt it, just doubt it. I am willing to prove my innocence. Instead of receiving the gentle comfort she should have received, she received a sentence. Do you have any doubts? You are a monster. Brothers, hurry up, catch this monster and send it to the Taoist priest. A group of people swarmed up without hesitation. The group of black-eyed green people wanted to stop them, but unfortunately their energy was almost drained. They fell down like paper figures with just a push. The peach blossom demon itself has no lethality. After a while, he was tied up by them, his limbs were tied to sticks like pigs, and they were carrying him to the town. Quick, 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 get rid of this evil Taoist priest, ugh dash. The peach blossom demon couldn't believe it and struggled desperately to no avail. She had worked so hard to hide her demonic aura for so many years, so why could these people see that she was a demon at a glance? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Why do you think I'm a demon? Her evil spirit. Absolutely impeccable. Ji Chang's followed slowly aside, taking a breath from her body and saying in a light tone. Of course it's because you're ugly. Peach blossom demon. She watched helplessly as the hateful man who took away a bunch of her petals raised a hand to cover her eyes, quickly find a handkerchief to cover her face. I searing. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 218. The peach blossom demon was carried to the town with great fanfare. Along the way, those black-eyed ladies heard the noise and came over. They saw their husband chasing after the woman who was being carried. Not only were their faces full of worry about their dead father, but they were also shouting something. Peach blossom girl, where are you going to take peach blossom girl? Why do you say that peach blossom girl is a demon? Don't be afraid, Miss Peach Blossom, I will definitely rescue you. Let go of Miss Peach Blossom. Each of these young ladies had veins popping out on their foreheads, and the expressions on their faces had changed from the worry that their husbands were having conflicts with people from other villages to gnashing of teeth. It's that Peach Blossom again. It seems that she is a monster. I knew that this foxy girl seduced my husband as soon as she came here. She cried and screamed as if I had bullied her without even saying a few words. After that, she lived alone in the mountains and forests. If she wasn't a demon, how could she dare to live there alone? I can only hate that that stinky man in my family yelled at me and even attacked me because of a monster. Looking at how ugly he is, I really don't want to live with him at all. Anyway, we don't have children. If he was in this form and it wasn't because of the demon using evil energy to confuse him, I would make peace with him immediately. I am from Sunjia village. Girls don't have to worry about getting married. So, after this group of black-eyed green men followed Ji Chang's and his group, the group of young women who were gnashing their teeth, cursing, and staring angrily at their husbands followed. There were already so many of them, and with more and more spectators joining along the way, it was impossible not to attract attention to the large group. When we arrived in the town, people watching the excitement came early and told the Taoist priest that someone had caught a monster and sent it to him to deal with. The Taoist priest who actually doesn't know how to catch monsters. He did learn from a demon slayer in the beginning, but the demon slayer himself had no abilities. He only told him some common sense about demon slayers and was killed by a monster during a demon slayer operation. The Taoist priest himself had no ability to take revenge, and he also knew that he was stupid and talented and could not succeed even if he studied so hard every day, so he simply found a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters to live. Although he can't slay demons, he can beep and fool. The demon exterminator who taught him naturally told him that the more ravines there are and the poorer the place, the less likely it is for demons to appear. Even if a demon cultivates into a human form in this place, it will not stay here for a long time. Will go directly to the more lively big cities. Therefore, not only are there no demons in this poor place, there are basically no demon exterminators. In other words, the Taoist priest can make whatever nonsense he wants here, and no one can expose him. He just wants to earn a living, and naturally he won't talk nonsense just for money. Although basically everything he says is made up, he is cautious and has never caused any trouble. Moreover, Taoist priests feel that they are very principled. Although he is half a liar, he will not harm anyone. Usually people say, "Ah, Taoist priest, I can't eat well or sleep well. I'm so sad. Please help me find out if I'm suffering from evil spirits." He said, "It's like this. You did bump into something, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big problem. I have a talisman here. It only costs 3 cents. You can stick it on the bedside. Wait until 2 hours have passed and the evil spirits have been removed. Go to a medical clinic." Why go to a medical clinic? Of course it's because of evil spirits that have made you sick. I can only remove evil spirits, but I don't know how to treat illnesses. Of course, you don't have to buy a talisman. You can dry it in the sun for about 3 days and cooperate with the medical center, and it will be fine. Naturally, basking in the sun will not kill anyone. According to his unintentional discovery, basking in the sun can also help some weak people to strengthen their bodies. If they cooperate with it and go to a medical clinic, there will be absolutely no problem. Of course, when most people hear about evil spirits, they immediately don't even think about buying talismans. After all, 3 pennies is not expensive, and Taoist priest would never ask poor people to buy his 3 no products just for the comfort of his heart. As a result, the Taoist priest has lived so smoothly until now. Relying on some fairy tales he heard before and his eloquence that he made up, he has become a well-known Taoist priest in the town. But now, a group of people came to him to get rid of the monster with a real monster on their shoulders. Oh ha ha. Ji Chang stood there, watching the older men from the village come out, and saluted the Taoist master with great respect. "Taoist Master Zhen, this monster is so charming that it makes some men lose consciousness. We suspect that this monster is in the village. Some of the wasted lives here were also caused by her. Please ask the Taoist priest to investigate." Taoist priest Zhen, who is actually a fake Taoist priest. He glanced at the peach blossom demon whose face was covered with a veil, and saw that she was still struggling fiercely. He was so frightened that his legs almost gave out. "Monster, monster. The last time I saw a demon, I was with the demon slayer. As soon as we met, the demon slayer was stunned by the monster. But because he did not have the chi of a demon slayer in his body, he escaped the disaster. Ahem, poor Taoist, come and take a look." Taoist Master Zhen tried hard not to let his hands tremble, and took off the veil on the other party's face as calmly as possible. The other party's bark-like face immediately appeared in front of everyone. Ugly. Extremely ugly. The kind that is shockingly ugly. The villagers who had seen this face before couldn't help but frown, tried hard to hold back the urge to vomit, and turned away from looking at it. She obviously looks very slender and graceful in figure, but how come her face is so hard to explain? However, Dao Kanzhen, who had never seen the other party before, faced such a shock as soon as he accepted that he, a fake who knew nothing, would face the real demon. In his excitement, he almost lost his breath and followed the demon slayer directly. This. Taoist Zhen considered his words, coughed dryly, and coughed again. Okay, he really couldn't say the rest of the words under such an impactful face. "Taoist priest." Ji Chang's asked coldly from the side, "What kind of monster do you think this monster is?" Taoist priest Zhen looked at those who were stopped outside and were still struggling to squeeze in. He shouted, "Peach Blossom Girl is not a demon, it's because you are jealous of Peach Blossom Girl's stunning appearance. Don't even think about slandering Peach Blossom Girl. Don't be afraid of Peach Blossom Girl. Men who say things like 'I will definitely protect you' looks like a demon who specializes in seducing men. With such an ugly face, he can still make so many men fascinated. This monster is really, yuck, really capable." Pooh. After hearing this, the peach blossom demon's face immediately showed an angry look. She didn't realize that her true appearance had been revealed in front of others. After all, she is a peach blossom demon. Wherever she is, her true form will be, and the fragrance will naturally spread everywhere. Everyone present is ordinary people, how can they not inhale the fragrance? Although Ji Chang said she was ugly before, she didn't think it was her problem at all. Just like having great confidence in her hidden demon power, Peach Blossom Demon is also very confident in her appearance. It's not me who seduced you. It's obvious that these men coveted my beauty, and that's why they pursued me. You say I'm a monster, do you have any evidence? Everyone looked at the confident Peach Blossom Demon's bark-like face with expressions like you will never know that I am a demon and I just have to bite myself to death and I'm not a demon, and you can't do anything to me. No, do you still need evidence for this? You can tell just by looking at his face. Who among human beings could look like this? Even if we take a step back and say that someone really looks like this, there wouldn't be so many men who are so crazy about it. Peach Blossom Demon is still arguing confidently, I know that I am jealous of others, but I just hope that the Taoist master will investigate carefully. I am really not a demon. All demon slayers rely on their power to detect demons. As long as the Taoist priest can't detect the demonic power in her no matter how much he searches, he will naturally let her go. She firmly believes in this. Ji Chang's, who was looking at the I'm just waiting for you to tell me I'm not a monster expression on her face, raised his eyebrows slightly, took the initiative to take a few steps forward, and pushed Taoist Zhen forward. Since she swears so confidently, I would like to ask the Taoist priest to take a closer look. Dao Zhen, who didn't know how to detect evil spirits at all, was suddenly pushed to the Peach Blossom Demon. His eyes fell on her unsightly face, with peach fat on every bit of skin, and he swallowed hard. Is this still necessary? It's basically just a matter of sending points. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Peach Blossom Demon. With disbelief on her face, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Taoist Zhen. How can it be? Her level of concealment of demonic energy is not even as good as that of the big demons. In order to hide herself deeper, she doesn't even practice attack techniques. She only specializes in practicing her scent and concealing demonic energy. The Taoist priest of this small place looks ordinary, so why can he see through her at a glance? This place is barren, how could there be a demon slayer with such a high level of cultivation here? She forced a smile and tried to win over her with a forced smile. Taoist master, take a closer look. I'm really not a monster. Look at me. Where do I look like a monster? I'm just a monster. An ordinary woman. Taoist Zhen really looked at the other person up and down. That ugly face, that bark-like skin, those nails with mud between them, and a graceful figure that was completely inconsistent with her appearance. Don't even think about deceiving a poor man. You look like a monster every part of your body. Peach Blossom Demon's heart tightened. She didn't realize that the other party was judged entirely by appearance, but she thought that this Taoist priest was really powerful. He could even see the demonic aura she had hidden so deeply. Not only could she see it, but she could also see it clearly all over her body. Everybody can see it. This must be achieved with such a high level of cultivation. Moreover, she tried hard to see the other party's cultivation level, but couldn't see anything. Could it be that this Taoist master Zhen has cultivated to the point where he is so integrated into the great Dao that no one can see his cultivation? No. She couldn't just give up. Just think of a way to escape. The Peach Blossom Demon is thinking about escaping here. Outside, a large number of people have gathered in front of Daozang Zhen's house. Give way, please give way. Lin Qing squeezed out of the crowd, followed by the male fox. The two had made an appointment today to let the male fox test Lin Qing's skills. But just after they finished practicing, they heard that someone had captured a demon and sent it to Taoist Zhen, and it was someone from Ji Chang's village who caught it. I heard that a young man named Ji from their village was entangled by the monster. The monster's subordinates were not happy and went to the village to find the man to cause trouble. In the end, the people in their village noticed that it's a monster. He was directly tied to a stick and carried all the way to the town. Lin Qing became anxious upon hearing this. Isn't his family the only one with the surname Ji in the village? Isn't the young man who was entangled her husband? She hurried over to see what was going on and whether her husband was injured. And the male fox? He came here just to watch how his compatriots were tortured and ravaged by Ji Chang's. Although he said that he was miserable before, if he saw someone worse than himself, a sad smile would definitely appear on his lips. Seeing Lin Qing trying hard to squeeze in, the male fox helped her squeeze in and asked the sisters who were joining in the fun, "Do you know what kind of monster it is? Does it harm people?" The title of the male fox's friend of women is not for nothing. When she asked in the face of a beautiful woman, she immediately received a reply full of excitement from a young lady. Taoist Master Zhen hasn't said what kind of monster this is, but according to the man and woman who were bewitched by her, it is a vixen. It should be a vixen. I heard that it killed many people. Male fox, tisk. You vixen, what do you think? You can actually suck someone to death by sucking in your semen. You have so little self-control. As a vixen who doesn't even have self-restraint, he deserves to be caught. He doesn't have the same feeling as if someone of his kind had been caught, and his lips would die and his teeth would be cold. A vixen who doesn't know the rules will die immediately. If he hadn't been caught by a human, he would still want to go up and hit him. It can also suck people to death, which really brings trouble to them as vixens. But considering that she had been caught, if the evidence of killing someone was conclusive, it would probably be a death after all. Thinking about it this way, the fox was about to die, so it didn't deserve a beating. Just as I was about to join in the fun, I heard the little lady say again, "She is so ugly." I took one look at it and almost vomited, but I don't know why. She has such an ugly face, but he managed to charm a group of men. This may be the ability of vixens, but I didn't expect that vixens have always been famous. Everyone said that they are extremely beautiful, and they are all more beautiful than flowers. Now it seems that they are all spread by rumors. There is no stunning appearance. It's not even ordinary, it's simply too ugly to look at. I'm afraid these vixens rely on magic to make people think they are good looking. A male fox who cares very much about his handsome appearance, maybe this vixen is an exception. Don't all vixens have very good looks? Maybe she's just a little bit special. What? You don't know if you haven't seen it? I don't know what the crooked look on her face is. You can tell she is a monster at a glance. There are still so many men who are blind and think she is a stunning beauty. I think look, all vixens are probably like this. They are ugly by nature, so they use magic to make themselves look beautiful. It makes sense, doesn't it? Then from now on, if you call people ugly, can you also call them vixens? After all, vixens are ugly. The male fox who was said to be ugly. Day. Where did this fox come from? It's his own fault for not knowing the rules and killing people. Why should he bring down the reputation of other vixens? If you want to die, go die yourself. It's none of my business. I'm so pretty, I'm more beautiful than Pannon. How can I be turned into an ugly fox pretending to be beautiful by a fox I've never heard of? The young lady didn't notice at all how upset he was, and still pulled her sleeves and asked intimately, "Sister Xiang, do you think my guess is correct?" The male fox then tried his best to put on a dry smile on his face, but the smile looked like a superficial smile but not a smile. "Yes, what you said, is quite right." "Yes, but Sister Xiang, why are you trembling when you speak? Are you cold?" "No, it's not cold, I want to fight the monster." There were so many people who came to join in the fun that people were so crowded that they couldn't even move forward without supporting the people next to them to stand steady. However, because of the good deeds of the little demon who ruined the reputation of other vixens, the male fox suddenly in anger, he used his demonic energy, and relied on his demonic energy to calmly find his way out, squeezing directly to the front. Lin Qing, who had no demonic energy to use, squeezed to the front at this time, and the two of them stepped into the room at the same time. In the small room inside, Peach Blossom Demon looked at the people around him, and there was a look of anger in his eyes. His nails suddenly stretched out, and he stared directly at Ji Chang's, who was closest to him. This guy was the most hateful. He called her ugly and forced that stinking Taoist priest to investigate her. And he looked so weak, so he must have insufficient yang energy. She just had to absorb the other person's yang energy, and then turn around and run out while he was down and the others were in a hurry. She felt that there were many people outside. As long as the stinky Taoist priest dares to chase him, she will keep sucking him. Thinking about it, the Peach Blossom Demon lost the pretense of poorness on his face, and looked at the weak and unnoticed scholar in front of him with a ferocious look. Ji Chang's was picking up a book on Daoist Zhen's desk and flipping through it. He said in a calm tone as if he was chatting about home affairs, Daoist Zhen still likes to read feng shui books. In fact, he just didn't understand anything, so he had to pay attention to everything. When he encountered a problem, he read the book in time. He felt a little guilty, a little bit of dabbling, a little bit of dabbling. This book is good. He opened the book and looked at the pages inside. He only glanced briefly, and the words on the paper slowly appeared in the sky. Taoist Zhen didn't notice it at all and was still worried about how to deal with this monster. He doesn't know how to slay demons at all. And since there can be a demon here, does it mean that there will be a second one in this small place? Don't monsters simply dislike such a barren place? Strange. By the way, do the monsters also want to eat? It's better to eat people's essence. How much essence can they suck people to death? Speaking of eating, what are you going to eat tonight? He was diverging his thoughts here, but from the perspective of the peach blossom eyes over there, it was Taoist Zhen who looked at him with an unpredictable expression, as if he was thinking about how to kill her. She gritted her teeth, gathered all her demonic power, and exerted her strength. Boom! There was a violent sound, and the chair fell to pieces and fell to the ground before everyone could react. In just a moment, the peach blossom demon stretched out his sharp claws and latched onto the neck of Ji Chang's, who was closest to her. Don't come here. If anyone dares to come here, I will suck him dry immediately. Everyone around him was stunned with fright, but Ji Chang's face remained calm and the book in his hand was open. Are you sure you want to attack me? His voice was extremely indifferent, as if he didn't put the hand on his neck in his eyes at all, and his tone even sounded slightly impatient. Peach Blossom Demon admitted that she was offended by this tone. She was caught by these people because she was careless and believed that her demonic aura would not be noticed. But she couldn't beat the demon slayer. He was an ordinary, unremarkable guy. Wasn't there anything she could do against him? Boy, I think you are still being stubborn when you are about to die, so today, your Entahua will let you know what it means to see blood. Brush. She raised her nails, and the tips of her nails suddenly grew a little longer, and she was about to grab Ji Chang's heart. The male fox saw such a scene as soon as he came in. The demon, who had no body odor at all and was obviously not one of their vixens, stretched out his nails to show off his power. Ji Chang's looked motionless, with a calm expression and even a bit of coldness. In fact, the book he was holding, the words are penetrating every part of the opponent's limbs with murderous intent. You can imagine how painful it would be for the demon who had his meridians and demonic energy cut off directly after these words were penetrated. How miserable! The male fox clicked his tongue inwardly. You say it is not good for you to offend anyone, but you offend this ancestor. He was ruthless and ruthless when he started. I'm afraid this little monster is going to die today. Nagasawa. The scene Lin Qing saw was similar to that of a male fox, except that her attention was drawn away by the hand that was about to penetrate her husband's chest immediately, and she did not see other directions. You dare! She shouted angrily, pulled out the hairpin and threw it directly towards the other person's hand. Ah! Peach Blossom Demon was wondering why this man's chest couldn't be penetrated by his nails, so he was hit with a hairpin. It was obviously just a human hairpin, but it hurt her hand. She screamed subconsciously, completely unaware that all the words that should have been pierced into her blood and limbs suddenly returned to the book the moment the human woman made a sound. When it falls on the book, it still looks normal and bland. Nagasawa, are you okay? After Lin Qing beat the demon until he howled in agony, he hurried to her husband's side in a few steps and checked him up and down to see if he had any injuries. Nothing. Ji Chang's closed the book with an expressionless face and no fluctuation in his voice. Fortunately, you came in time. The male fox who witnessed everything automatically translated his words. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise this demon would have been splattered with blood and had no choice but to die. What Lin Qing was thinking was completely opposite to that of the male fox. She felt extremely guilty at this moment. He regretted that he had left Nagasawa alone in the village for a whole day just to practice. She should have thought that since there would be fox and rabbit demons here, the exorcist's belief that there would be no demons in the barren land was absolutely wrong. If vixens can appear, pheasant essences and ginseng essences can appear. The barrens are no longer safe. The demon was ruthless, and I heard along the way that she had killed many people. Nagasawa was already weak and couldn't even beat an ordinary person, let alone face a monster like this that was so Shari'en as to kill a chicken. He couldn't even fight back. If she hadn't arrived just now, there would have been blood. Lin Qing was filled with regret. How could she let go of Nagasawa and Yuener and go out alone? Fortunately, Yuener is 3 years old. He is usually very sensible. He has also learned some skills as a demon slayer, and he mostly plays by himself in the house. But that's not the case for my husband. He is weak and can't stand being frightened. His fighting ability is no better than that of a chicken, and he has never even been able to hold a kitchen knife. Such a husband almost had his heart ripped out by a weak demon right under her nose. She felt guilty that she didn't stay by her husband's side, and she was angry that the demon had attacked her husband. She couldn't restrain the anger on her face no matter how hard she tried. With a gloomy face, she suppressed her anger and looked at the man who was covering his hands and screaming. Peach Blossom Demon. Have you ever killed anyone? Peach Blossom Demon didn't realize that the person standing in front of her was a demon slayer. If she had such a look, she wouldn't have been kidnapped in a daze. How dare a mere mortal speak to her in this tone? So what? She raised her head with a condescending look and looked at the people except Taoist Master Zhen as if she were looking at ants. They are just a few ordinary people. If they die, they will die. If they can provide me with energy for cultivation, then they're good fortune. Taoist priest, I know that you demon slayers also need magic weapons. I do know a cave with several good magic weapons hidden in it. Otherwise, if you let me go, I will bring the magic weapons to you. Offer with both hands. Little demon can guarantee that I will definitely not do evil in the realm where the Taoist master is located in the future. In fact, Taoist Master Zhen, who doesn't know how to use magic weapons at all, said, don't use such petty gains to seduce people. Do you think I am that kind of person? Even if he is that kind of person, he still doesn't know how to use magic weapons. The Peach Blossom Demon was stunned, and hurriedly used his extremely ugly face to show a soft smile. Taoist priest, I actually know a few. Brush. Lin Qing, who had endured it for a long time and turned pale, pulled out the sword that Master Zhen had placed on the wall and chopped off the Peach Blossom Demon's head with one blow. This time, She hated the demon who had harmed others and was still very proud of herself without repenting, and she also hated the guy for almost killing her husband. She used all her strength, and the peach blossom demon had no time to resist, and her head he fell to the ground with a grunt. After falling to the ground, his head immediately turned into a piece of wood. Looking at the body again, it was like a head, turned into a thick piece of wood, with the clothes that the peach blossom demon was wearing before. The wooden skull on the ground rolled around and roared in disbelief, "How dare you? How dare you? I want to ask you this, how dare you? How dare you hurt my husband?" Lin Qing even gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and penetrated the talking wood from top to bottom. After a shrill scream, the wood became silent again. Lin Qing was then satisfied and threw the sword aside with a cold expression. Taoist Master Zhen, who was still thinking about how to deal with this monster, said. The villagers who were used to Lin Qing's gentle face said. I feel that Lin Qing is actually a talkative male fox compared to Ji Chang's, his ancestor. Everyone was stunned. You, Mrs. Lin, why did you just kill her? A villager asked with shock on their faces. Why are you telling her this? Since I have harmed people's lives, have no regrets, and almost hurt my husband, I deserve to die. The villagers were a little confused. No, what they asked was not why they killed the demon, but why Mrs. Lin, who had always been gentle, killed the demon so fiercely. Taoist Master Zhen came to his senses and said a few words tremblingly, Good kill, good kill. This demon has confessed to murdering human lives, so of course he deserves to die. Well, Mrs. Lin, a heroine, dares to kill the demon with her own hands, that's great. He didn't dare to kill anyway. The Taoist priest praised him, and the villagers looked at each other and said nothing. Okay, come on, disciple, take out this monster's body and throw it away. After hearing what Chief Zhen said, Ji Chang suddenly coughed twice. The slightly thin young man's face turned pale and he clasped his slender fingers on his lips to block the cough. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the cough at all. Every time he coughed, his frail body would sway, looking very weak and in need of care. Husband, how are you? Lin Qing hurriedly supported her husband and carefully helped him sit down. Did you get frightened today and are you not feeling well? It's okay, cough cough. Ji Chang's waved his hands weakly, looked at the peach blossom demon below and said lightly, Is this demon really dead? Looking at her like this, she must be a plant, right? I heard that some trees can regenerate. Madam, I seem to have heard a saying, it's called, the spring breeze blows and comes again. I don't remember what the next sentence is. Lin Qing was reminded by him and suddenly realized, what my husband said is that when the spring breeze blows, it will grow again, and when you cut the weeds, you must remove the roots. She took out a fire stick from her purse, opened it and lit it on the dead wood. She was satisfied when she saw both sides of the other person's body ignited. The peach blossom demon originally thought he could escape disaster by pretending to be dead. She hurriedly stopped pretending to be dead, and screamed with all her strength, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can tell you that there are other monsters in this world. That is a big monster. Specially selects some strong men to quietly silent Qi, he not only Qi, but also steals the soul of the deceased after he is weak and dead. Go and catch him. He is a great demon. If you catch him, your sect will definitely commend you. Peach Blossom Demon tried hard to convince everyone present that she was a demon who had survived for such a long time, so she naturally knew what some sects of demon slayers were like. The Lin Qing present looked like a demon slayer, and Taoist Zhen, since he could see through her demonic aura, must be a powerful demon slayer as well. Since it is determined that he is a demon slayer, he must have the shortcomings of a demon slayer. The conditions she mentioned, even if only one of the two people can be moved, it is enough to leave a chance of life. Unfortunately, she was going in completely the wrong direction. The person present, Master Zhen, is a fake. Not to mention Lin Qing, she is still under the fatwa, how can she receive any commendation? Therefore, Peach Blossom Demon found in despair that even though he had thrown away such a big bargaining chip, the expressions on the faces of the two demon slayers had not changed at all. Of course, they were naturally interested in the big demon she was talking about. Originally, Shari'an was already too much. After killing someone, he actually took away the soul of the deceased, causing the deceased to die in vain and not be able to enter the reincarnation. This is already very unconscionable. But if this news is really used in exchange for Peach Blossom Demon's life, she has killed people before. If she is let go, what will happen to those people she killed? Just when everyone felt they were in a dilemma, Ji Chang suddenly spoke. Madam, just kill her. Peach Blossom Demon. Lin Qing also looked at her husband with some hesitation, but that harmful monster. I have a way to find out his whereabouts. When Ji Chang's looked at the Peach Blossom Demon on the ground, the look of disgust on his face was undisguised. Kill her, it's an eyesore. Lin Qing trusted her husband. When he said there was a way, without asking a question, she just picked up the sword again and stared at the Peach Blossom Demon on the ground, apparently planning to make another hole for her. Peach Blossom Demon. Only I know this news. If you didn't have me, you wouldn't be able to find it even if you searched the whole village. By killing me, you are letting that big demon go. No one really knows anymore except me. She is so confident, just like she was confident in her appearance and hidden magical power before. Seeing her like this, Ji Chang's looked indifferent and whispered a few words to Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded and brought an old lady in after a while. The old lady spoke up as soon as she came in. You are asking which village has seen a lot more people getting weak and sick recently, right? I know this very well. It is Xiaochen village. Several men in that village have this disease. I don't know what the disease is, and the doctor can't see anything, so everyone can only lie in bed and wait to die. It's very pitiful. Master Zhen, you want to ask this, is this strange disease caused by a monster? Then can what I said help? Can you help my son draw a peace charm? I can also help you find out. Who are the sick people? I only know that one of them was newly married. It's so pitiful. He just got married and is like this. Taoist priest Zhen looked at Lin Qing and then at Ji Chang's. There was no possibility of the secret being revealed, but he felt a little guilty for no reason. He coughed a few times to cover it up, ahem, and, we'll talk about these things later. Tell me what you know first. That's what I just said. The disease comes on slowly. It may just be that you have no strength at first, but slowly, your whole body will become weak, and in the end you won't be able to get out of bed. I know this is because of that disease. The man's wife came to town to grab medicine. I don't know his name, but I know his wife's name is Zhou Xiaoniang. The man's surname seems to be Mo. He was a hunter or something before. He was tall and powerful. He was also a hunter before. I came to town with his wife, but somehow I contracted that strange disease. His wife was crying quietly the last time she came to get medicine. Ji Chang's looked at the Peach Blossom Demon, who turned grey after hearing the 3 words Xiaochen village. He. The Peach Blossom Demon could not figure out until his death why an ordinary mortal could know this. Naturally, he didn't understand that in an ancient village, the fastest circulation of information was never the monsters, but the old ladies who liked to gossip. Lin Qing on the side looked at Ji Chang's with a bit of admiration. Husband. He really knows everything in his heart. In recent times, the more Lin Qing understands that her husband is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and looks cold and indifferent on the outside, but actually knows everything in his heart, the more Lin Qing understands that her husband has been trying his best to maintain the situation she wants. He actually knows many things, and he is not as incompetent as the villagers say. He just misunderstood the person who raised him, and he couldn't explain it in the face of the other person. He just respected others. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 219. Now that he knows which village he is from, as a Taoist priest with real skills, he naturally wants to get rid of the demon. On the one hand, the simple villagers wanted to watch and gain insights into the demon slaying, but on the other hand, they also sincerely wanted to help. They immediately patted their chests and said, "Taoist Zhen, let's catch that harmful monster today." You. Don't worry, we know that ordinary people like us can't help much in catching monsters, but we can at least build momentum for you, Taoist priest. Taoist Master Zhen, who actually doesn't know how to catch monsters, said. It would definitely be impossible to admit that he was a fake exorcist. But if you don't go, how can you, as a powerful person with real abilities, see a monster and still let it go? If he really doesn't go today, how can he continue to hang out here in the future? Ahem, since everyone is willing to help, it is naturally the best. After giving a pretentious cough, his eyes fell on Lin Qing. After all, this is a ruthless man who has chopped down the peach blossom demon again and again. If she follows him, he will feel confident. Lin Qing was looking at Ji Chang's at this moment. When she heard the words Zhou Xiaoniang, she had already subconsciously turned to look at her husband. After all, my husband had been engaged to Zhou Xiaoniang before, and when Zhou Xiaoniang got married, her husband looked unhappy. Although he denied that it was because of Zhou Xiaoniang, Lin Qing did not discount the possibility. Logically speaking, she only treated her husband with respect, and when she knew he had another sweetheart, she just wanted to enlighten him, but she didn't know what happened today. When she heard Zhou Xiaoniang's name and thought that she had almost married her husband, she felt a little depressed in her heart. But being depressed, Lin Qing really didn't forget about business because of these emotions. Husband, I also want to go with you. Do you want to go back first or come with us? 1. Hearing this short answer, Lin Qing's heart became even more depressed. My husband never liked going out. The family that Zhou Xiaoniang married had a lot of travels along the way, but he agreed without hesitation. Is it possible that he still misses Zhou Xiaoniang? Yes, she is a good woman, even among demon slayers, she is very good. Lin Qing was thinking about all sorts of things when Ji Chang's added, I'm not worried if you go alone. In an instant, spring blossoms. It turned out that her husband wanted to go with her because he was worried about her. A smile immediately appeared on Lin Qing's face. Her mood instantly improved because of Ji Chang's words. She thought of her character as a good wife and mother, and her smile became more and more gentle. When I saw the expressions on the villagers' faces, your wife should be worried about going alone, but don't you think it will only make people more worried if you are so weak and powerless to go with us? My heart sank. My husband has always been considerate of others, but no one has ever been considerate of him. They all regard Ji Chang's as a burden. But who really wants to be a drag in the eyes of others? Having grown up in such an environment, my husband just talks less and doesn't socialize with others and has a colder look on his face, which is already very remarkable. With pity in her heart, she thought about trying to save her husband's face outside. For the men in the village, what gave them face was nothing more than two things, money and women. Lin Qing naturally leaned close to Ji Chang's and said in a gentle voice, Husband, at that moment, I will be with you all the time. If you are not around, I will be afraid. Is it gentle enough? Is it enviable enough? My husband must be very proud now. Lin Qing was satisfied, leaning on Ji Chang's and looking around, wanting to see other people's envious eyes on her husband. As a result, when I looked over, there was no envy in my eyes, and everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Lynching. It shouldn't be. She remembered that the men in the village were not all proud of the fact that their wives relied on them and were gentle to them. Could it be that her expression just now wasn't vivid enough? Or is the gentle, watery voice not soft enough? Ji Chang's noticed Lin Qing's doubts about is the look I made not realistic enough. He also knew why people didn't react with envy at all. No matter how much Lin Qing pretends to be an ordinary person, she is still an experienced demon slayer who grew up in the sect of demon slayers. According to her recollection of killing a demon directly just now, she was killing a demon that had harmed others and almost hurt her husband. After a while, the monster might completely disappear from her memory. But the focus of ordinary people is not here. Monster. That's a monster. He is also an extremely vicious monster that has killed many people and is extremely vicious. Mrs. Lin killed it so cleanly and neatly. In their eyes, Mrs. Lin would automatically upgrade to a level more terrifying than that demon. Let's use an analogy. If Lin Qing had spoken to Ji Changs like this in the past, to them, it would have been like a well-behaved little bird acting coquettishly. But now I have seen Lin Qing kill the demon queen with my own eyes. That's like a ferocious eagle screaming at people. Violate the harmony or not? Shocked or not? It's no different than seeing a ghost. When Lin Qing expected them to envy Ji Changs, the villagers all looked stiff, and even looked at Ji Changs with a little sympathy. The reason why they were dissatisfied with Ji Changs before was that such a useless good-for-nothing could actually have a good wife like Mrs. Lin, who was gentle and capable and didn't dislike Ji Changs for not making money. Many people even imagined how the gentle and talkative young woman Lin Qing struggled to survive under the cold-faced, ruthless, and ungrateful demon king Ji Changs. Just thinking about it, I couldn't help crying tears of sympathy for Mrs. Lin in my heart. It's so pitiful that I ended up marrying that cold-faced and heartless Ji Changs. Now, how can she be okay if she offends such a daughter-in-law who can cut off the monster's head directly? Their daughter-in-law would just wipe her tears and lose her temper when she was angry. Ji Chang's daughter-in-law would chop off the monster's head when she was angry. The roles of the little pitiful person and the big devil that he thought were suddenly reversed, and their expressions were naturally stiff and weird. Ji Changs pretended not to notice. He could understand that Lin Qing, who had always been considerate, was very nervous about getting rid of demons. Everyone's personality and concerns were affected by the environment they grew up in. To Lin Qing, getting rid of demons was like a villager going to the ground. It's the same as working, normal day-to-day, nothing to worry about. Let's set off early while it's still early. Ji Chang's was the first to walk in front, because it had been cloudy these past few days, and he still held an unopened umbrella in his hand. The male fox was standing there quietly as a melon eater. When he saw the umbrella in Ji Chang's hand, he immediately trembled and stiffened his body to get out of the way. The group of people and the core figure, Taoist Zhen, walked all the way to the small mountain village. Behind the scenes, while they were still on the road, at least 8 versions of the gossip about how the peach blossom demon confuses men had been circulated in the town. Since the peach blossom demon is dead, her demonic aura has naturally dissipated. However, the deluded men have not regained consciousness and are still clamoring to protect the weak peach blossom girl. As a result, their wives also knew about it. This peach blossom demon does not use evil spirit to confuse people, but transforms into a stunning beauty in the eyes of men. Although this move is cheap, it can only be said that the willing one takes the bait. Even Ji Chang's, if he is deceived, will see the stunning beauty in his mind, but if he sees her, he will be like a madman and insist on being a dog licker. That is a human problem. Most of the wives of these men have already had enough of their men's behavior during this period, and they are even more heartbroken when they realize that they are not deceived, but just abandoning their families and themselves purely for their appearance. Most people in the world look at faces, and Ji Chang's himself feels that good-looking men and women will be more pleasing to the eye. But he will not like someone because of their appearance, nor will he deliberately alienate someone because of their ugly appearance, unless he does it on purpose. Everyone likes good-looking things, but when you have a family, just admiring them is enough. If you really feel that you are deeply in love, then discuss separation with your wife, and then pursue her in an upright manner. They don't make it clear to their wives, and they don't care about their family. They turn around and go around other women as married men. This kind of behavior can be called shameless, whether it's to the person they like or the wife of the family. The male fox who is a friend of women apparently thinks so too. He didn't follow the demon slayer because he was afraid that if the other party was really capable and knew that he was also a demon at a glance, if the vest fell off, there would really be no fun. So, he stayed and began to criticize the men who seemed to be victims from a man's perspective. Shameless, shameless. It's shameless in every sense of the word. Sisters, although we women are not as physically strong as men, we are not inherently inferior, nor can we live without him, so why should we endure it? Of course, don't worry for some sisters who don't want to get divorced. Although this incident has exposed the unreliability of your husbands, according to the poverty of our land, it is estimated that the next extremely beautiful woman will appear, at least until more than 20 years later, they have no chance to do this again. Sisters who want to divorce should consider all aspects and make sure they can live happily after the divorce before speaking. The title Friend of Women is not earned for nothing. The male fox held an abacus in his hand and kept banging it for an hour or two without taking any money, helping these young women calculate how they would live and what route they would take in the future if they got divorced. On this day, many young women left their husbands who could abandon themselves for beauties. There are more men than women here. They don't have to worry about getting married even if they divorce. Why should they hang themselves for the rest of their lives with a man who doesn't care about the family for other women? Even though Ji Changs didn't see the scene, he guessed it. The male fox is stingy. Although he is dressed as a woman, he likes real women. Of course, this kind of love is not mixed with any evil thoughts, but is simply appreciation and care. He taught those women as if he was carefully cultivating the flowers he planted. He didn't need to pick off the petals for anything. As long as he saw them blooming in colorful flowers and living happily, he was satisfied. Compared with his protective attitude towards women, he is a little jealous of mortal men. This is naturally because the fox tribe has always been a tough female fox, and it is impossible for him to actually use his demon body to be with a human woman who is more gentle and considerate than the fox tribe, so he can only be jealous of these human men. Feeling indignant by the way. It is very difficult for us male foxes in the fox tribe to be single. There are so many gentle girls around you, but you are still eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Shameless. Naturally, he must not let these men's shameless behavior appear on the sisters he takes good care of. Ji Chang silently gave the male fox a title in his heart, the light of the right path. It is indeed very consistent. Husband, what are you thinking about? Are you tired? Lin Qing had just returned from collecting water from the mountain spring. She was afraid that her husband would be tired, so she quickly handed over the bamboo tube in her hand. Drink some water, I just received it. Because this time he went out to catch monsters, Lin Qing became extremely worried as soon as he left. Weak ordinary husbands need to be taken good care of, she remembers this clearly. I didn't think about anything. I just thought about what kind of monster this monster is. It doesn't count killing people, but it also takes away people's souls. Ji Changs took the bamboo tube and took a sip of water. After he finished drinking the water, Lin Qing took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped the corners of his mouth with his own hands, and then took out 2 or 3 fruits and gave them to him. I just picked them and washed them. You eat? Obviously he was taking a break while traveling in the wild, but he forced Lin Qing to treat Ji Changs like a pea prince. It was in sharp contrast to the men in the village sitting next to them who were sweating profusely and taking a rest. They were not envious, after all, the image of Lin Qing killing a demon alone was still in front of them. Ji Chang's just gnawed the fruit comfortably, and listened to Lin Qing's guess. There are many demons in Shari'an, and the one who took away the soul shouldn't be an ordinary demon. I think it should be that a monster that can rely on the soul to practice. After all, if it is useless, it will not be used, but it will make people a little weaker. It may be a blood-sucking monster, it may be a bat monster, of course, I am just guessing. You're right, but bats aren't the only ones that suck blood. The original owner only had the impression that Zhou Xiaoniang's husband had died inexplicably, and there was no news about the demon at all. If Ji Chang's hadn't picked out the peach blossom demon when he went to pick peach blossoms and soak them in water, he would not have known that the demon would still exist. It takes a person's soul. Having no memory of this is not a big problem for Ji Chang's. Isn't it just blind guessing? How many times has he done it? Can't mosquitoes also suck blood? And leeches? Lin Qing's expression was a little hesitant for a moment. These things do indeed suck blood, but compared to bats, which are pretty scary anyway, leeches and mosquitoes are too insignificant. It is incredible that such a little thing can cultivate into a demon. The probability of becoming a demon and then harming people and sucking their souls is really low. After all, her husband was just an ordinary person, so her ideas naturally had to be wild and unconstrained. It was hard for her to refute her husband's reputation. Although she thought a lot about it in her heart, she still nodded with a gentle smile on her face, as if she agreed with Ji Chang's idea. What my husband said is that it could also be mosquitoes and leeches. Ha 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 ha. A man who was sitting near them happened to hear this and laughed heartily. Brother Ji, Madam Lin, this time we are following Taoist Master Zhen to catch a vicious monster. Since it can kill people and take away the souls of the dead, how can it be mosquitoes and leeches? Although it was a wild guess, the confident Ji Chang still asked with a cold face, why is it impossible? It's hard for a gadget like that to survive and turn into a monster. How is this possible? Ha 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 ha, you think so, Master Zhen? Taoist Master Zhen, who had been feeling guilty all the way, thinking about how to successfully escape the demon slayer, ahem, ha, this. How does he know whether mosquitoes and leeches can become monsters? He is not really a monster exterminator. But what if there really is a mosquito demon and a leech demon? If he denied it outright, wouldn't it be embarrassing if they met him later? Forget it, in this case, you have to play both sides, and neither side is killed. Therefore, Taoist Master Zhen sat cross-legged in a very Zhuangbi position, and said in a slow and unhurried tone, everything in the world has its own destiny. Although I have never seen this thing become a monster, it does not necessarily mean that it will become a monster. It really doesn't exist. I'll wait until I see the demon before I make a judgment. If you don't judge, save your life first. Lin Qing, who was listening to what he said, looked thoughtful. She was born in a sect of serious demon slayers. Those sects had always taught her that these small objects could never become demons, and she had always believed it. I just joined in because I didn't want my husband to lose face. But since Taoist Zhen, who is also an exorcist, has said so, is it really because she was stuck in the past and thought too narrowly about many things? Ji Chang's looked at Lin Qing thoughtfully with cold eyes. Yes, he guessed it again. But it doesn't matter, it's a good thing to have more ideas, just think about it. The group finished repairing and set off again. This time they quickly arrived at the small mountain village. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village, everyone saw a woman carrying a heavy and wide bamboo basket full of firewood, her forehead covered with sweat, walking towards the village with difficulty. "Girl, the girl in front of you, wait a moment, we want to inquire about something." The young apprentice next to Taoist Zhen immediately went up to call for someone with a wink. The other party stopped and turned around with some difficulty. His pale face was full of exhaustion, but he still asked the little Taoist boy patiently and warmly, "What's the matter?" As soon as she turned around, Ji Chang's could see her face clearly. Zhou Xiaoniang. The original owner later deceived the other person's ex-fiancée and tried to force him to have sex with her, but in the end he accidentally killed the other person's ex-fiancée. In the memory of the original owner, Zhou Xiaoniang's face full of resistance before her death flashed through Ji Chang's mind. He quickly covered the scene and shouted to Zhou Xiaoniang, "Zhou Xiaoniang." When Zhou Xiaoniang heard a familiar voice, she turned back a little in surprise. When she saw Ji Chang's, she subconsciously opened her mouth and shouted, "Brother Ji." When her eyes fell on Lin Qing next to Ji Chang's, she quickly changed her words, "Brother Ji, this is Mrs. Lin, right? Are you with this little Taoist boy?" "Exactly." The little Taoist boy had no idea that his master was actually a fool who knew nothing. He straightened his chest confidently and introduced, "My master is a demon slayer. We just heard that there is a demon in your village, so we specially came here to slay the demon. Look, the man in the Taoist robe is my master. He is so powerful. Many people in the town are looking for him to marry him." Taoist Master Zhen, who was being bragged by his disciple, took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and forced out a slightly embarrassed smile, it's okay, I just know a little bit about the technique." Zhou Xiaoniang's eyes fell on his sweaty face, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this Taoist Master Zhen didn't look as powerful as his apprentice said. Lin Qing's heart was a little complicated before she met Zhou Xiaoniang. Now that she met the real person and saw the unfamiliar conversation between her and Ji Chang's, she suddenly felt lighter. Even because Zhou Xiaoniang had obviously shouldered the burden of the family by herself before, and her words and deeds were very pleasing to her, she developed a certain liking for her. She asked warmly, "Ms. Zhou, I heard that your husband also suffered from a strange disease. Before he died, a demon said that this was not a strange disease, but a monster causing trouble, making people weak little by little until they died. If it is convenient for you, could you let us take a look at you? What's going on with my husband?" Zhou Xiaoniang's originally doubtful expression suddenly changed. He looked at the group of them with a little surprise. "You mean, my husband is not sick, but just killed by a demon? Great, great, Taoist priest, everyone, please, my home is in front of you. Please save my husband. He is getting weaker and weaker now. He can't even eat. If he can't get well again, get up, he is afraid that he will starve to death." Even Zhou Xiaoniang, who is considered extremely strong in this era, could not help but blushing and choked with sobs when faced with the fact that she could only watch her husband die. "I was even too excited and couldn't control my balance, so I almost fell down." Taoist Zhen had been feeling guilty all the way, but now that he saw the other party treating him as a life-saving straw, he was even more afraid to take the matter up. He has no ability, but he never harms anyone. Now it would be too sinful to give the other party hope and then plunge them into despair. Mrs. Zhou, actually Lin Qing had already held Zhou Xiaoniang's hand. "Ms. Zhou, don't worry, I will do my best." After saying that, she remembered that she was now an ordinary person and quickly added, "There is also Taoist Zhen. Taoist Zhen will definitely do his best to save your husband." She didn't know what the monster's tactics were, so it was hard to say whether she could beat him or not. But she knows how to break most of the demons that fall on ordinary people. Even if she can't defeat the demon, as long as she meets Zhou Xiaoniang's husband, she can quietly draw out the demon power from him, so that he will no longer be so weak. "Okay, stop crying, you are still carrying such a big backpack," Lin Qing said, and took out her handkerchief to wipe Zhou Xiaoniang's tears. You have worked hard these days, so don't carry this firewood on your back. It's important to go back and save your husband first. As she spoke, she smoothly removed the bamboo basket from the other person's back and carried it on her body. When people in the village saw Lin Qing carrying a bamboo basket, such a thin person carrying such a big bamboo basket, they all felt tired. He patted Ji Chang's on the shoulder. Brother Ji, you just watch your wife carrying such a big bamboo basket, a bigger basket? She's a woman, and you're not helping to carry such a heavy load. Ji Chang's confidently put his hand to his lips and coughed twice. I am weak and not as strong as my wife. Mrs. Lin, no matter how capable you are still a woman. No matter how weak you are still a man. We men are naturally bigger than women. How can you ignore this? Forget it, for the sake of my wife saying good things about you. I'll help your wife carry it. Ji Chang's just watched quietly as this enthusiastic buddy walked up to Lin Qing and Zhou Xiaoniang in a few steps, and confidently raised his bulging chest. Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Zhou, just rest, and I will carry you. Although the scene of Lin Qing carrying the bamboo basket looks a bit like a torture scene, she has martial arts skills after all, and she still refuses with a relaxed expression. No, I can carry it too. I know, but how can you little ladies do it so hard? What if your shoulders are crushed? As the elder brother spoke, he raised his hand to take down the wooden frame. My wife doesn't do any heavy work at home. Don't worry, Mrs. Zhou. When your husband is rescued, he will definitely not let him do it either. You do it. After all, men are naturally stronger than women. There are certain things we can do just fine. Look at this wooden frame. It's a bit difficult for you to carry it, but it's easy for me to carry it. Boom. He didn't catch any of them, and the wooden frame fell heavily to the ground. Man. He rubbed his hands and bent down to exert force. The wooden frame didn't move at all. Man, this is quite heavy. Ji Chang's passed by him and said in a neutral tone, why don't you let my wife carry it? This is quite heavy. How can that be possible? There are so many men here, how can we still let the girl work? Fourth brother, third brother, come and help me. Although Mrs. Zhou was struggling to carry it just now, she was still able to carry it safely, and Lin Qing looked even more relaxed. Everyone saw this, but now this person is carrying something that even their little ladies could carry. He couldn't even mention it, which naturally aroused the ridicule of his third and fourth brothers. Those mocking words disappeared silently after feeling the weight of the wooden frame. The three of them struggled to carry the wooden frame, swaying and gritting their teeth as they followed the team at the back. Looking at the two thin and petite young ladies in front of them, they almost filled their hearts with confusion and questions. This girl can carry something on her back alone, but why is it so difficult for them to carry it here? Doubt life. Apart from giving Ji Chang some fun while walking, this little episode did not attract anyone else's attention. After entering the village, most of the people became nervous. After all, it was a demon. Personally participating in the scene of catching monsters, even if there is a Taoist priest who knows how to subjugate and eliminate monsters, they still can't help but feel excited. Taoist Master Zhen, to tell you the truth, I was the most nervous person present. Soon we arrived at Zhou Xiao's mother's house, a very ordinary house with a simple yard, but everything was tidy. Entering the yard, Lin Qing sniffed. Strange, she didn't smell the evil smell. Logically speaking, the demon's demonic power was left on Zhou Xiaoniang's husband to absorb his essence, so it should leave a taste. Just like the body odor of a male fox, the fragrance of peach blossoms of a peach blossom demon. Why does this demon have no taste at all? Husband, I'm back. Zhou Xiaoniang walked at the front and opened the door, her tone full of joy. Did you know? A Taoist priest came to our village. He said that you were not sick, but were harmed by a demon. As long as you get rid of the demon, it will definitely get better. She was indeed full of hope at the moment. After all, she went to all the doctors she could find for her husband's disease, but none of them could find out what the disease was, and they couldn't even prescribe the right medicine. Even if the medicine is expensive? Even if it takes a lot of effort? Don't be like this, not giving her any hope of cure, leaving her to just watch her husband weaken a little bit. Now that we know the reason, we just need to get rid of the reason. She walked into the house quickly with red eyes and joy. Ji Chang's and the others followed behind and saw the man lying on the bed. Before he was harmed by the demon, he should have been tall and strong, but now he was so thin that only bones were left in his body, his cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were already confused and unconscious. Lin Qing walked in and frowned at the man on the bed. This is obviously blood-sucked. But she couldn't feel any evil spirit. Is that demon's cultivation so advanced? Even she couldn't find any clues. Ji Chang's was also thinking about this issue. It stands to reason that with his current level of cultivation, let alone a demon slayer, none of the demons still alive can beat him. But he actually couldn't detect the slightest breath. If you can't find the breath, you can't find where the opponent is, and naturally you can't eliminate the demon. At this moment, Ji Chang's understood why no one in the original owner's memory had ever found the harmful demon, not even him, let alone some demon exterminators who might just be passing by. How? Zhou Xiaoniang didn't know the inside story, so she looked at Taoist Master Zhen expectantly. Taoist Master, can you see what hurt my husband? Taoist Zhen, this. Finished. He doesn't know anything. Lin Qing saw the embarrassment on his face and suggested, since this demon sucks blood, how about getting some blood to lure it? Ji Chang's nodded in agreement. Chicken blood is fine. Pour it outside in the bamboo forest so that we can see what is causing trouble inside the house. If the monsters are not fooled, we can only use human blood. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoniang, who was holding her husband's hand and sobbing quietly, immediately stood up, wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and walked out. I have chickens at home, I will kill the chickens and get their blood. Just as someone was about to ask if they wanted to help, less than 3 seconds after Zhou Xiaoniang went out, there was a scream of chicken clucking. Then there was a bang. They went out and saw that Zhou Xiaoniang was holding a knife and a basin with a chicken on it, and she was collecting blood with a serious face. Ah, are all the young ladies today so capable? Chicken blood splashed into the bamboo forest, and a group of people stared at the opposite side without blinking, waiting for the monster to come out, and swarmed up. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. It's dusk. There was no movement in the woods. What's going on? How about we go take a look? Lin Qing subconsciously looked at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's nodded. So, they just went out, leaving only the real core figure Taoist Zhen staring at the villagers in confusion. Then, let's go and have a look. He swore that he would wash his hands after doing this. This Temudi is too cruel. A group of people arrived in the woods, and the blood was still on the ground, as if it was still the same as before. The monster doesn't eat chicken blood. But the blood seems to be a little less. It must be the flies and mosquitoes that suck it. Hearing this, Ji Chang suddenly squatted down and stretched out his hand to drive away the flies and mosquitoes staying on the blood. These creatures were all timid and dispersed immediately after being driven away, leaving only a very small mosquito still there slowly drinking blood. Husband, what's wrong? Ji Chang's raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the mosquito. It had no intention of flying away, and obviously didn't think these people would notice a small mosquito in it. No wonder I can't find any evil spirit at all. It's not that the monster has a high level of cultivation at all, it's simply that it's too weak to retain its monster aura. Sometimes it doesn't take a big monster to suck people's blood silently, but just a mosquito that is so small that people won't even pay attention to it. Look at it. Ji Chang's pointed at the mosquito. Lin Qing was a little confused at first, but when he saw that although the mosquito was small, it was completely black and did not look like an ordinary mosquito, his expression suddenly became serious. She took off the hairpin on her head and quietly poked it in while the other person was sucking blood attentively. Boom! When the mosquitoes realized that they had been noticed, they stopped pretending and flew away. In just a moment, a super large and invincible giant mosquito appeared in front of them. Even though the legs are not as big as a human being, the blood-sucking needle can pierce a person from head to tail. I have to say, this appearance is quite intimidating. Except for Ji Chang's, who had seen various scenes, everyone else was shocked. Mosquitoes themselves are actually very anxious. As a weak mosquito, it can only suck blood and cannot do anything else. Therefore, it can only harm people in a sneaky way and does not dare to be aggressive. Now that it was discovered, the other party was obviously coming for it. It didn't dare to run away directly for fear that they would pursue it again, so it could only find a way to frighten them. How dare you come to mess with me? Do you know who I am? I just need to flap my wings and you will be dead. Now, if you are wise, get out of the way. Let's not offend the river. Lin Qing stood in front of her husband with a vigilant expression. Husband, be careful. She still couldn't detect its aura, so she didn't dare to take action at will, for fear that the other party would hurt her husband. Mosquitoes are frightened by people and feel very proud. Sure enough, this trick works. You know you're afraid, you demon. How dare you harm my husband? Go to hell. A kitchen knife appeared from behind it and cut off its legs one by one. Mosquito. I'm a big demon. Do you dare? Zhou Xiaoniang, who was holding a kitchen knife, pretended not to hear anything. With hatred that the other party dared to harm her husband, she stabbed the other party in the stomach with all her strength. Go to hell, die, die, die. No. Heroin. Grandma, let's talk about it, don't kill me. Die, die. Don't do this, I won't dare next time. Die, die, die. The mosquito was dead, very pulpy, because its body had been stabbed to pieces. Lin Qing was the only one present who looked with admiration at the woman who was holding the kitchen knife and leaving the mosquito body and gasping for breath. She's so gentle. She was so angry that she didn't whip the corpse yet. Sure enough, Madame Zhou liked her very much. Taoist Master Zhen. Other people. Are all young ladies today like this? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 220. The mosquito demon dog is brought. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. Lin Qing and Zhou Xiaoniang made eye contact, and soon began to talk affectionately. Lin Qing looked at Zhou Xiaoniang with admiration in her eyes, obviously liking her bravery in killing monsters. Zhou Xiaoniang has always been able to take things and let them go. In order to fulfill her promise, she could go to her fiancé as a young lady and ask for marriage directly. Later, she could also find a husband for herself after the other party married her. Now she is naturally willing to marry her ex-fiancé. The ladies chatted happily. Your skills are really good, is this a natural trait? In addition to admiring Zhou Xiaoniang's decisiveness, Lin Qing also had some affirmation of her abilities. An ordinary girl who has never learned the ability to eliminate demons can have such an ability. If she learned the ability to eliminate demons, her talent would probably be no worse than Lin Qing. Zhou Xiaoniang didn't hide it, she said directly, a while ago, I went to town to sell firewood. The boss lady there looked at me carrying firewood and felt sorry for me, so she gave me a few pointers. I practiced according to her instructions. My strength has really increased. I think that sister must also be from the Lian family. Ji Chang's, who was still thinking about why the original owner could control people tightly since Xiaoniangzhou was so powerful, suddenly realized. In the original timeline, the male fox had almost sold his bad luck, so naturally he would not stay here anymore, but would continue to sell his bad luck elsewhere. Now that he is gone, it is naturally impossible for him to give Zhou Xiaoniang any advice. But this time, Ji Changs casually said that the male fox did not dare to offend him and could only stay. He did not even dare to sell incense and had to sell firewood instead. Of course he had to collect firewood when selling firewood. He happened to meet Zhou Xiaoniang, whose husband was ill and had to work hard to earn money by selling firewood. According to this guy's as long as you are a normal woman, then we are sisters temperament, he saw her pity and gave her pity and guidance. Both sentences are also very logical. One drink and one peck, it is destiny. Sometimes it may be just a casual thing or something that happens to someone else and changes his or her life. The moment these words came up in his mind, Ji Changs felt that his cultivation, which had never made any progress, was loosening. Oh haha. He had another epiphany. Ji Changs, who has had at least 1,800 epiphanies, is very stable. He still seems to be walking forward slowly, and the expression on his face has not changed. If anyone with the ability to observe carefully looks at him carefully, he will be able to find that he is walking forward slowly. The wind that was blowing slightly suddenly stopped. Because he stood at the very back, no one noticed the difference, so Ji Chang stood alone in the back, silently standing in the still wind for a full minute. More and more wind stopped. Taking Ji Chang's as the starting point, the surrounding gradually became quiet. The leaves no longer shook, the grass and trees on the ground no longer swayed, and the birds did not dare to fly anymore. They stayed quietly and cautiously on the ground, their heads he didn't dare to raise his head and look straight at the ground. This range cleverly bypassed Lin Qing and Zhou Xiaoniang, who were walking forward chatting and laughing. Everyone else was within the range. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary mortals. Although the surroundings seemed to be quieter, I didn't think much about it. This quiet atmosphere became wider and wider, bypassing the mountains, forests, rivers, passing many large and small animals, and finally landed on the land that was regarded as the underworld. Underneath, those lingering and unwilling to leave, obviously unconscious but full of resentful yin qi, were attracted to circle upwards and quickly merged into the aura coming from Ji Chang's. After the two merged into one, Ji Chang's was integrated into this world and no longer had to be afraid. Although he had strong skills before, he did not dare to take action wantonly. After all, although he imitated the cultivation methods of the demon slayers in this world, after all, his various cultivation methods were brought from other worlds. For example, there is a competition in the class to see who can clean the dishes. A group of primary school students were washing the dishes seriously, and a college student came in carrying a dishwasher to compete. Is the teacher willing to let him compete together? The demon slayers in this world are elementary school students, and Ji Chang's is the college student carrying a dishwasher. If he wants to use his power in this world openly, he can only integrate into the system. No matter if he becomes the same primary school student or teacher, as long as he is recognized as one of his own, he can stay in this class. But now, having understood some of the laws of this world, the world will naturally recognize him as a native. There are no more shackles, and there is no need to worry about taking action. After combining with the yin qi, the originally terrifying aura became a bit more terrifying. Soon, it was no longer content to just stay here, but as if to mark its territory, it rose into the sky and continued to move towards the distance. Circling away. The male fox, who was once again teaching the how to train a husband in the town, was smiling and pointing the country, but suddenly his expression froze. Keep your eyes fixed on the black aura in the sky that mortals cannot see. It's not that his body is stiff because he doesn't want to see the world, but it's as if his lifeline is being squeezed. He can't even blink his eyelashes, let alone move his body. He could only keep looking upward with a blank expression and eyes full of shock, and his blank brain tried to squeeze out some reason to think. What's this? Why is it so scary? In fact, it made him want to kneel down and call Grandpa even more than Ji Chang's. As the black aura moved forward, the male fox's pupils shrank smaller and smaller. At this moment, in the eyes of ordinary people, everything still seems to be business as usual, except that the surroundings are very quiet for some reason. The guard dogs do not dare to bark with their tails between their legs, and the chirping birds also shrink their necks, one by one becoming more obedient. But in the male fox's eyes, the sky that was sunny just now was completely covered in black. It was a kind of black that didn't affect eyesight, and it was a bit considerate, but the male fox was so frightened that his fur exploded, and he didn't even dare to be grateful. Those black are actually the aura of a terrifying existence. With such a terrifying aura, not to mention him, even the great demons from thousands of years ago couldn't resist the other party's move. Terrible! Terrible! He didn't know how long he stood there full of fear, but the male fox finally felt that he had regained control of his body. He quickly clenched his fists and tried to take a step forward, but stumbled and almost fell. Only then did he realize that his legs were so frighteningly weak that he couldn't walk at all. "Sister Xiang, can you help me bring out a small bundle of this firewood?" A young lady's voice brought him back from his thoughts, and the male fox forced a smile on his pale face. "You, take it yourself. We are planning to move, and we can't take the firewood with us anyway. If you want, just take it." The young ladies were stunned. Moving? Where to move? "Sister Xiang, do you want to reopen the incense shop?" Ignoring their problems, the male fox quickly used his demonic power to restore his legs, and walked out as if running for his life. "I'm going to a place far, far away. Sisters, I'll see you someday." Because his legs were still stiff and unable to bend due to the black air above them, he simply jumped back. "As soon as I got back, I looked around for my two brothers but couldn't find them. I thought for a second and immediately looked under the bed. Sure enough, there were two trembling rabbits with their butts sticking out and their butts sticking out." The male fox grabbed one in each hand. "Second brother and third brother, it seems that some big shot has appeared in this place now. Let's run away quickly. Don't stand still. Big brother, we want to run too." The rabbit held by his left hand said in a bitter voice, that smell is too scary, we can't move." The male fox suddenly realized this, and quickly reached out to take out the two fruits on his chest, threw them away, and stuffed his two brothers into his chest. "Don't be afraid, big brother will take you away." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not 2 seconds later, he came back again, found some pen and ink, and wrote down a line of big characters. "Big brother, do whatever you want. We left suddenly, so we still need to inform that grandma. She is also an exorcist after all, and her husband seems to be a powerful one. We should naturally tell her something if this happens." The rabbit suddenly realized. "Brother, do you mean to let them fight against this adult?" The male fox reached out and hit himself in the chest angrily. "Is there something wrong with you too? Of course, let them run away." He finished writing, held the pen in his mouth, read it for a while, and recited it with satisfaction. "Grandma personally opened it. I don't know what scares the fox. My two brothers and I have always been able to stretch and retract. I really don't dare to delay in such a situation. Let's take the first step today. It's best for Grandma to escape with Grandpa, your friend Wang Erju. Okay, we can be considered as benevolent and righteous, let's go." One fox and two rabbits didn't dare to take anything with them and fled the town as if running for their lives. But what made them feel desperate was that they had all used their demon power to run non-stop for 2 hours, and the sky was still dark. While the black air covered the clouds and the sun, it seemed to be announcing that it was this terrifying existence has designated this entire area as its own territory. The male fox and the others were so desperate that they could only continue to run forward. While running, I was still thinking. This thing is so terrifying that demons with their level of cultivation are so frightened that they want to kneel down and beg for mercy. They don't know how shocked the hearts of those demon exterminators will be. The demon slayers were not only shocked in their hearts, but also shocked on their faces. No matter which world Ji Changs goes to, as long as he wants to, he can become the most dazzling existence in the world. Now that he has been affirmed by the world consciousness, it is not only dazzling, it is simply dazzling. In a sect, the disciples gathered together to secretly read the storybook at the foot of the mountain. When the teacher from afar saw it, he frowned and stepped forward to scold him, when the black air above suddenly covered the sky of the sect at a rapid speed. The disciples were so frightened that they lost their scripts, and the master's expression turned ugly. He turned around and strode towards his senior brother's residence. In another sect, in what was supposed to be a martial arts training hall, the disciples were all learning from a young senior brother who couldn't even swing a sword. On the ground beside him, lying on the ground, was an alcoholic elder who they scorned. The eldest brother's father, the headmaster, came here. When he saw his son speaking out among his disciples, his eyes were full of satisfaction and he nodded. When he looked at the drunkard elder again, he was filled with disgust. However, thinking that the other party's drunkenness every day would not delay his desire to let his son inherit the leadership, he tolerated the other party's existence very kindly and did not use underhanded tactics to kill him like he did with other senior brothers. Just when their father and son were satisfied, the black energy came, and the terrifying aura suppressed everyone like a devil. Even if it's just unconscious suppression, it's enough to make them stiff. What is this? Is it a monster? What a terrifying aura! I have never seen such a powerful aura. The disciples turned pale with fright, and subconsciously asked the senior brother, who also knew nothing. The leader also paled. This aura is so terrifying that even the great demon cannot match its suppression. Not to mention him, even all the demon exterminators would be unable to do anything against it. It's over, something big has happened. He left in a hurry, but the drunken elder in the grass laughed out loud among the panicked disciples. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, back then you killed all the brothers who had the talent to compete with you. Now that something so terrifying has appeared, how can you, the scheming wastes, resist? I'm waiting to see you die. Senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior sister, little junior sister, don't worry, it seems that all of us will go down to accompany you, ha 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 ha. On this day, many sects panicked. There are also some sects that have never lost their true feelings and are ready to fight. There are also some sects that show off their power on weekdays. When this happens, they are worried that the terrifying existence that looks like a great demon will shoot them in the first place, so they simply disband on the spot and flee for their lives. No, it seems that we should go as soon as possible to occupy the recorded Yin-Chi land. Now we don't know what came out, but the breath is so terrifying. I am afraid it is some world-destroying demon. In order to get more to save our lives, we'd better go to the Yin land as soon as possible and refine those Yin-Chi for use by our section. An old man with white hair frowned and touched his beard and quickly assigned tasks. Yin-Chi is not a trivial matter. This time I will take action personally, and all the first-class disciples will follow. After so many years of operation, these remaining first-class disciples are all his confidants. For example, Yin-Chi, a good thing that can improve one's cultivation after being refined, naturally has to be absorbed by his own people. Not long after he finished speaking, disciples from other sects came and spread the news that they hoped that the heads and elders of their sects would go to their own sects, and all the sects received invitations. Naturally, there must be so many of them here not just to have fun, but to discuss this black gas incident. Although I know that together they are not worth one finger, they still have to discuss what to do. Understood, I'll be here soon. The old man with the white beard had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that this time it was not just a simple discussion, but that all the major sects would have to use their trump cards when facing this person who did not know whether he was an enemy or a friend. This meeting was just to share their trump cards with each other, so that if the terrifying existence that could crush them to death with one finger took action, they would be able to resist. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of this underworld, which was discovered early but never broke out, to be monopolized by my sect before it was discovered by other sects. Now it seems that I am afraid I have to take it out and share it with others. It's really hateful. I don't know where that black energy comes from. I just hope it's not the enemy. The white-bearded old man thought with a frown on his face. He only regretted that in order to pave the way for his son, he used some methods on some of the more talented disciples. They died, were injured, disappeared, and lost their abilities. Now that there are no disciples under their sect who can be promoted, they are just holding a conference, and I'm afraid they won't be able to get anything good. If Lin Qing had been present, she would have recognized that this gray-haired old man with an annoyed face was the leader of her sect who betrayed and the one who personally designed a plan for her son to successfully become the next leader. Right and confident to pursue her master. But now, she is still unaware of all these disturbances. Because Ji Chang's deliberately bypassed her with his aura, in Lin Qing's view, the sky was still the same sky, the grass was still the same grass, and everything was no different. The only difference is that my husband is tired. Maybe he was tired from walking too much today. When he got back, he felt unwell and even couldn't get out of bed, he was full. She wanted to call the doctor, but he insisted on just sleeping and didn't want to bother. So Lin Qing could only watch with worry as Ji Chang's drank the tranquilizing medicine and fell asleep, then went to the yard to kill a chicken and planned to give it to him. The husband replenishes his body. While fanning the pot of chicken soup, Lin Qing taught Ji Yuan how to read in a distracted manner. She didn't know why, but she always felt as if something had been overlooked by her, but when she thought about it carefully, everything was normal. Forget it, that fox can also do some divination. Let's ask him tomorrow. The most important thing is to ask the doctor what's going on. Inside the room, Ji Chang's, who seemed to be sleeping, was rubbing his slightly stretched belly, closing his eyes and burping. He was trying to take back the breath he had let out. If anyone failed to control it today, the aura would go far away, and now everything was dark and numb. Ji Chang's could feel that many little monsters and exorcists were trembling with fear from the aura. He just wanted to build momentum for himself, but he didn't want people to think that he was going to destroy the world, so he naturally wanted to take his breath back. It's a pity that I was so full today that after a while, I still couldn't take it back. Ji Chang's had been struggling for about an hour before he digested the yin energy, burped again, and opened his eyes after returning to his normal state. The demon slayers who were struggling with dark circles under their eyes and faces full of panic were discussing what to do. Whether this terrifying existence was an enemy or a friend, the demon slayers discovered that in just a moment, the darkness outside was the terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. No one is happy that it's gone. They panicked even more. Because that unknown existence can not only emit such a terrifying aura, he can even retract it in 1 second. This is like asking ordinary people to break a basin of water, and then let the water poured on the ground return to the basin again. The terror of the unknown existence has reached a new level in the heart of the demon slayer. What should we do? We can't move just under his breath. If a war really starts, how can we fight? Now we don't even know whether the opponent is a demon or something else, how to start a war. I am waiting for the other side like an ant. Do you really think he will think this is a war? While there was a lot of discussion, the aura returned, but it brought back pictures of many little monsters being frightened to tears and losing their hair. Ji Chang's was a little embarrassed. He is such a kind and easy to talk person. How could he be like an unreasonable and vicious demon king just by taking a step up? This doesn't fit his character. So he very kindly released his breath again. This time, he deliberately concealed the ferocity and terror in his breath, revealing only peace and comfort. The heads and elders of various sects who were having heated discussions were anxiously discussing what should we do. Are we going to die? What the hell is this? Is he targeting the exorcist? Suddenly, I felt this aura that was completely different from before and full of peace. The translation of these breaths is roughly, I'm sorry for scaring you before. I don't have any bad thoughts, I just caused an impact unintentionally. Don't worry, I didn't plan to do anything, I just want to live quietly. The elders who were still trying to discuss whether their survival rate was 0.01% or 0.001% were confused. What are you TMUDI not going to do? Why were you so scary before? Do you know that you scared us so much that we almost didn't hit you on the spot? Then, what was he before? The elder of a sect was the first to speak with a slight stumble. The head of another sect said, maybe, just to say hello. No one suspected that the man behind the aura was lying to them. They have all personally experienced the terror of the other party. If that person really wanted to start a war, there was no need to deliberately trick them into letting down their guard. He could suppress them just by using his breath and wait for death. When a person who is weaker than you does this, you will think that he is a clown who is doing it for fun. When someone of your level does this, you're secretly wary of thinking he's up to something. When someone who is only slightly stronger than you does this, you will also be wary. But if someone who is a galaxy stronger than you and can crush you with one finger acts like this, no one will think there is any problem with it. He is a big shot. If the boss wants to crush you to death, it's not just a matter of seconds. Why do you still do this and that as you want? After figuring it out, everyone relaxed. The expressions of anxiety, despair, and panic on their faces also calmed down, and they returned to their usual state of putting on airs. Since they are not enemies, it is okay. Now that everything is okay, let's discuss the trump cards that everyone pulled out before. Everyone has agreed to share it together. The old man with a white beard who had just given up his trump card just to keep a glimmer of hope when the big boss took action said, "Suck it." He can be regarded as the one who sacrificed the most among so many sects. Because most of the trump cards reported by others can only be used by one's own sect, the one he reported was the location of Yin Qi. Who doesn't know that Yin Qi can be used for great purposes after being refined, and it has no owner before it is refined? Thing. Although their sect discovered this underworld first and has been waiting patiently for so long, now that other sects know about it, it is a pure shared resource. If that aura was an enemy, it would be fine, because he had gained protection by giving up his treasure. As a result, the aura said, "I'm so fierce, I'm just pretending." Doesn't this make you lonely? Sure enough, other people have already started to propose that they send their disciples to the Yin land and station them there, so that they can wait for the Yin Qi to be refined as soon as it appears. The old man with the white beard was filled with hatred. Not only could he not say, since there is no ill intention in that aura, why don't you just pretend that you didn't hear it? It's better to just let the disciples of our sect practice it. He also had to show a very generous expression on his face. A smile means, come, good things must be shared by everyone. You can go, it should be done. With a livid face, he returned to the section. After thinking about it, he still felt that it wouldn't work. Their sect discovered this first. It was okay to save their lives before, but now it's okay. They must get the big head. Tell the first-class disciples to follow me to the underworld. The Yin Qi has not yet come out. Even if other sects want to, they will only send their disciples to guard it. When the Yin Qi comes out, they will send those disciples back to call for help. And if he goes there in person, he will definitely be able to refine more than other sects. I can only lament that the disciples below are not very capable, otherwise, how could he, the majestic leader, be reduced to a situation where he personally guards the underworld? Sighing, he naturally didn't think about it. In fact, there were several talented disciples under his sect, but he used various methods to remove them one by one because they blocked his son's way. The next day, Lin Qing went to town and learned that the male fox said he was moving and disappeared yesterday. There's something strange about her. Although the male fox looked a little out of place, he still behaved in a measured manner. How could he move without telling her? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. Lin Qing climbed through the window and entered the residence of Gong Fox's family. Sure enough, she saw a piece of paper lying quietly on the table, which seemed to have writing on it. She was the only one in the town who knew the identity of the male fox, she thought, so this must have been left to her by the male fox. But what happened? He didn't even have time to say goodbye, so he hurriedly threw down a piece of paper and left. But fortunately, I have this piece of paper, and I can figure out what's going on just by looking at it. She frowned, walked over and picked up the paper. On the white paper, the black ink is clear and the content is written smoothly. He was writing line after line of fox language. Lin Qing, who didn't understand fox language. She looked at it for a long time and only recognized that the last two paw prints seemed to represent names. The fox tribe uses paw prints to represent their names. You can tell from this fat paw print that this fox must have a majestic name, otherwise the paw prints wouldn't be so wide. Lin Qing, who held the paper and looked at it for a long time without knowing what to do, finally put the paper back hesitantly. Forget it, maybe we can meet again in the future, so I'll ask then. She turned around and went back, unaware that not long after she left, a nearby demon slayer came on horseback. After finding out that the name of the town was indeed the one she wanted to find, she settled there. Waiting for the yin qi to break out is a matter of patience. If you are unlucky, you might wait for a year or two before it breaks out, or other sects won't just send their disciples. They knew there was no need to worry, so they simply settled in comfortably and planned to make repairs before setting off to the underworld. Early the next morning, the old man with white beard also arrived with his disciples. They had the same idea. Since they all came to the town, they might as well stay here. When the yin qi breaks out, they will definitely be able to see it from here. With the leader's cultivation, they will definitely be able to eat a lot. A group of people ate, drank, and stayed. That afternoon, 2 disciples volunteered to visit the underworld. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw Lin Qing's familiar face. She was wearing the clothes of a peasant woman and had a basket on her arm with wild vegetables in it. She was talking to a village woman. Yes, I just came back from picking wild vegetables. It's in the back mountain. If you want to go, I'll point you in the direction. Lin Qing. She's not dead. They clearly watched her fall off the cliff with their own eyes. One disciple lost his temper and was about to step forward, but another disciple quickly stopped him with quick eyesight and hands. What are you doing? Her head is worth a lot of money. Anyway, she can't use the technique, so she doesn't just let us do what she wants. Her face is rosy and her feet are solid. It doesn't look like she has lost her skills. Let's see what's going on first. Lin Qing killed more than a dozen brothers by herself back then. If her skills are still there, how can you and I? Isn't it her soul? This statement makes perfect sense. Thinking of how many of them were chasing Lin Qing, but not enough to kill them, and instead were cut off by a third by Lin Qing, this disciple couldn't help but shudder. Okay, let's first find out why she is here. The 2 of them deliberately bought a pair of merchant clothes. They pretended to be chatting. No one in the village would have thought that someone would deceive poor people like them. They spoke out all the things they wanted to ask without warning. Lynching actually got married and gave birth to a son. She was such a powerful person in the past, but now she is willing to be an ordinary peasant woman in the village, married to a useless scholar with no power. Looking at it now, I still look like I am willing to go on doing nothing for the rest of my life. Tisk. After all, if a woman has a man and children, she is willing to be mediocre for the rest of her life. However, the fact that Lynching personally killed a peach blossom demon still made them afraid to step forward. After all, they knew full well how powerful Lynching was back then. If you go up rashly, wouldn't it be a delivery of food? After much deliberation, the two finally had no choice but to grit their teeth and go back to tell the boss to take credit. Lynching. When the leader heard this name, his expression suddenly became gloomy and uncertain. Back then, he really liked this disciple, but it was a pity that she was too good and did not know how to adapt. Although she was his disciple, she refused to marry his son, saying that she only wanted to get rid of demons and did not want to think about these things. No matter how capable a woman is, what's the use? He asked her to marry his son because he was looking down on her, but she dared to refuse. Therefore, I can't blame him for what happened next. Unexpectedly, she is still alive and married to a sick village man, and she looks like she just plans to live a peaceful life with her husband and children. Isn't his son worse than a sick villager? The leader laughed angrily and stood up suddenly. Now that we have met this traitor, today, let her pay the price for her defection. Let's go. When the group of people came directly towards the village, Ji Chang's was collecting dew water seriously. As an unscientific supernatural world, if there are enough drops of dew in the morning, it will have the effect of regulating the body. Although his cultivation has improved now, his body is still weak. In this unscientific world, it is natural that he can only take care of himself through this unscientific method. When Ji Chang's dew dropped to more than 400 yuan, the group of people appeared outside Ji's house and smashed the door of their house unceremoniously. Lynching, who was watching Ji Yuan writing in the yard, turned around when he heard the sound. When he saw it was them, his expression suddenly changed. Lynching, your life now doesn't look very good. The leader looked at the simple yard and dilapidated houses, and his eyes suddenly became a little more aloof. I gave you a choice at the beginning, but it's a pity that you didn't take it. Now you are married to a useless person who has no power to restrain a chicken, and you have to fight for it every day. These worldly troubles are your own retribution. Lynching's expression turned cold and she stood in front of Ji Yuan calmly. 5 years ago, she would have taken action at the first sight of these people, but now, she is not afraid of them, but she is afraid that they will hurt her family. Lynching lowered his head. Master, you know everything about what happened back then. I am no longer a demon slayer now, and I have no intention of telling what happened back then. Please just pretend that you have never seen me. What happened back then? Wasn't it you who rebelled against the sect, killed fellow sect members, and stole treasures? Now you still want me to let you go. The leader noticed that ordinary people were looking here, but he didn't care. Why should the demon slayer care about the sight of ordinary people? He sneered and looked at the disciple opposite whose talent even he had once envied. Today, I will kill you, your good-for-nothing husband, and this bastard together. Ji Chang's had reached the 700th drop of the morning dew. There was already a lot of blood on the ground in the yard. Lynching was holding her son in one hand and a hairpin in the other, fighting against several of them alone but still not losing. The leader's eyes were full of surprise, and when he looked at the child in her arms, there was a hint of malice in his eyes. 900 drops. A villager ran over with panic on his face. Brother G, some demon exterminators went to your house and yelled at your wife to kill her. Go and have a look. Boom. The box picking the morning dew fell to the ground. When the villagers looked up, there was no one in sight. In the yard, Gun was grabbed by the head's neck. He struggled hard, but it was completely useless. He couldn't make any sound, and his face turned red from the pain. The leader sneered, "Lin Qing, if you know what's going on, just cut off your own veins, otherwise, this bastard will die in front of your eyes." Lin Qing, who was covered in blood, gasped for air, propped himself on the ground with his sword, gritted his teeth and looked at the leader, and the child in his hands. "I cut off my tendons, please let my husband and my son go." The leader smiled proudly, "Of course. Naturally, this is impossible. To cut the weeds, we must remove the roots." "Good." Lin Qing managed to straighten up and stared at the leader with a pair of bloodshot eyes. "You swear?" The leader impatiently tightened his grip on the child's neck. "Lin Qing, don't negotiate terms with me. It's not me begging you now, it's you begging me. Either you die or your son dies. It's your choice." Gun's face began to turn purple, and he stared at the leader with an expression of pain and hatred. "Good." Lin Qing lost his sword and looked cold. "I just hope you will remember your words and let my children and husband go. Otherwise, I will turn into a ghost and haunt you for the rest of my life." "Hey, Lin Qing, you are really stupid. It's okay for you to protect this little brat. After all, he is your son. Are you protecting that village man? A sick man who can't even feed his own woman. You can't even kill a chicken. You were the strongest disciple in my sect at first, but now you are married to such a useless person. It seems that you fell off the cliff and broke your head." Lin Qing was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she could only react to the other person's threat to tighten the child's neck, and slowly raised her hand and landed on her shoulder. Gun couldn't understand their words, but he knew that they were forcing his mother to do something bad to her. He couldn't breathe and was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Suddenly he remembered what his father taught him, and he struggled to raise his hands. He wrote "kill" and hit the leader directly. "Forward." As soon as the leader's hand was beaten, Gun fell from his hand. He looked at the other party holding his stomach and staggering back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Little bastard. You still have these hands, good. Lin Qing, you married a loser, but the son you gave birth to is quite good. When I kill you, I will take him back to peel off his skin and cramps to see if he is still alive, quite capable." He opened his hand and sneered, "Do you think I just caught this little brat? There is a talisman buried behind his head. As long as I pinch it lightly, he will immediately be knocked out of his mind. Look at you, if you had listened to me a long time ago and married my son, it would have been fine. Look what kind of person you are marrying. He is a useless person. If something like this happens, let alone protecting you and this little bastard, I'm afraid I can only bend my legs and beg for mercy." As he spoke, he slowly tightened his palms under Lin Qing's eyes that were splitting. "No." Lin Qing rushed forward with a sword in hand, trying to stop him. Before she could step forward, she saw a flash of sword light in front of her. Along with the scream, the leader's severed hand fell to the ground. He screamed and stopped. Because the surroundings were dark. The day turned into night in an instant, and the surrounding area was filled not with black, but with the familiar aura of terror. All the demon slayers stayed in place. The tremors from the bottom of their hearts made them dare not move. They even had the urge to kneel down and beg for mercy. Their eyes fell on the source of the terrifying aura, where a person was standing. His face was a little pale, and he looked like someone who had been ill for a long time. His eyes were cold and he stood there expressionlessly, as if he was standing in the dark night. But if you look closely, you can see that the night has come from him. This is the one who shocked all the demon slayers and even the whole world not long ago. He is actually here, in a small mountain village. The leader did not dare to howl anymore. He covered his broken arm, endured the pain, and bowed in a flattering manner. "Sir, are we disturbing you? We are teaching a traitor who betrayed the section. I didn't mean to disturb you, please forgive me. Ji Chang stood there and spoke, looking at them as if he were looking at a dead person. You are blocking the door of my house. The leader looked at where they were standing, which was in front of Lin Qing's house. He looked confused for a moment. Sir, are you? The man standing there with a pale face raised his hand slightly, and black lights penetrated his limbs like sharp swords, nailing him to the ground. He screamed in pain and watched as Ji Chang's boots walked past his eyes, walked towards Lin Qing, who looked stunned, and picked up Ji Yuan. There was a voice, obviously cold and indifferent, but it fell on his ears like a bolt from the blue. I am what you said, a useless person.